Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening, he then yelled, medic. In the middle of the large field shared by all 5 groups, the shady guy with dark glasses, who had accompanied Yoshio on the first day, sat on a foldable chair under a beach umbrella. He put down whatever book he was reading and teleported from there to beside Yoshio using teleportation jutsu. He knelt down beside the cowering Geinin. He pulled a pant sleeve and observed the injury while the Geinin hissed, groaned, and yelled in pain when he was poked or his leg was moved. The shady guy weaved hand seals before holding the leg with one hand and placing his other hand over the point of breakage for an iridescent green glow of medical jutsu to appear. You see, I was pissed when they forced me to teach you a lot that I decided I couldn't do anything as they were my orders, but I decided to make it a little fun. So, I proposed a harmless bet to the instructors. All 4 of us train our groups, and at the end of the basic training, 1 team for each group will participate in a tournament to decide a winner, said Yoshio. Takuma narrowed his eyes. The shitty instructor was using them for fun and games. This was definitely some sort of new rookie hazing, pitting them against each other like animals in a fight club and enjoying as they beat each other up. Of course, we understand the need for some motivation for you lazy lot, Yoshio continued. The 4 teams that participate in the tournament will not be participating as teams, they will participate as individuals, meaning there will be 1 winner. The Chunin instructor raised 1 finger. As a reward, the winner will get a C-rank jutsu scroll. Takuma's eyes widened as he heard gasps around him. The Academy 3 were E-rank jutsu. Rookie Geinins like them were allowed access to a library of D-rank jutsu. C-rank jutsu was beyond that. Takuma didn't know if Geinins were allowed access to C-rank jutsu, but from the gasps around him, he could infer that even if they were, he wasn't going to get his hands on one for a long time. For my group, that's you guys, there will be a leaderboard that will be updated every week. Every week, the team on the top will be exempted from some punishment everyone else will have to face. Yoshio's face was the perfect expression of evil. The team on the top of the leaderboard at the end of the basic training will participate in the final tournament. Takuma clenched his grip on his other wrist behind his back. He could feel his heartbeat through the pulse on his wrist. AC rank jutsu. For an orphan like him who wasn't part of a Jonin-led 3-man cell, or from a shinobi clan, or had close relatives in the shinobi organization, a C-rank jutsu was more precious than gold. He had to get it. He was going to get it. No matter what it took. Chapter 35, the roofs in the Hidden Leaf Village were considered free property for shinobi to traverse through. Any day, one could spot at least 24 shinobi jumping from roof to avoid the roads crowded with slow civilians. Takuma looked down at the road street from a tall roof in a residential area. He stepped back and ran to the next roof, jumping over a gap between the buildings that would have made him pee a little even thinking about jumping if he was in his previous body. His new body, though his shinobi body could put any professional tracers, individuals who practiced Parker, to shame. He had strength, balance, dexterity, and nimbleness that allowed him to be as comfortable between buildings and roofs as he would be on a flat road. He again stepped near the ledge and observed Taro and Masaaki walking on the road. The rookie Gainins were made to walk a beat in a part of a village. As part of guard duty, they would walk the streets, converse with the people they met on the way, keep up to date with the events in the area, and help anyone who they could. However, as this was part of the basic training, Yoshio instructed them to only have 2 people on the road while the other 3 would watch over them as part of a stealth and backup simulation. Takuma appeared at the buildings across the street and saw Nenro also skipping through the rooftops of the buildings and keeping an eye on the 2 walking the road. As for Ai, she was somewhere hidden doing the same job. He had lost sight of her, which meant she was doing a good job. Basic training hadn't been what he expected. The training was tough, but nothing he hadn't done with Maraboshi. Takuma still started his training at 4 in the morning. He did it alone as Maraboshi had started retaking regular missions, before going to the Gainin basic training. He trained in different things, involving his team and group under Yoshio, who did hit him well, everyone a lot. The Chunin instructor, in only their first week, threw a shuriken into one of his Gainin's palms after an argument before nonchalantly calling for the medical ninja. As long as the shady guy Chunin Takuma still didn't know his name could heal the injury, Yoshio would inflict it as a punishment. Takuma had gotten his thigh bone bruised and suffered micro-fractures that had pained him so much when Yoshio had made him walk to the shady guy sitting halfway across the field to get healed. The thing that disappointed Takuma was that they were still going through academy-level stuff that everyone could do. Everyone knew how to do it, but Yoshio ordered them to train them anyways and would punish them for even the most minor mistakes. Takuma hoped they would move on to something new. What are you thinking about? Takuma skipped on his feet, shifting his weight on the ball of his feet, as he twisted back with a kunai already in his hand to slash the person who had sneaked up on him. Scring. His kunai met another as sparks flew on contact. Takuma immediately overpowered his opponent and was about to push them back to get some space and launch the next attack when he noticed that the supposed foe was his female teammate. What were you thinking sneaking up on me like that? Takuma said as he stepped back and loosened his grip on his kunai. One didn't just sneak up on a shinobi like that and not expect to get stabbed in the face. He sighed. He still needed to get used to his new teammate's antics. I stuck out her tongue and twirled her kunai with her finger in the ring. Among Takuma's team, I was the mood maker with her outgoing character. In the team with quiet characters such as Takuma and Taro, I was the one who struck up conversations that involved the entire group. Even Masaaki, the friendliest of them all, and Nenro, the most popular guy of the rookie Gainins, followed Ai's lead in conversations. Takuma was sure if I was in his previous world, she would be successful as a streamer or any internet personality. Why are you here? He asked. Nothing happens during patrolling. I was getting bored. I wish something would happen, anything. I shrugged as she followed Takuma to the next roof. Nothing happening is good for us, said Takuma, still keeping an eye on the road from every successive rooftop. But he didn't tell her to go away. He was also getting bored. Hey, do you think we will ace the board this week? I asked. Group Yoshio weekly rankings. The 5 teams would compete throughout the week in every activity in hopes of being at the top of the group's weekly rankings. There was no set scoreboard, and Yoshio didn't reveal the running order until the very last day while announcing the winner, nor did he specify a point system that would help them estimate their ranking. Because of that, every team had to be on top of their game throughout the week, fearing that some other team had taken their spot the other day. We haven't done anything different than the last 3 weeks, so I don't think so, Takuma said. But we are doing everything we can, I grumbled before doing a flip between 2 buildings. I really want us to win this week. The rankings reset every week, and their group had been consistently in 2nd and 3rd position every week, while every other team was wildly inconsistent in their rankings. Takuma was sure when the points for every week were tallied, they would be favorites for entry into the final tournament. However, that wasn't enough. Coming first in the weekly rankings came with a reward in the form of mission points. Mission points were the other currency in the Leaf Shinobi military other than money. In many ways, mission points were more important than Ryo, as jutsu from the jutsu library could only be accessed by paying through mission points. As the name suggested, mission points were earned by completing missions. The Gainin in basic training weren't allowed to apply to official missions to earn mission points. So for Takuma, the only way to earn mission points was through topping Group Yoshio's weekly rankings. The way I see it, we need to win the fights if we want to top the rankings, Takuma said as he stopped on a rooftop and watched the building across the street as Nenro ran through the roof while a young man hung his washed laundry on the clothing line to dry. Nenro apologetically nodded for disturbing the man and immediately jumped to the next roof. I giggled at the sight. She then asked, Taro said something like that, right? Takuma nodded. Taro had pointed out that the teams that grabbed the first place in the last 3 weeks had collectively won most fights throughout the week. He had shown them a tally as proof that he had drafted sometime they weren't looking. Yoshio said that the final tournament is a competition among instructors, and I'm pretty sure they have put money into it. I mean, why wouldn't they? So, by giving out mission points, Yoshio is trying to reward the team with the combat ability who would then win him the final tournament, Takuma analyzed. If the other teams hadn't figured it out yet, it was only a matter of time before everyone did. Combined with Taro's win tally, it was safe to infer that fights had a considerable weight in Yoshio's internal grading system. That's gonna to be tough, I said with a little blush on her cheeks. Takuma was no longer the weakest person among his peers. He had gone from the bottom of the barrel to the top 15 out of the 25 people group. He didn't win any fights, but he had a better record than I, who won more than Taro. Nenro and Masaaki were the reason why their team was able to bag the third and sometimes second place. Nenro hovered in 11th or 10th place, but it was Masaaki who consistently made it into the top 10 rankings, which, other than him, was occupied by the clan and shinobi-born kids. The buzz-cut bald kid with gap between his front teeth hit like a tank. If we want to be on the top, you, me, and Taro will need to win more, said Takuma with a shrug. It was the plain truth. That and complete the drills faster and better than everyone else. If we can do that, it's only natural we will be on the top. It sounds easy, she sighed. Not to me, Takuma pursed his lips and knew that she understood it as well. He had been trying to polish his taijutsu skills. He had observed Nenro and Masaaki fighting. They possessed a fluidity in their movement, and he tried to ask them what it was, but they didn't seem to know what he was pointing out. He lacked what they had. If they wanted mission points, something needed to change soon. The change came quickly. Today, we're going to work on chakra control, Yoshio announced after another grueling conditioning drill. He did his customary round through the grid and let his baton eat while correcting the postures. Takuma, how did you train your chakra control if you did, that is? Through leaf concentration practice, sir. Takuma said in a sturdy voice, his body rigid in attention. So, what are we going to do today? Takuma thought about what they had been doing these days, the same old academy stuff, so he was going to repeat the words, but as the words formed in his throat, he felt Yoshio's heat behind him, and he swore he could feel the cold baton as well. The tree climbing practice, sir. He took the risk and changed the answer at the last moment. Yoshio, who had gripped his baton ready to strike Takuma, smacked it back into his palm and stared at the back of Takuma's head for a solid few seconds. Takuma felt the gaze trying to boil his brain through his skull. You're correct for a change, said Yoshi, and you've ruined my day. Takuma held back the biggest grin from splitting his face and put on his best stone-cold stoic face as Yoshio passed him by, giving him a displeased look. Today, we're going to learn the next step in improving your pathetic chakra control. Follow me. The last one to arrive will have to do 30 push-ups with their heaviest teammate on their back. Saying that, Yoshio took off and the Gainin, who had just done a long conditioning drill, had to follow the absurd pace set by the Chunin instructor. Yoshio only stopped when they reached an area with a tall wall in the middle. It was just a single gray concrete wall just standing in the middle of the empty field. They had to crane up their necks to look at the wall that looked to be around 4-story tall. Even though it's called the tree climbing practice, you lot are going to do it on a wall, Yoshio said. He then paused and looked at Takuma. So, you were technically wrong. This improves my mood. Yoshio walked to the wall and started to climb up the wall without using his hands. He walked halfway, removed one of his legs, and crossed it over the other thigh. Gather chakra in the bottom of your feet and climb the tree using the same concept of sticking as the leaf concentration practice. Just here, the weight is different, and the sole of your feet is a difficult place to gather chakra. If any of your numbskulls didn't know, better chakra control means you can cast jutsu easier. The second purpose is to develop a sense of building chakra in your body. A shinobi is constantly moving in the heat of battle, and processes like molding chakra and directing it gets difficult when most of your mind needs to focus on other things. You need to practice chakra control until it becomes instinctual, and the tree climbing practice is the place where you start. Yoshio jumped off the wall and landed on the ground with his bulky body throwing up a lot of dust. He continued, this is how you're going to do it. You will climb up the wall and walk down the other side. Then a grin appeared on Yoshio's face that disturbed Takuma. The sound of weight shifting of feet around him told that the rest of the group thought the same. The first team to complete the exercise successfully will be rewarded. All the members will get a very generous cache of mission points, Yoshio announced. The moment Yoshio finished, Takuma knew how he was going to make up for the mission points he had lost out by not being the top team. Chapter 36, if Takuma could say it, he would say it up close to Yoshio's face. For all his bulging muscles and overwhelming masculine energy, the Chunin instructor was softer than Marubushi. Takuma definitely feared Yoshio's metal baton, verbal harassment, and the punishments for mistakes, but he would take all of that in a heartbeat as opposed to the penalties that Maraboshi imposed upon failure. Even the much more difficult tree walking practice didn't seem as daunting and dreadful as Maraboshi's version of leaf concentration practice with multiple objects of heavier and heavier weights with grinding penalties to the boot. Takuma looked at his peers on either side as they started with a run up on the ground and used that momentum and speed to try rushing up the wall. He didn't know who started it, but soon everyone was using the same running approach. Only two people hadn't adopted the strategy: Takuma himself and Taro. Takuma had his past trauma of wanting to fail the least, even if it meant he tried less than others. The trauma of losing money still haunted him. As for Taro, he simply stood at the back, observing everyone. Takuma gave Taro a fleeting glance before focusing on the wall in front of him. While the tree walking practice and leaf concentration practice operated on the same concept of sticking using chakra, one key difference between the two exercises set them apart. The difference was the difference in mass or force caused by mass, in action. Yesterday, when Yoshio announced the tree walking practice and the mission point reward, he had distributed the scroll on the tree walking practice. Unlike a jutsu scroll, this scroll didn't have any hand seals and directions, as the exercise didn't need any. Instead, the tree walking scroll was a theoretical research piece on how leaf concentration and tree walking practice worked. And after having embarrassed himself in front of Maraboshi upon skipping the text walls in the transformation jutsu scroll, Takuma had spent time reading the scroll in an effort to learn the technique quickly and bag the mission points. Takuma placed his hand, palm flat, on the wall and channeled chakra through his chakra pathway system and out of the hand's tenketsu chakra points. He pushed his hand down slightly, and instead of sticking, the hand slid down. Even the slightest tug was enough to dislodge his hand when he used the amount of chakra he used to stick a stack of coins. Mass is going to be key here, Takuma thought as he pressed one finger on the wall and applied a constant downward pull, dragging his finger down until it suddenly stopped as Takuma felt a force adhering his finger to the wall. The theory scroll was complex. Takuma disliked that it was clearly written by an academician for other academics in the classic research paper language that had trumped him back at college when he needed to do secondary research for assignments and projects. He wasn't that. He hadn't researched chakra, his knowledge was that of a layman. Every sentence and paragraph had taken him thrice over to understand. But he had gained something out of it. While 20 or so people ran toward the wall, Takuma stood near the wall with his hand raised straight above. He jumped as high as he could and tried to slap his hand on the wall at the top of his leap and keep them on the wall as he inevitably slid down. When compared to others, he looked downright stupid. Nenro was doing the exercise beside him and asked, "Takuma, what are you doing?" Takuma shushed harshly and said, "Go away, don't bother me," without looking at his teammate. Takuma jumped again and slapped his hand at the peak of his vertical reach. He slid down again but a tiny bit slower than before. He jumped again, and this time his hand was blown away from the wall as he crashed his back on the floor. "Are you alright?" Nenro came to him again. Yeah, I'm alright, thanks." Takuma got up. "Do you want me to help?" asked Nenro. Where Nenro practiced, there was a white chalk palm print on the wall 15 feet above the ground. Takuma shook his head at his teammate. "Maybe, tomorrow. But not today, my friend, not today," he smiled before facing the wall again. Due to the nature of chakra sticking where only the correct amount allowed perfect adhesion, anything less would form a weak bond, and anything more would blow the person or object away. Takuma couldn't stand on the ground and adhere his hands to the wall and start scaling the wall like Spider-Man. Even if he stuck his hand on a spot and then tried to dangle from it, the weight change would erase the adhesion, and he would fall. If he tried to compensate chakra for the weight before dangling, his hand would be blown away as, at that moment, the chakra was much more than required for just the hand to stick. Chakra sticking was different from glue in such a way. Something Takuma had learned from the scroll. He could dynamically regulate chakra's mass or force, changed which was needed to actually tree walk as with every step, a force was applied on the surface, requiring a change in chakra quantity to maintain the adhesion, but his proficiency was still away from that level. So, he jumped, and after numerous tries of slowly sliding down or being blown away. Slap. Takuma slapped his hand on the wall while simultaneously releasing chakra through tenketsu. And with one hand stuck on the wall, he dangled. Takuma looked down and he could see his feet off the ground. "Holy shit, I did it," he muttered to himself. He looked around, and he could see the other genin staring at him. He waved to Masaaki, who waved back with his jaw slightly open. They had yet to be able to stick a point on the wall. All of them were trying to run up the wall, taking the next step as soon as possible before the loose adhesion on the foot collapsed due to excessive force so they could plant the other foot on a higher point. That wasn't true tree walking. Takuma remembered. Yoshio had walked up the wall and then had stopped halfway through and remained there, even removing one foot to showboat. staying on the spot on a vertical surface that was true tree walking. Looking up at the height of the wall, Takuma could see a lot of distance for him to cover. He raised his free hand and tried to place it on a higher spot, but in doing so, he put force on his adhered hand so he could push his body upwards. A little force increased, and the applied chakra was suddenly not enough to maintain the adhesion. Takuma's hand came off the wall, and he slid down rapidly. Slap. He hurriedly slapped his other hand on the wall and applied the same amount of chakra he had done for the correct adhesion, and it worked. His fall stopped, and he dangled with his other hand supporting his weight. Only, instead of gaining height as he had attempted, he lost several feet of it. Shit, he cursed. Takuma sighed. He was now in the same position as the others. They could run up but not stick. He could stick but not climb up. But he wasn't worried because he had read the scroll. He needed to increase the chakra output dynamically as the force against the wall increased. Do it slowly, he thought. It was like letting up the clutch. You did it smoothly. He strained his arm as he pulled himself up and placed the other arm higher up on the wall, and in one fell swoop, he outputted the chakra on the higher hand while letting the lower one go. Okay. Takuma yelled out loud, hyped for the one step he had taken. He immediately tried to climb higher and ended up messing up the chakra output and ended up slipping a couple feet before catching himself. This time, he cursed himself out loud. Climbing using chakra was different from traditional climbing, as Takuma wasn't using his legs to secure leverage. He used his hands as absolute holds and then pulled himself up with them without using his legs to push himself up. From the ground, it looked like he was dragging himself up the straight wall. Doing it this way was tiring. His shoulders, elbows, and wrists felt exhausted and weak. If he wanted the chakra to act like sticky gloves, he would need a lot of practice in regulating his chakra according to the force shifts. For now, he had to do it this way. When he looked down, he saw that he was several meters high. He had already scaled 3 out of 4 stories height. Takuma looked up, and even though the slow deliberate climb had his body hurting, he raised his other hand. He was going to make it to the top. Yoshio, on the other side of the wall, sat on an outdoor chair with a report in his hand. Even though he was training Geinin brats, he still had to do damn paperwork. They need to pay me more for this shit, he grumbled as he filled what felt like the 100th dotted line. He hadn't gone checked how his group was doing on the other side of the wall. They weren't academy students anymore, and it wasn't his responsibility to baby them. They needed to work hard if they wanted to succeed. He would go observe them secretly just before the end of the session, which was whenever he wanted it to end, to see who all was slacking and punish them like the pathetic weasels they were. He didn't mind if they hadn't made substantial progress. As long as they put in the work, they would eventually get it, which was the important thing. Of course, if someone showed substantial progress that satisfied him, they could slack off. Results did matter, after all. Woo. He heard a voice and craned his neck up to see a figure standing on top of the wall with his hands raised up. He narrowed his eyes to identify who it was, and his eyes widened when he saw it was Takuma. The weakest of his group. Of the current of the batch. The only one to fail 2 graduation attempts. Some failed one of them, but none failed 2. None had done it in a while. Which was why it had been such a conversation among the instructor. He was waiting to see a lazy brat unfit to be a shinobi walk into the basic training, and he was ready to whip the kid into a functional bottom-of-the-barrel geinin, the type who eventually became career geinin, but the person who walked on contradicted most he had seen on the report. Yes, he was barely skilled in the basic Bukijutsu, but other than that, he was decently competent in Taijutsu and could perform the Academy 3 well. How much chakra he was wasting was another topic. He was disciplined and seemed to gel with his team. If Yoshio had to point something out, Takuma seemed a bit too rigid and needed to talk more. He was no way the best geinin he had got, but at the same time, he wasn't the worst he had seen. And he could appreciate those who put in the work. Didn't expect him to get to the top first. Yoshio thought he assumed it would be one of the clan kids. But then he saw Takuma starting to climb down. What the hell's he doing? Takuma climbed down on his hands instead of his feet as he explicitly instructed. Yoshio could tell that Takuma was using chakra but on his hands and not his feet. And what was supposed to be the harder part of the challenge as walking down the wall meant that gravity was now working in favor, which made sticking to the wall much harder while rapidly came down as opposed to when running up where you could lean your body forward while rushing. Without proper technique, their hold would weaken, and they would plummet down. Had turned into Takuma climbing down flat against the wall, looking foolish. The climb down was excruciatingly slow, showing the boy's inexperience with the technique. Takuma eventually made his way to the bottom without messing up. Woo! Celebrated the brat, his arms limp by his side. And what is this celebration for? Yoshio asked as he got up with the baton in hand. Geinin Takuma, you do remember I said that the challenge would only be considered successful when you scaled and climbed down the wall without using your hands. Takuma straightened up, assuming proper. He looked forward in the distance, not meeting Yoshio's eyes. Sir, I remember, sir. He said loudly. Then what was that you just did? Sir, as you said, chakra is notoriously difficult to gather near the feet. However, it's the easiest to gather chakra in hands. I used my hands to familiarize myself with the process so that I'd be able to progress faster when I switched to feet, sir, said Takuma. Yoshio couldn't find words for a moment. The logic made sense. Because people use their hands so much in their daily lives, it was instinctively easier to gather chakra in their hands, as opposed to legs, which, while people regularly used a lot, were the furthest from the heart where chakra was produced. He decided to throw a hypothetical at Takuma. Do you not fear embarrassment that everyone will learn the technique when you are still floundering with your strange hand climbing, left behind alone? Takuma didn't look fazed at all. Sir, I intend to win the mission points, sir, he said. Yoshio scoffed as any respectable instructor would do. You need all of your team to complete the challenge before any other team. As it stands, you're the furthest behind everyone, which places your team behind everyone else. But he could appreciate the effort and sentiment. He decided to not punish the brat for making zero official progress. Chapter 37, What are you doing today? Takuma raised his head from his feet to his three migrant teammates, who were looking at them with curious or dubious looks. Training for the tree walking practice? Said Takuma, his tone twisting in the end. It was the second day after Yoshio adjusted their training regimen to add 1.5 hours of tree walking, which they did on a wall. It has practice in the name, you know, I made air quotes. It's the training exercise to improve our chakra control and walk on any surface. People don't train for a training exercise, that doesn't make sense. Takuma raised a finger as he said, actually, that's not true. People who can't do a push-up can be taught to do the push-up motion against the flat wall, then at a slight angle, then on the floor with bent knees, basically making incremental progressions to the actual push-ups. It works with a lot of exercises. I'm doing the same here. That's not the same. What you mentioned is raising the difficulty. Nenro noticed I fold her arm and step forward, her expression turning sharper. He intervened by placing his arm between Takuma and I. What I is trying to say is if training for tree climbing will involve some actual climbing. Nenro asked. Huh? I climbed yesterday. Got to the top and down. Takuma had scuffed his hand badly by all the slipping and dragging his hands against the grainy concrete, nothing the shady guy couldn't fix, but still pretty painful after an hour and a half of dragging his hand against hard concrete. With legs, you dummy, said the usually cutesy girl of the group. Nenro rubbed the top of Ai's head, squishing her neck down a bit. He said to Takuma, you did something so different yesterday and somehow completed the challenge on your hands. It was startling. So when we saw you doing something else again, we got interested. Maybe it would help us complete the challenge quicker? Teach us. Masaaki's voice in the short distance rattled the others' ears. Takuma shrugged. He had no qualms about telling them. They were his teammates, and if he wanted to win the mission points, he needed his team to be the first to complete the challenge. Okay, so listen, yesterday after training let me get Taro, I interrupted and ran off to get their last teammate. She returned with Taro in tow, who flailed his limbs frantically as he was dragged on the ground. Masaaki threw his head back in laughter. Nenro sighed and shook his head. You could have politely asked him to come with you, he said. I did. No, you didn't, you wild woman. Taro raised his protest. I asked you once, but you started grumbling. I didn't want to waste time because I knew there would be no end to it. We only get 90 minutes of practice for this exercise. You left me no choice. No choice? No choice? Takuma didn't need to listen more to decide he was siding with I. In the few weeks of working closely with Taro, and what he knew from the time before, Takuma knew there was no one more lazy than his ex-classmate. Taro was lazy incarnate. He didn't outright slack off and not complete the tasks assigned to him, only he tread the thin rope by merely doing the minimum amount to get by without pulling himself into trouble. And he was very good at it. Alright, both of you fight later, Takuma clapped his hand to get their attention to him. I already told you about the sticky hand climbing yesterday. The moment he returned from his successful climb, everyone crowded him about what he was doing. He had been polite and told the gist of his approach so as to not burn any bridges with the group, because even though they were separated into teams, a lot of the time was spent together with the group. Afterward, he took his group aside to share some details. No one had given the sticky hand climbing approach a try, though, not even his teammates. He didn't blame them, he technically was with the least amount of progress. Today, I'm doing a simpler version of the tree climbing practice, Takuma continued. Like the push-up example, I furrowed her brows. I'm doing what you guys are doing but on a less complicated surface, which is flat ground, he pointed down. He had yet to climb the wall using the standard tree walking style. Instead, after thinking about it for a day, He came up with another step to make progress more painless as possible. By walking on the ground, you can take your time to apply the grip with chakra, eliminating the complexity that comes with a vertical surface. Taro, who was still on the ground, said while staring at Takuma's feet with his brows furrowed ever so slightly. You don't have to worry about falling to the ground while you regulate the chakra between your souls as you take a step forward. Exactly. Takuma pointed at Taro as that was precisely the crux of the simpler version. I can do it slowly as gravity isn't hungry to pull me back down to the ground, as the saying went. What goes up eventually comes down, and I can take it as slow as I want while everyone else is trying to sprint up. He continued and pointed at his feet. I'm trying to make every step stick to the ground without this happening. Takuma pushed the chakra to the sole of his front foot. The topsoil burst under his foot, and at the same time, he was thrown back onto the ground, unable to retain any semblance of balance. He sat up with a groan. The feeling of being thrown back was annoying. This exercise is perfect for getting a sense of how weight and force distributes between the two legs as you walk. If you can do it on the ground, you would have an infinitely easier time doing it on the steepest of walls. It makes sense, Taro nodded. Right? Takuma smiled. Start with both feet sticking to the ground, then release one foot and raise it up while adjusting chakra for the increased weight on the back foot. Plant the forefoot on the ground, secure it with chakra, and only release the back foot when you have affirmed the grip on the forefoot. And then repeat the process. Let's give this a try, said I. Nenro and Masaaki quickly agreed. All of them opted to do the ground walking without trying the hand climb like Takuma. Nenro even said that directly doing it with feet made more sense and involving hands seemed like an additional unnecessary step. Takuma didn't agree, but he also didn't argue. Who was he to tell them how to do things? The hands exercise worked with him, who knows if it would work for everyone. Hey, where are you going? Masaaki called when he noticed Taro walking away. Everyone looked to see Taro going back to his original spot. Back to the wall, Taro jutted his chin to the tall concrete structure. You're not doing Takuma's thing? No, you guys go ahead, I'll stick to the normal method, Taro said. What the hell? Masaaki frowned heavily, sounding upset and confused. Didn't you say that Takuma made sense? Why are you not doing it then? Taro stopped and turned. He looked disinterested in the conversation with his lidded eyes and hands slipped into his pant pockets. I did say it made sense, but never did I say it was correct. Huh? No one has tested Takuma's approach before. Hell, even he himself hasn't tested it before. He just came up with it after yesterday's session, who knows if it would work. The logic made sense, but a lot of things make sense on the surface, but not all of them actually work. I would rather try out an approach everyone knows works than try something whipped up by a rookie geinin with less than a day's worth of thought. Taro glanced at Takuma. No offense, but given your past performance, we both know you aren't exactly reliable regarding this stuff. You. How can you say that? Masaaki sounded upset but looked more confused. Even Nenro and I looked uncomfortable with the confrontation. Everyone, let's not fight, Nenro stepped forward, the mediator in any conflict in the team and group. Let's talk about it peacefully. He's right, Takuma suddenly said. The trio looked at him in surprise. Everything Taro said is right. We don't know how well my progress on the ground would translate on the wall. Even if it does work, who can say it is worth it from a time standpoint? What if just grinding it out on a wall from start to finish is faster than my approach of gradually increasing difficulty? It upset him. Taro's words about his reliability hit a place he didn't want to admit hurt. He might be on the same rank as every one of his peers in basic training, but his reputation remained the same. He was still Takuma, the geinin who had failed 2 graduation attempts, the geinin who despite being a graduate of the Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi Academy wasn't given a chance to test against Hijonin, the same person who had lost all fights but one, the geinin who had barely inched into geinin rookie. He was still all of those things. None of them had disappeared. Takuma clenched his fist until he was white-knuckling and looked up at Taro. Still, I will continue on with my approach, he said. You do you, Taro shrugged before walking away. Takuma closed his eyes for a moment to calm his emotions down before opening them to look at his feet. He summoned the 2 energies in his body and melded them together to create chakra that flowed from his feet to the farthest part, the soles of his feet. Hey, Takuma. He looked up at Nenro and winced when the chakra that reached his feet didn't create a strong enough sticking grip and fizzled out. Yes, he sighed. I think we're going through the normal route, Nenro said with pursed lips. His shining confident charm seemed to be dull in the moment as he matched eyes with Takuma. Takuma nodded. Who was he to tell them how to do things? Nenro walked away with Ai, who looked regretful as she followed her boyfriend. Masaaki looked conflicted as he looked between Takuma and Nenro and Ai. In the end, he walked after his academy friends with his head hung down as if he was guilty. Takuma looked down at his feet and tried to mold chakra, But a hollowing feel stopped him. He knew what it was, he had felt it a lot in the past year. He was used to it. It shouldn't have bothered him. But who knew that after a few weeks in the company of a team with whom he spent most of his days, being all alone again would sting so much? "Don't waste your time," said a voice. "Remember, you're trying to get stronger to survive, to thrive. You can't waste time worrying about others when you know how this world is and what's to come." He was right. Takuma had no time to waste. He had no special talents to rely upon or a clan to support him. He needed to do it on his own, and there was only one way to attain his goals: to work more than everyone else, and better than anyone else. Only you can guarantee your success, and thus, he molded his chakra. Chapter 38. Yoshio stretched his legs as he got up from his outside chair and pocketed the scroll he was working on. Keeping the tree walking practice at the end of every training session worked very well for him. He got 1 hour of free time that he used to complete work other than training the brats, which allowed him to call it a day immediately after the training ended. As intended, he had already completed the day's work. For the last 30 minutes, he would observe his group to gauge their progress. He weaved the hand seals for the teleportation jutsu, and a moment later, he was on the other side of the wall, in a place a distance away from his Gainins, so they wouldn't notice him. Even if they had guessed when the training ended, 30 minutes was enough time to observe them in hiding to see if they were actually working or just pretending in the last few moments. It was a real problem. Yoshio knew it was because he had done it when he was a Gainin, though he was in a Jonin lead 3-man cell. His sensei had found out about it and whooped his ass into the ground. He saw no reason why his Gainin should be any different. It was already the 4th day after his tree climbing practice announcement. Yoshio expected that most, if not everyone, would be able to gain decent proficiency by the end of the 3rd week, enough to scale up and down the wall. Though, he expected those more efficient with their chakra and those from shinobi clans to start making significant progress by the end of the 1st week. After that, it would take them 3 to 5 days to complete the exercise. Generally, clanless kids with shinobi parents followed soon after and would be done by the end of the 2nd week with a day or two of leeway. The remains would then complete theirs all over in the 3rd week. Let's see how much they have improved today. Yoshio took out a small notebook upon which he had noted everyone's maximum height from yesterday. Tree walking improved gradually but consistently until the moment the sense for it kicked in, and then it was easy to improve it to a decent level. His group was still in the gradual progress stage. He checked the teams one by one, and as expected, they seemed to be following the norms. Clan kids were doing well, those with shinobi parentage seemed to be competing, and civilian-born seemed to follow along nicely at their own pace. Yoshio arrived at the last team, Team 5. His eyes first went to the group leader, pretty boy Nenro. The kid had talent, even though he was a recruit from outside Hidden Leaf Village and not from one of the major cities which had respectable academies, but from a small-town academy. Nenro was competing with some of the clan kids. His skill set was balanced and refined, which meant he would have many choices in the future. Yoshio liked him. He worked hard enough, knew how to communicate with others, and was well liked. If the cards were played right, he could see a potential Chunin in the making. The Chunin position traditionally valued leadership more than anything else, and the boy's natural charisma would do wonders for him in that regard. After noting down the progress, Yoshio moved on to Ai, the girl from the same town as Nenro. If he was being honest, she had a lot of things she could improve upon. I could perform the general rookie Gainin skill set learned in the academy as well as anyone else, but they could be raised to another level if she polished her basics. He decided to push her more during the drills and force her to improve. Surprisingly, I was higher on the wall than even Nenro. Her chakra control seemed to be great. Girls tended to be better at chakra control, but she was doing phenomenally. Yoshio noted the observation for his end of basic training report that he needed to formulate for the counselor. He looked forward to seeing if she would be one of the first to complete the challenge. It was then time for the 3rd brat from the same academy. Yoshio took pride in his responsibility as an instructor, and he had broken down many Gainin to be made better in his career. But Masaaki was one of those tough cookies who was either super mental strength or dense as a brick, because the boy didn't break down even a little bit. Yoshio had tried to make the boy be a little more serious, or at least put on a serious front, but the boy was as outwardly jovial as he was when he arrived. At the same time, he liked the people of Masaaki's type. They were simple and straightforward and turned out to be generally nice people, and he enjoyed working with nice people. Plus, the boy could hit hard. No one in his group hit as hard as Masaaki. The boy would have gone far if he was born a Kimiki. The next one gave Yoshio some headaches. Through his career, he had learned that it was the lazy yet intelligent ones that did well. If they were the right type of laziness, they would take action and choose choices that would make their time easier. And they were the types who ended up in important leadership positions. But basic training was his domain. Yoshio didn't care for laziness, be it the wrong or right type. He wanted everyone to be working themselves to the bone so that he could say they had done all they could have. But the damned brat did just enough to avoid his baton. Yoshio saw a potential he could beat out, but he was held back because the brat was being tricky. I will get him, Yoshio thought. There were plans for the future that would force Taro to act with more initiative. Now, how's the weird kid doing today? Yoshio's eyes went to the final member of the team. Yoshio didn't care what method anyone used as long as they got the job done, so he ignored Takuma's unorthodox approach and even looked upon it with interest. But it had been 2 days since Takuma had done anything but take strolls in the field. Yoshio wasn't a fool and saw what Takuma was trying to do from the blown-up spots littered around where Takuma practiced. However, Takuma had not shown any real progress, which was worrying. Every day in basic training was precious. There was a lot to learn, but not enough time to beat it in. The Geinin already had 5 years of training, the state couldn't hold them in training anymore. The more time Takuma spent showing nothing on the wall, the less time he would have to catch up with everyone else. I should talk to him today. Or should I give him one more day, Yoshio was thinking when he saw Takuma walk towards the wall. Was Takuma going to try climbing the wall? Takuma walked to the wall and touched it for a few seconds before moving a few steps away from it. He's going to run, Yoshio could tell. And that Takuma did. He ran to the wall and placed one foot on the wall, then the second. He leaned forward as he pushed his feet against the wall, and the first step quickly followed, then second, third, and fourth before he suddenly pivoted his entire body to face sideways and came to a skidding stop. But Takuma didn't fall. He stood perfectly perpendicular to the wall with his feet firmly planted on the vertical surface. Yoshio moved closer. None of his other Geinin had been able to stop themselves on the wall. They would hurriedly climb until they could no longer. No, he was wrong. Takuma had been able to stay on the wall, only it was with his hands. The other 24 pairs of Geinin eyes were now also staring at Takuma. Yoshi could sense their thoughts right now. The weird kid had been able to do something none of them could yet do. Well done, Yoshio thought. Takuma had shown progress, substantial progress, and that was enough. Yoshio was about to mark Takuma's progress when he twisted his feet face upward along with his entire body. It couldn't have been more clear what he wanted to do, but before Yoshio could even look up from his little notebook to complete the thought, Takuma had taken off. He ran. One step at a time, Takuma ran up the wall with cheers following up from the ground. The entire wall was empty, sans the one person who continued to scale the wall without hands. 1 meter. 2. 3. 5. 10. Takuma had already crossed 3/4 of the distance when his feet skidded. The grip from the chakra disappeared in an instant, and Takuma lost balance. So close, Yoshio narrowed his eyes. For a moment, he thought Takuma would make it all the way to the top in one run, but it seemed that he was wishing for too much. However, this was enough, more than enough. Takuma's performance would set a fire under his and even other groups and make them play catch-up. With lost grip, the fall started, and Takuma began to plummet. But out of nowhere, Takuma slapped his gloved hands on the wall as he slid down. The next moment, the sole below the toes of his shinobi boots were skidding against the wall. It was like someone decreased the playback speed on Takuma as his fall slowed down until he was midway through the wall with the tip of his fingers and the toes of his feet tethering him to the surface. Takuma shifted his feet until the soles of his feet were wholly pressed against the surface. He then slowly released his hand from the surface and straightened him. For a moment, he flailed around, eliciting gasps from the audience, but Takuma steadied himself and was again standing on the wall. He shifted his head to glance down at the ground for a moment before looking back up. 1 step. 2nd. 3rd. 4th. 5th. Soon Takuma was already past his highest point, and then beyond. On the top of the wall, 2 hands with frayed gloves grabbed the edge before Takuma pulled himself up and sat down on the top with his shoulders gently heaving. He looked down at all the people who were looking up at him. For a moment, he stared at them. Then he stood up, his eyes still on them. He raised one hand and began beating his chest as he let out the loudest yell that reached the bottom without getting any quieter. With his notebook and pen in still hands, Yoshio looked atop the wall with surprise in his eyes. The climb was in no way perfect. Takuma had slipped once, and even with a miraculous recovery, it was still considered a broken run. Not to mention, coming down from the wall with 3 walking was the harder part. Clap. 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 But Yoshio had to give it to the boy. In 4 days, the kid had scaled up the wall. Faster than even the 1-week, 10-day estimate he had set for clan kids. It went against his image, but he clapped. The kid deserved it. Taking his lead, the entire group began to clap for the solitary person standing above them as they looked up at him. Chapter 39, As the winter warmed, biting winds turned into cool breezes, which Taro appreciated greatly. If he was to struggle under the sun all day long, then it would very well be with gentle currents keeping him nice and fresh, something that was difficult to maintain with most of his time spent in the gruesome basic training inflicted upon him by the muscle-bound gorilla of an instructor. Chunin Yoshio. He wanted to sit, if not lay down on the grass and enjoy the pleasant weather, but the fear of Yoshio's beating kept him standing. The madman broke bones first and thought about it later. But he had came to appreciate the time spent staring at the large wall as his group mates tried to run up the wall using only their legs and chakra to scale the wall to complete the tree walking practice challenge set by Yoshio. He would prefer if he had a book in hand to read, because watching them put in so much effort and struggle to make it just a few steps higher on the wall than before was honestly exhausting. Alas, reading time outside was limited to when he was patrolling the beat or during lunchtime if he was luckily left alone. However, things had changed on the wall. Back at the start, every person in Yoshio's group would be boosting up the wall, falling down, and then trying again. Repeating the process until the time was over, and they could return to their sweet homes. But for the last few days, the wall had turned empty. He looked at the ground between him and the wall at a dozen people awkwardly walking around, pulling up grass and bursting the ground with their insufficient chakra control. Every step was slow as they took time to apply the chakra grip and then detach it before taking the next step, and repeating the process over and over in hopes that it would allow them to scale the wall better and faster. Idiots, he thought. Hadn't they seen how Takuma had done it while practicing on the ground? His awkwardness had lasted less than 15 minutes before resuming a natural gait. It wasn't that Takuma had learned something they hadn't, he still blew up the ground under his feet plenty of times on the first day. Takuma's easier ground exercise was to eliminate the vertical complexity and made them understand the natural motion of the foot when someone walked. In the back foot, the heel rose first, putting the weight and pressure on the front half, making it so that the chakra going to the entirety of the sole's surface needed to be redirected to only the tenketsu present in the ball and toes to counteract the shift in surface area. The same action happened in the forefoot, but the opposite. The grip needed to be established the moment the heel made contact before the chakra was evenly distributed to the entire sole when the whole foot was planted on the surface. By not walking naturally, they were wasting most of the benefits derived from the exercise. Taro silently shook his head. Making all that effort only to waste it because they weren't putting it in a proper manner. He glanced at his teammates. At least there was someone who wasn't wasting their efforts altogether. Nenro, and Masaaki clearly had some additional pointers from Takuma as they walked naturally when walking on the ground. Smart of Takuma to leave the finer detail to only his team and let the others struggle their way to the realization it paid off, as Nenro, and Masaaki had already moved onto the wall and were scaling up to good heights. Takuma's ground walking exercise had swept over the group like wildfire after he had successfully scaled a wall in 4 days, faster than anyone, much faster. So much so that it was already the 6th day, and no one else had made it atop the wall. That had swayed more than half of the group to follow in his footsteps. He glanced up at the wall. Some still followed the traditional method, those who had a shinobi background in their family or clan like him. Maybe the other guys didn't want to admit that Takuma, the dead last orphan from the academy, could be better than him. Or perhaps they simply were getting the hang of tree walking through the traditional approach and didn't want to go the other route. Or maybe their mom forces them to practice tree walking at home after their run ragged from a long day of harsh training, Taro thought. The time dedicated to tree climbing practice in the training regiment was his time to rest. After making sure Yoshio was actually not keeping an eye on them, Taro had found that as long as he practiced in the last half hour, Yoshio wouldn't break his legs. His mom made him practice tree walking for an hour at home, so he worked the same 90 minutes as everyone else, and he really didn't want to work more than that. In his opinion, it was a win-win for everyone. A raggedy scream followed by a loud fuck sent birds in the trees flying away with their flapping wings echoing in the field. Taro's eyes twitched. It had happened a couple times a day, but he hadn't gotten used to it. Everyone looked at the wall, or to be precise, tried to imagine the scene behind the wall. The front side of the wall was for climbing up, but only those who had scaled up to the top could go on the other side to practice coming down. And out of 25 members of Yoshio's group, only one had reached the top and thus practiced scaling down on the other side. Takuma cursed when he was frustrated. He had done so since they were in the academy and had gotten in trouble for it. Taro had heard Takuma curse more than speak when they were in the academy, but that was because Takuma pretty much never talked to anyone when they were in the academy. Even now, Takuma mostly spoke when he was spoken to. There was another loud scream, and Taro's eyes automatically moved to the left of the wall. After half a minute, Takuma came into view with his hand holding his opposite shoulder as he limped to the medical ninja sitting in the distance under a carousel umbrella. Yoshio didn't appreciate cursing while in the presence of a superior-ranked shinobi, and the madman had no qualms about hurting the offenders to get his point across. Takuma was a fool to not understand after having a kunai slice his ear the first time around. Oh. Taro turned his attention away from Takuma to the wall and found himself looking at Ai running up the wall. She rose up, and in a couple seconds, I was in the lead, leaving everyone else on the wall was left behind. I didn't stop and seemingly had gotten the key to Chuck Raw control, as she only stopped when she reached the top of the wall. The second person in the group to reach the top wasn't from a shinobi clan, he wasn't even from the Leaf Village. That was going to sting many people. Taro glanced at the proud members of Leaf's shinobi clan. Good for them. Taro was happy for his teammates' success. And he was happy with a breeze on his face. Taro, you need to practice more. Apparently, others weren't happy with his happiness, which wasn't surprising to him, as other people seemed to think to make his business their business and poke their noses where he didn't ask them to. It was quite annoying if he was being honest. Taro gazed at his teammates standing in front of him. Usually, they would practice at the wall, but today they seemed to have gained an unwanted interest in him. May I ask why? He said. I'm doing well enough. He wasn't last in the group because Yoshio punished the people lacking behind, so he had kept himself in the middle of the pack, where it was safe. Because you're going to make us lose, said Takuma, standing a step behind others with his arms crossed. It was the first time since Taro had turned away Takuma's approach that he said a word to him. Takuma had clearly taken some offense to that. They were still civil, but just not on talking terms. What he means to say is that we want our team to be the first to complete the challenge, Nenro interjected and said with a disarming smile. Taro had to say Okubo Momoe had nothing on Nenro when it came to popularity. His teammate was disgustingly popular among their rookie batch. Mr. Sunshine seemingly could get along with anyone thrown at him. Is it really important for us to come first? Taro sighed. It absolutely is, I said. I want to win the prize. Taro forgot Ai's obsession with coming on top of the weekly leaderboard. They had to do it. But it seemed she was more interested in the prize than coming first. Well, to be honest, I'm not interested in coming first, he shrugged. Why? Masaaki sounded confused. If we win, we get mission points. We can buy jutsu from that, you know. How cool it would be to learn cool jutsu. So, come on, let's come first, we can even brag about it. It'll be fun. Too bright, Taro sighed. It was like Masaaki had an 4-drip of sugar solution attached to him, keeping him hyper every second of the day. Nah, I'm fine, he said. Mission points were the internal currency prevalent in the Leaf Shinobi organization. They had many uses and could purchase everything from everyday groceries to vacation packages. But one of the most pervasive uses was to access jutsu from the official jutsu archives maintained by the state. With enough mission points, any shinobi could purchase a jutsu scroll and increase their military strength. It was the primary way for shinobi to gain access to the jutsu of their choice, and similar systems existed in the other 4 major shinobi organizations. However, Taro wasn't in dire need of mission points. It was true that he was a rookie geinin who needed to learn more practical jutsu to use them on the field, and mission points would be vital for him to not only keep himself safe but also grow as a shinobi. Would be. But for him, he didn't need to slog for hours to get few measly points. After all, he could just ask his you pathetic piece of shit," said Takuma, his brows hooked and mouth pursed in anger. Takuma, that was rude. I was shocked as she scolded Takuma. No, that was warranted. Takuma pointed at Taro. He's a spoiled piece of shit who doesn't want to work to gain things. He doesn't care about coming first in the weekly leaderboards or winning the challenge because it doesn't matter to him. Does it, Taro? Tell me I'm wrong. Taro narrowed his eyes. He didn't appreciate the tone Takuma had taken with him. What? Said Nenro. Takuma snorted, a strange expression on the usually calm and silent guy. He doesn't care for mission points because they don't matter to him. He doesn't need to work for them because his parents are shinobi who can use their mission points to buy any jutsu scroll he wants. He told me his mom is a chunin, and what's a simple D-rank jutsu to a chunin? She could probably dump any amount for her pathetic son. That was an exaggeration, and what was the repeated use of pathetic to describe him? Takuma, calm down. Nenro placed his hand on Takuma's shoulder. Takuma shrugged it off and grabbed Taro's collar to pull him up. Not all of us are as coddled and sheltered as you are, who can beg mommy and daddy to get them new toys whenever they want. Some of us have to work for our own shit and not be a mass of utterly useless with no redeeming quality. You're the laziest mother. Before Takuma could continue, Nenro and Masaaki pulled him away from Taro and made him stop talking. Alright, I'm stopping. Takuma pushed them off and walked a few steps away from them. Hey, Taro, come on, let's try, I said, her usually upbeat tone mellowed down with a pleading in her eyes. I was cute, and for a moment, Taro contemplated agreeing. The charm of girls was dangerous, Taro thought. Instead, he said, Takuma's right. I don't need the mission points, at least not for a while. Everyone from shinobi clans or those who have shinobi parents get help, and so will I. There's no need for me or anyone else like me to win the challenge or come first in the weekly rankings. Takuma, who was facing away, turned to face Taro. You know, I thought you were a smart guy. I once told you that, he said, shaking his head. But it seems I had judged wrong. You're the most idiotic person I know. Kids with shinobi parents don't have to come first? Yeah, sure, that might be true, and they might not care about coming first or winning, Takuma pointed at the wall, but at least they're fucking trying out there, trying to get better and improve themselves. You, on the other hand, are not only wasting your time but also screwing us along. Takuma scoffed, why stay in the Geinin Corps? You said that to me. That if you have to be a Geinin, there are many other options. You had said that so nonchalantly. But you know what I think? You're going to be a career Geinin because no one will take a useless, lazy piece of shit like you because you're a mommy's boy who can't do anything by themselves. Who would like to hire someone like you? Go screw yourself. Saying that, Takuma walked away in a huff. Masaaki threw Taro a look before running after Takuma. I don't want to agree with what Takuma said, but as you're acting now, I can't help but agree with him, said Nenro before walking away with Ai. Taro watched them before sighing. He had simply told the truth. People with shinobi children had a clear advantage against civilian-born shinobi. There was a reason why so many jonin came from shinobi clans. They had the resources and connections that allowed them to allow talented members to rise to the top. You're the most idiotic person I know, he disagreed with that. Instead, he was being smart. He was doing what was expected of him, nothing more, nothing less. You're going to be a career Geinin because no one will take a useless, lazy piece of shit like you because you're a mommy's boy who can't do anything by themselves. Who will like to hire someone like you? Taro flicked his neck. He was an efficient person. Doing above and beyond what was mandated wasn't slacking off. He did not desire to be the best at anything because that would only attract more work. He preferred the middle because it was the coziest and most hassle-free. But as you're acting now, I can't help but agree with him. Taro's eyes twitched as he recalled how Nenro, Ai, and Masaaki had looked at him. He covered his face with his hands and groaned. Shit. He dropped his hand to his waist and hung his head with squinted eyes. Shit. He had to do it now, didn't he? He couldn't take being insulted by the dead last to his face. What would people say if they heard it? They would come to him and laugh and bother him. That sounded totally annoying. What if he scaled a wall before them? Then they wouldn't be able to say anything because they were below the guy who got insulted by the dead last. Yeah, let's go with that, he thought. And with that, Taro took a step towards the wall. Chapter 40, Come on, you lazy bastard, you can do it. Takuma yelled at the top of his lungs with his hands framing his mouth as he looked up at the wall with three people on the other side of the concrete wall. Standing alongside with him were Nenro, Ai, and Masaaki, along with another three Geinin from another team standing in the distance, yelling to the two Geinin on the wall beside Taro. There were more Geinin who observed, but none of them were vocal in their support. Taro, on the wall, clicked his tongue at the sound of Takuma's voice. He glanced at his competition, both in different lanes than him. One was standing a few steps below him, while the other was barely a foot above him. He clenched his jaw, looked directly at the ground, and took a step forward that turned into a couple of quick steps until he was at the same height as the guy previously in front of him. He stepped on the brakes and used both his legs to grip the wall to stop the gravity from pulling him to the ground. The front foot's grip proved insufficient, and it slid a few inches. His team on the ground gasped. Only the solid grip on the back foot kept Taro on the wall as he hurriedly fixed the grip and stopped himself from plummeting to the ground. Taro bent his knees, placing his hands on the wall, and tucked his head down as his shoulders rose and fell. Sir, that counts as a disqualification, said Cho, a teammate of the two guys competing against Taro, Yoshio sitting behind the crowd on his foldable chair. Bullshit. He's still on the wall. Are you blind? I said viciously and glared at Cho threateningly. Yoshio looked up from his newspaper to I don't appreciate the crass language in front of me, Drop down and give me 40 immediately, you filthy maggot, he said. I growled in frustration as she got down to do her push-ups. Cho looked ecstatic with glee and stuck her tongue at I. Yoshio glanced up at the wall. Taro's still on the wall, his run continues, he said to Cho's chagrin. On the wall, Taro's competition both moved forward, immediately pushing him into third place and crossing 3/4 way down from the top. He's not going to make it, Masaaki bit on his thumb's nail as he stared intently at Taro. He always falls after crossing the halfway mark. I believe in him, Nenro said, one hand clutching his blonde hair. Takuma breathed out. He felt jumpy watching Taro competing on the wall. It was day 9 of the tree climbing challenge, and half the people had already made it to the top of the wall. Out of them, he, Nenro, I, and Masaaki had already completed the climbing down part of the challenge, leaving only Taro behind them, putting them on top as the favorites to win the tree walking practice challenge. But they had competition. Another team had 3 members who had completed the challenge and had 2 members attempting to successfully climb down without falling down, making it Taro versus 2 others for the mission point prize. Takuma wished he was in Taro's position. He would rather it be him in the clutch to bring the prize home than pin hopes on someone else, even if it meant he had to shoulder the blame if he failed. Unfortunately, somehow his dead last status had betrayed him the one time he actually needed it, and now he had to watch Taro struggle on the last stretch. He could tell that today was going to be the deciding day as compared to yesterday. The 3 had cut down their failure rate by huge margins. They were still falling but much further into their walk down. Why couldn't I have been dumped into a Yamanaka? Takuma lamented. It would have been so much easier if he could have just taken control of Taro's body and won the challenge. You wouldn't have been able to cast the needed jutsu, you dumbass, his voice mocking him in his head. Takuma sighed. Indeed, that would have been the scenario. Taro got up from his crouching position and started walking, taking heavy thumping steps, moving closer to the ground. He passed the other 2 but didn't stop moving or even slow down and kept walking. Don't fall! Takuma yelled. A vein twitched on Taro's forehead. You don't think I know that? He yelled. Shut up! I yelled at Takuma. Masaaki's nail-biting got aggressive. Nenro's other hand was now clutching his neck. Taro made the bold move and started running, which was infinitely more complex. Takuma screamed inside his mind, which continued until Taro reached the bottom, stopped near the very bottom, and then smoothly stepped on the grass. Takuma raised his hand, yelled in celebration, and jumped on Taro, with Masaaki and I joining the pile. Get you me! Taro waved his arms and legs on the bottom of the pile as Takuma and others laughed atop of him. After they untangled, Taro turned to Takuma and said, I'm going to get out of Geinin Core before you. Mark that. A comeback response formed in his mind, but Takuma chose to simply smile. He was just thrilled at the moment. The team had grabbed the number 1 position, which meant he was going to get his first mission points as the reward. Yoshio relieved the flimsy-looking chair from bearing his large frame and got up. That marks the end of the tree walking practice challenge, he said. I can't believe that the team with a 2-time failure got first place. I fear for the future of Leaf Shinobi. Takuma didn't mind. He had gotten used to Yoshio's verbal abuse. It would feel strange if he didn't hear Yoshio berate in some way at least once every day. Yoshio ordered them to gather up front, where he addressed everyone in his group. You all have been part of basic training for nearly a month now and have shown varying levels of improvement, disappointing mostly, but improvements nevertheless, and I'm sure a lot of you're feeling good about yourself, Yoshio said as he walked between the 5x5 grid of attention gain and standing in perfect posture. Takuma was indeed feeling good about himself. So much so that he was going to buy some of that expensive meat he saw at the butcher to make himself a scrumptious meal tonight. If you think you have figured it out, think again because what we were doing till now was what my grandma can do, and she's been dead 20 years, Yoshio yelled at them. From tomorrow, we're going to do some real shinobi training, so enjoy today because you're not going to do it tomorrow. Takuma would have rolled his eyes after hearing such threats day after day, but when the person who said it held no hesitation to beat the crap out of them for practically any offense, Takuma just couldn't ignore the threat as nothing. As the final tournament is a month away, and I want to win so that I can rub it in my friend's face, from tomorrow, the restrictions on sparring will be lifted, said Yoshio. Takuma moved his eyes to see if others knew what Yoshio was talking about. From tomorrow, usage of ninjutsu and ganjutsu is permitted. Weapons of your choice are now allowed. Smoke bombs and explosive tags are fair game. Anything that you think you can use to kill your opponent, bring it from tomorrow because I'm going to allow it to be used. Yoshio's words echoed in Takuma's ears. Their spars had been restricted to taijutsu and the standard shinobi weapons like they had been in the academy. Even in his spars against Marubushi, the rules had been the same. An unrestricted spar was unknown territory for him. Every spar you're going to be part of from here on out will be unrestricted, as that's what real life is like. The spars are going to teach you how to incorporate other skills into your fighting skill, which I suppose for many of you is nothing but taijutsu. Takuma raised his hand. Sir, what if we don't know any ninjutsu other than the Academy 3? He asked. Yoshio's hearty laughter sounded sinister to Takuma. Then you better use those mission points to buy some jutsu because I'm sure many of your friends here already have jutsu in their arsenal, prepared to be used. Yoshio came by Takuma and placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. And I'm going to make you spar with each other every day. They're going to use those jutsu on you every chance they get, and while I'll make sure you don't die, there's only so much I can do about the pain. I'm sure you understand, right, Takuma? Takuma stood rigid as Yoshio's hand left his body, but he could still feel it weighing down on his shoulder. He glanced around the grid and saw the others looking at him. Some had a hint of smiles on their faces. Cho had an especially nasty grin on her face. He wasn't looking forward to tomorrow. What are you going to buy? Masaaki asked as they walked home together after training ended. Nenro and I had taken off together, and Takuma's place was in the opposite direction. Are you going to buy a jutsu? It doesn't make sense to save the mission points in this situation, said Takuma. We can only get mission points if we rank number 1 in the weekly leaderboard, and spars are a big part of it. With ninjutsu included, competition is going to get tough. If we don't learn jutsu of our own, we're definitely going to be left behind. He was no Rock Lee who could make a career out of taijutsu. He needed supernatural weapons of destruction to help him. And I really don't want to get thrashed in every spar. Believe me, I tried that. I'm over it. Not fun at all. Plus, he was sure these new spars would hurt a lot. In their group, not a single group had ranked number 1 multiple times. And while their group hadn't placed number 1, they had been number 2 twice because of Nenro and Masaaki's sparring and because they were never messed up in the drills. With the unrestricted spars, their positioning was yet again at risk. I have no idea what I'm going to get, Takuma said. He didn't even know what jutsu was there in the library and if there were any good ones he could buy with his mission points. He just hoped there was some variety. What about you? He asked. Masaaki shrugged. I'll talk with Nenro and I. Do you want to come with us tomorrow? Takuma shook his head. He was going to consult with Maraboshi, the wisest person he knew, about which jutsu he should choose. It was an important choice because, with his track record, it could take anywhere from 1 day to 2 months to learn this jutsu, and if he was going to get his ass kicked into the dirt while he worked hard to learn this jutsu, so it better be good and worth the pain and effort. Even though he could see the hard days in front of him, he couldn't help but feel excited about learning a new jutsu. This was going to be his first practical jutsu, a significant addition to his toolbox that would define his combat style. Takuma said goodbye to Masaaki before heading toward Maraboshi's home to visit his teacher, whom he hadn't seen in a month since he had started basic training. Chapter 41, Takuma rested his temple on his palm as he flipped through the thick pages of an old binder in front of him, reading the small font that populated the page. He knew choosing a jutsu would be difficult, but spending 3 hours flipping through D-rank jutsu catalogs in the jutsu archives for the last 4 days hadn't been part of his plan. Ninjutsu divided into 5 elemental categories, the various jutsu that didn't fit in the elemental categories, and Ganjutsu. There were so many choices to pick from. While not unlimited, there were double-digit jutsu in each elemental release, the same with Ganjutsu in the miscellaneous category. The freedom of choice was paralyzing. Only if the timing had been different. His initial plan of relying on Maraboshi's rich shinobi experience had fallen on its head when he went to Maraboshi's house only to be told by the neighbor that Maraboshi had left for a mission last week and wasn't scheduled to return for the next couple weeks. Takuma groaned. If only the mission points had arrived a week earlier, he wouldn't be having this problem. I should have prepared for my first jutsu the moment I knew about mission points, but Takuma didn't have that foresight. He pushed the binder away and pulled in the pocket notepad to add another jutsu to his shortlist list. Not all D-rank jutsu priced similarly, and with the mission points he had, he could only get those within his price range. Seeing the more expensive D-rank jutsu made him want to hold back on the purchase and maybe try to get more before buying one, but knowing that wasn't a choice, he was grateful that his poverty had restricted his choices. If not, he would be visiting the archives for weeks trying to pick one out. He flipped through the tiny pages, each featuring a jutsu that interested him. Earth style, water style, ninjutsu that fell under the Bukijutsu category, Ganjutsu, and many others that served defensive or offensive purposes. Takuma stared at the list for who knew how long before he got up and placed the catalog binders in their place on the shelves. The jutsu archives were separated by grade. Z and D rank jutsu were placed in the same library, while C and B rank were stored in other locations. He was curious to know if there was even an A rank library, as those jutsu were considered in the same category as precious treasures. According to Taro, even Jonin had difficulty raking up enough mission points to purchase A-rank jutsu. That's why it grinded his gears to think there existed a clan that could just copy jutsu by seeing someone performing. He could understand why Orochimaru was so obsessed for Uchiha's Sharingan. Choosing his jutsu really put the Sharingan's cheat-like abilities into perspective. If I knew something like this would happen, I would have read the Rasengan training chapters until I was dreaming about them. Takuma regretted not being a massive Naruto fan. If he knew how Rasengan worked, not only could he learn it without forking out mission points, he would have a powerful B-rank jutsu or whatever rank Rasengan was considered. If it was good enough for the protagonist and the fourth Hokage, it was more than good enough for him. He moved deeper into the archive until he arrived at the section in the back with a small counter. The counter was embedded into the wall and was made from heavy steel. Takuma looked at the shinobi standing behind the counter through the glass that was lined with a chain-link fence. I would like to exchange my mission point for a jutsu, Takuma said. ID, said the shinobi after staring at Takuma for a few silent seconds. Takuma slid his shinobi registration card through the semicircular cutout in the glass where it met the steel counter. The shinobi took it and, without looking at it, passed it to someone behind the wall. He tried to lean his head to check but couldn't spot anyone. He assumed it had gone for a verification of some kind. The shinobi and Takuma stared at each other for the next 2 minutes. Takuma was sure the shinobi was playing the staring game with him because the man hadn't blinked once since the start. When Takuma's ID returned, the shinobi said, "Which jutsu would you like to exchange for?" "Lightning style, shock," Takuma announced his choice. As the name suggested, lightning style, shock, was a lightning-type jutsu. It was a simple jutsu that sent out a lightning bolt that caused light shock damage and stunned them for a moment. It was a Pokemon move if Takuma had seen one. But that wasn't the reason he had chosen it. Of course not. The jutsu had a simple enough usage that it could be used in a variety of situations, whereas there were jutsu that would only work when certain conditions were met. Like the immortal guy in Akatsuki, whose name Takuma couldn't recall even if his life depended upon it, used the strange jutsu that required the target's blood. It was super powerful, but it wouldn't work in the absence of a blood sample. Takuma preferred if his jutsu had a simple use case that he could spin it in any situation. Thus his choice. Shooting a lightning bolt was as simple as it could get. There was another stare down as the shinobi behind the counter handed a slip of paper to the person who Takuma couldn't see. This time Takuma didn't try to blink, but he lost midway through. His opponent was too formidable and stoic. "Check your details and sign the form if you consent for the mission points in your account to be deducted in exchange for receiving lightning style, shock," said the man, pushing a form and pen from the hole in the glass. "Please know that the transaction will be finalized once you sign this form. You can't return the jutsu scroll afterward with the excuse that you'd like to exchange it with another one." "I understand," Takuma gave his verbal confirmation and checked the form before signing it. The shinobi checked the form before finally pushing a light lime green scroll through the hole. Takuma checked the scroll name and registration number unique to lightning style, shock. As he was instructed on the first day he came to the archives. "Thank you," Takuma said as he stared at the scroll in hand. Was his choice correct? He honestly didn't know. Only time would tell if he would come to regret his decision. "Congratulations, Team 5, you were number 1 last week on the leaderboard," said Yoshio first thing on Monday morning. "Oh, come on." Takuma all but yelled at the announcement. Yoshio's eyes sharpened as he glared at Takuma. "Do you have any problem with my decision, Takuma?" "I can revert my decision and give the points to another team," he said, raising his steel baton. "Sir, no, sir," Takuma said loudly as he felt I pinch and twist a point in his back. The girl was a glutton for mission points. "That's what I thought," Yoshio said. Then told Takuma to do 30 push-ups with I sitting on his back. After the push-ups, the group went for their daily run around the large running grounds. There I elbowed him in the side and hissed, "Are you mad? What would you've done if he took back our points?" "Sorry, I already said I'm sorry," he said. "I just feel like an idiot." "Huh, why?" Takuma felt like crying. "I went to the jutsu archive yesterday and exchanged my points for one," he said. He would have waited one day if he knew they would be number 1 in the rankings. He would have had so many more choices if he had waited. "Why did we win so suddenly? Why are you complaining?" I elbowed him again. "The tree walking practice challenge," Taro chimed in his flat voice. "The next team took 2 more days. I thought it was obvious we were going to win." Taro's 2 competitors in tree walking practice weren't able to get down without falling for 2 more days. "Why didn't you tell me?" Takuma felt like not running anymore and just dropped to the ground and go to sleep to escape the frustration he was feeling. "I don't dream about that you wanted to know." "Stupid," said Taro. The conversation ended there. Takuma knew that no one was going to talk about their jutsu. Secrecy and the element of surprise was a powerful tool. They were friends and training teammates, but they fought each other in sparring and everyone wanted to win, thus, keeping the secret gave them an advantage. Even if it only lasted only 1 fight before people started to strategize against the jutsu. After the conditioning start of the day, Yoshio told them to gather around to start the first sparring sessions. Unlike the academy, there was no fighting circle. Yoshio calling the fight and submission was the only way to reach the end of the battle. "Takuma and Kamko," Yoshio announced. "Shit," Takuma clicked his tongue as he got up from where his team sat and made his way to Yoshio. He glanced to the side and saw a girl with a bob cut dressed in a white and lavender skirt kimono with a sword scabbard attached to her hip. Takataori Kamko from the Takataori clan was the second one to complete the tree walking practice challenge after him. She was in his academy classroom, and one of their class's better fighters. Given that she was in the Geinin Corp, her Jonin sensei had failed her. But from what Takuma had seen, she was definitely not Geinin Corp material. She should have been in a Jonin-led team. You know the rules. Get started, Yoshio said before walking away. Takuma made the seal of confrontation, and he swore Kamiko's usually cold and stoic eyes were glaring at him as she mirrored him. Shit. He had noticed that look since the day he had completed the tree walking practice challenge. It wasn't overt, but any time their eyes met, Takuma knew she was bothered by him completing the challenge before her. Start. The moment Yoshio's word sounded, Takuma jumped back to make some distance between them because he knew that was the best decision from the spars he had seen since Yoshio's unrestricted combat announcements. Shin Kamiko put her hand on the sword hilt and unsheathed her katana. The sharp blade shimmered under the sun. The better fighter in the academy had been a Takataori clan member who wasn't allowed to use a sword. Takataori literally meant bamboo cutter and was a shinobi clan specializing in their special swordplay that revolved around. Kamiko stepped forward, and suddenly Takuma felt cornered even as he jumped back as the girl in front of him erased distance faster than he could create. Shit. Takuma put his kunai in front of him as he saw the shorter girl breach his personal space, and before he could even put on his guard, she swung her sword at him. Rip. Chapter 42, Rip. Takuma couldn't completely escape the sweeping sword. The tip of the blade edge sliced through the fabric of his vest, splitting the threads when it wanted to split the skin beneath it. The ground under Takuma's feet exploded as he threw himself back faster than before with desperation as the scent of Kamiko's forged steel blade lingered under his nose. Kamiko leaned back and eased her stance, choosing not to immediately pursue Takuma. Instead, her cat-like eyes followed him as he escaped beyond the reach of her blade. Takuma put his hands on his chest, feeling his chainmail undervest through the tear in his vest with one hand while his other held the kunai in front. He looked down at his hand to see if the swing had drawn blood to find only sweat on his fingers. His ears picked up a sound, and he looked up to see the flash of Kamiko's blade cover his vision. He brought up the kunai, and sparks flew as metal met metal. Takuma took a step back to stabilize himself as he felt the weight of the heavier long blade pushing against his wrist. He looked up at Kamiko and he was close enough to see the specks in her yellow eyes, so he headbutted her in the face. Ugh! Kamiko disengaged and fell back away from Takuma, who threw the kunai at her that she deflected with the sword. Takuma rushed forward and slashed at her with a kunai, aiming to end the fight early. Kamiko shrugged off his first and second strikes with the edge of her blade and sent a jab to Takuma's stomach. He sidestepped as his kunai altered the stab's direction. Takuma stepped in further, grabbed the wrist of Kamiko's sword arm, and bent it. Kamiko mirrored the move and they grappled, tripping and falling in the first. There was a scramble, a dropped sword, a gut punch, a curse, a retrieved sword, and a heavy kick, and then both were back up, circling. Takuma didn't waste any time and rushed in to overwhelm her. A poor choice as a horizontal sweep almost cut Takuma's face off. He fell back and touched his nose to this time find blood on his fingertips. He eyed the blade that granted Kamiko an extended range he lacked, and he decided to keep his distance. Kamiko had the opposite plan as she closed in the distance again, keeping her sword parallel to the ground and aimed at Takuma's chest. Takuma did his best footwork to avoid the sword. A slit appeared in his sleeve above his shoulder as he pulled back. Takuma hurled the kunai in his offhand in a shoddy throw and it flew a little above than intended. Kamiko shifted her head to let the kunai pass. For a moment, Takuma had breathing room as he escaped out of sword's range. But then Kamiko swung her sword and Takuma soared. The sword passed by, missing him by an inch, and yet a spurt of blood gushed out from a long wound that suddenly split open on his chest in the same place where Kamiko had ripped his vest. Even if he mistook the blade missing him, the light chainmail under his vest didn't do anything, and as Takuma fell down, he could see the clean continuous line slip from one side to the other. Kamiko eased her stance, and without sparing a glance to her blade, she deposited it into the sheath as she peered down at a trembling Takuma who was looking at his bloodied hands. "Get up," Yoshio said as he arrived beside the pair. Takuma writhing on the ground tensed his muscles for what seemed like an excruciatingly long moment before he forced himself to get up with his face twisted into an extreme grimace with sweat pouring out of his body at an alarming rate. His vision blurred as he raised his bloodied hand to form the seal of reconciliation. Kamiko had to adjust her part of the seal to grab his shaking hand. Then without saying a word, Takuma started walking away from the group with no one other than Kamiko tailing behind him. She didn't help him even as he struggled to take steps, swaying dangerously from side to side, almost falling down many times. Ooh, now that's a nasty one. Takuma's destination was the shady guy shinobi who worked as the basic training's medic as his qualification as a medical ninja. Shady guy got up from his foldable chair as Takuma collapsed on a stretcher under the medium-sized tent with 3 tents and a few boxes with supplies. "You got lucky, huh girly, snipping him just in the right place to make him lose blood," said the shady guy as he pulled off Takuma's vest, chainmail shirt, and cotton undervest, causing him to scream in pain as it disturbed the wound sending a sharp screeching pain through his body. "I don't get lucky," Kamiko muttered with her sharp eyes narrowing. Shady guy chuckled as he checked Takuma's wound. He weaved hand seals for an iridescent green glow of Shosen Jutsu, mystical palm jutsu, over his hands that he placed over Takuma's wound, and after some time, the blood stopped leaking out of the exposed internals. Shady Guy stopped his healing jutsu and then proceeded to clean up the wounds. He then cast another Shosen Jutsu to finally close Takuma's wound before dressing the semi-stable recently healed wound that could still catch infection or other complications. He then walked to one of the cold boxes and pulled out a glass vial with a dark brown opaque tint whose contents he made Takuma drink. There. All good again. Shady Guy slapped Takuma on one cheek to snap him out of his dizzy haze. Takuma didn't feel all good in any form. He wasn't used to the feeling of getting an injury, only for it to be healed within the next 20 or so minutes. His head felt heavy and a shiver gripped his body as he got up from the stretcher to return back to his team as mandated by Yoshio. The feeling was horrible. Every time someone was injured, they were sent to Shady Guy to get healed. If the injury was minor, like a shallow cut on the arm, people could return in a couple minutes as if they had never been injured. If the injuries were major, like a deep cut that hemorrhaged blood to the point of serious blood loss, they would end up like Takuma. There were worse cases as well. No one was allowed to help the injured party drag themselves to the medical tent if they could do so themselves, even if barely. The person who had inflicted the injury would accompany the person in case they collapsed. Yoshio wanted them to get used to what he called functioning under damage. He wanted them to function unaided after they were gravely injured to secure themselves away from danger and survive until they were patched up. He then wanted them to operate to a competent degree right after getting healed so that they wouldn't become an absolute burden. Of course, Yoshio talked in idealistic terms, as overly serious injuries could outright disable the shinobi from any movement, but any ability to function under life-threatening harm was absolutely valuable in survival. "I'm leaving," Kamiko announced and walked away without waiting for a response. Takuma didn't feel like replying to her and focused on trudging his way back to the group, where he dumped himself with his team, lying down on the ground with his arm over his forehead. "You sure suck against fast people," Masaaki commented as he peered down at Takuma directly over his face. "Shut. I know." Takuma midway abandoned his attempt to argue and just accepted the comment. It was true. Faster, quicker opponents were his bane based on his win-loss statistic. Ironic, given that his win was against a nimble opponent. But unlike Amy, his defeats came from opponents who could deal significant damage while being fast like Kamiko. He just couldn't keep up with them with his taijutsu. An important factor that he included in his decision when choosing lightning style, shock, as his first jutsu. He turned his head towards Taro. "What was that?" he asked. Taro, the person who knew most about essentially everything in the team, eyed Takuma briefly before drawling out the answer. Takatari clan practices their special brand of swordplay, something that is classified as a high-ranking kenjutsu. And it's not as simple as swinging a sword in a certain way. There are actual jutsu combined with the swordplay that makes it a high-ranking baki-jutsu. He shrugged. She simply used a jutsu from her clan. She didn't weave any hand seals, Takuma mentioned his observation. This time, it wasn't Taro who answered, but it was Masaaki who spoke up. "It's baki-jutsu. Kenjutsu is a type of baki-jutsu. A lot of it is based on top of a fuinjutsu base. Maybe there's something in her sword. If not, then there are a few instances that don't require hand seals at all. The samurai that serve as daimyo's retainers use swordplay that doesn't require hand seals to activate. Maybe it's something like that." Takuma was surprised to hear an opinion from Masaaki. His jovial and goofy teammate was many things, but he was not a person who would express profound knowledge in conversations. His reputation was a strong guy who operated more on polished instinct than learned understanding. Takuma glanced at Nenro and I, and while they shrugged, they didn't seem surprised by Masaaki's sudden bout of knowledge. Takuma attributed that to childhood friends knowing much more about Masaaki than he could have learned in a mere month. It took years to truly know a person. It's their clan's jutsu. Speculation is pointless without further evidence. "We can just infer from what we know," Taro said in conclusion. Takuma didn't know if he agreed with the first part, but he did concur with the second part of the statement. He now knew that Kamiko could potentially slice her opponents even if the blade of her sword didn't reach him, essentially extending the reach of her blade. Was it a wind element jutsu? Or something elementless that simply created a cutting surface on top of the sword? Whatever it was, she could extend her range. The important question that needed to be considered was the upper limit of the extension. Was it a couple inches, or could she seemingly double the length of her blade, maybe even more? The headbutt was funny. Masaaki laughed merrily. "Ugh, I felt that from here. My nose felt warm when you did that," I grimaced as she glanced toward Kamiko's team. "She's lucky that you didn't break her nose." "I tried to do just that," Takuma said with a frustrated sigh. She ducked her head at the last moment. He had gotten his chest cut open. The least she could do was get her nosy bloody. I'm still surprised she used a jutsu against you, Taro said as he watched the ongoing spar. What do you mean? Nenro asked. She good. He bad, Taro replied, not even bothering to form a complete sentence. I hope you're my next opponent. I'll show you who bad, Takuma commented as his head got clearer. He sat up on the ground and took a swig from his canteen before speaking. She was probably pissed that I completed the tree climbing practice challenge before her and took that out on me. He clicked his tongue. Takuma took another swig from his canteen as he looked at the ongoing spar with his own spar replaying in his mind. His mind automatically went back to every split second of the fight, and it was then he noticed the small crater hole in the ground, and after a couple seconds of staring, he recalled that he was the one who had made that. Chapter 43, Takuma yawned wide enough to fit 3 fingers into his mouth as he pored over the unfurled scroll that flowed down both sides of his lap onto the grass of the training field, the same he had once used with Marubushi. Reading complicated theory written in a jutsu scroll at 4 in the morning wasn't an exciting prospect to shoo away the lingering haze of sleep. But it had to be done. He couldn't outspeed Kamiko, nor could he face her head-on with taijutsu, especially not against her swordplay. Whatever remaining chance of dwindling victory was slashed down to nothing when chakra-backed Buki Jutsu got involved. He needed ninjutsu to create an advantage for himself. A tool that would give him a chance at grabbing victory. And lightning style, shock, was the tool of his choosing. Every element on the chakra transformational wheel was versatile in its own right. Earth was the reliable rock of protection under the feet. Fire burned with destructive rage. Water flowed with an elegance that could, at any moment, bring about natural disasters. Air was the ever-present resource that could be commanded to shear through anything sharper than any forged blade ever could. Lightning similarly held power ranging from malignant thunder to trickling electricity, capable of vibrating and creating a cutting force that could pierce any object. Takuma placed the scroll to the side and walked a sufficient distance away. The jutsu, as any other, required him to weave hand seals that would guide and transform the chakra to suit the jutsu's requirement. The output, in this case, was supposed to be a bolt of lightning coming out of the hand to shock the target with damage and a short spell of paralysis. It was perfect for him. He could fire it from a range, allowing him to disengage from close combat to some extent, and when the target was struggling from the paralysis, he could then move in close to inflict some punishment. It covered his weakness in taijutsu and gave him an offensive boost. Weaving hand seals, Takuma channeled his chakra and pointed his arm forward. A few sparks of bluish-white lightning arced around the length of his arm and gathered in front of his palm, condensing into a bolt that shot forward, but before it could fly even a few inches, the bolt fizzled away. Takuma clicked his tongue and jerked his hand to shake away the smoke. The jutsu wasn't working for him. While it wasn't something he was unfamiliar with, as transformation jutsu and substitution jutsu came slowly to him. However, lightning style, shock, wasn't like them. He had picked the jutsu reasonably quickly. The tree walking practice had granted him enough chakra control to learn D-rank jutsu, or at least, lightning style, shock. But not enough to do it properly, Takuma sighed. While the jutsu activated successfully, the resulting electric bolt was nothing like it should be. The thin bolt barely traveled a couple feet, and while Takuma hadn't experienced it, from the looks of it, the bolt didn't seem capable enough to do any significant damage. With each passing week, Yoshio would announce his weekly rankings, and one team would be crowned as number 1. Team 5 had aced the rankings once, which had once made them contenders for the spot in the final tournament representing Yoshio. But just last week, Kamiko's team had gained their second number 1 position in the rankings, putting them on top. And Cho's team, who had lost out to his team in tree climbing practice, were slated to win this week according to Taro, which would also be their second time as number 1. Team 5 needed another number 1 on weekly rankings to remain a contender for the final tournament. They needed to do it quickly. And for that, he needed to win more. Yu and Takuma. Okazaki Yu grinned when he heard the other name being called out. He glanced at his opponent of the day as he strolled out to the middle of the field for the spar. Takuma was always an opponent to fight. It meant a victory with a satisfying beatdown was in the bag. The same it had been ever since they were in the academy. Yu had yet to lose a single fight to Takuma. Even the 2 times they had fought in basic training, he had swept the floor with Takuma. Yu smirked as he raised his hand to form the seal of confrontation that Takuma mimicked. Yu didn't say anything. He waited until Yoshio turned back to walk away, and only when he got the signal to start, he spoke, knowing that everything was fair game within the confines of the spar and a sadistic piece of shit instructor won't find an excuse to swing his baton. Yo, Takuma. You look boring as always, said Yu, his smirk widening. We haven't fought much since we left the academy. I miss those days. We got to play a lot more than we do now. We had so much, now. His uncle had always told him that provoking the opponents did wonders during fights. Mistakes and hasty decisions in anger were easy to exploit and deliver a solid thrashing. Mind was as important as the body during combat. Everyone in the family disagreed with his uncle. His father said that angering the opponent could make combat more aggressive and challenging to manage if not appropriately handled. Yu felt his uncle's words always made sense to him. Especially when he was able to get in solid hits at Hiji during their spars after provoking the Inuzuka with comments like he smelled like a dirty dog that made him sloppy. The Inuzuka clan was much stronger than the Okazaki clan. They had been there since the creation of the Leaf Village, so it felt great when he got in hits at Hiji. He also just liked the expression of anger that appeared on his opponents' faces. It was like they were telling him of their own volition that his tactics were working. Not with Takuma thought, Yu narrowed his eyes. Takuma had a stone-flat expression on his face as he put some distance between them when Yoshio announced the start. It was always like that since Hiji, him, and their group would go play with Takuma to have some fun. Takuma never gave them any reaction no matter what they said. It was unsatisfying to see that. But that just made the spars more entertaining because, during the fights, Takuma would struggle against them, and one could know more about the person through sparring than they could ever through simple facial expressions. Yu wasted no more time and lunged ahead to get in the first hit. Takuma tried to get out of the way, but Yu's first initiative made him unable to dodge, so he raised his shoulder to absorb the kick. The contact sent Takuma spinning, stumbling a few back. Yu saw the slight slack in Takuma's block arm and knew he had done damage, so he didn't relent and charged forward. Takuma recovered his footwork and scurried away from Yu, who came at him swinging. He blocked 2 thundering blows and was already staggering as Yu continued to send in blow after another. Yu felt great. It was times like these that told him that Takuma was still the same dead last he had been in the academy. That the tree climbing practice challenge was a fluke and that there was no way the dead last could be first in anything. Behind him, his friends gibbered and cheered in turns. "He's done," one of them said. "Burn him," another hooted. Yu was happy to oblige. Takuma continued to be pushed back, unable to get in a single hit. He almost stubbornly kept his guard up, using his hands, arms, and legs to protect his torso or head from any of Yu's attack. He seemed so desperate to stop the incoming attacks that he tried to unsuccessfully grab Yu's punches and kicks. Yu whipped his dominant leg with all the power he could muster from his muscles, and he was sure he could see Takuma's body curve around the place on his arm where the kick made contact. A grin made its way to Yu's face as he pulled his back, intending to get another kick from the same leg in quick succession. But suddenly, he couldn't separate his leg from Takuma's arm for a moment, and when he pulled, Takuma got dragged along. Only for a moment, though, as the next second, his leg was back to the ground, and Takuma was swaying as he staggered on his steps. What was that? Yu thought. Did something on his shoe catch the fabric of Takuma's clothes? Fuck it, he heard a crude whisper. Yu couldn't think forward as Takuma sucked air into his lungs, bellowed, and ran for Yu. The crowd cheered, and Yu didn't move. He stood there and launched his foreleg into Takuma's chest with a front kick. Takuma folded like a book as he flew back. Poof! A thick cover of white smoke erupted in front of Yu and obscured Takuma completely. What? Yu backed up and alarmingly looked at the smoke, his eyes darting left and right to see through the haze to locate Takuma. Suddenly 4 Takumas emerged out of the smoke. They had jumped high and were coming down at him with kunai in their hands. As the smoke cleared up, 6 more Takuma ran out of the smoke, charging toward him. Clones. Yu's mind immediately identified the jutsu in front of him. How did you identify the real from the clones? Shadows. But did the clones in the air cast shadows? What if the real Takuma was among the ones in the air? Before Yu could do anything, one of the clones in the air came down with his foot facing his face. Yu moved to the side to dodge, and his eyes moved to the ground. No shadow, it was a clone. He was about to lightly push the clone to release the jutsu when he heard footsteps. Yu immediately turned back and saw a Takuma cocking a punch toward him. He ducked and launched a punch on instinct that went through the clone. He looked around, and all Takuma were attacking him. He felt overwhelmed because he didn't know which one was the real one. It was then that he felt a kick to the back of his head that rattled his teeth and sent him to the dirt. Before Yu could react, he felt another kick to the side of his head that rolled him face side up. Yu could no longer tell if the Takuma looking down at him were clones or if his blurry vision had multiplied many times over. "Fuck you and that mutt," he heard Takuma say over the piercing ringing noise that had started after the second kick. Takuma dropped to his knees and then started dropping 12 to 6 elbow strikes down onto Yu's face, who had one hand bent down under Takuma's knee while the other hand was fended off by Takuma's other hand. Yu couldn't even tell when everything went dark. "Stop." Takuma forced himself to get another elbow strike down on Yu's bloody and battered face and stepped away from his academy bully, feeling the aches in his body from all the hits he had taken all for nothing. Takuma clicked his tongue. "Boy, you didn't hold back, did you? Yoshio said as he squatted near the quivering Yu, who suddenly stopped shaking and went still. Ah, got knocked out. Lucky for him, his friend will take him to get treated. Right, Takuma? Takuma knew the rules. The assaulter would go with the injured to the medical tent without helping them. But if the latter party was knocked out, then the assaulter would need to carry them to the tent. He slung Yu over his shoulder and stomped his way to the medical tent. Oh my, even his mother couldn't bear to look at him. You did a number on him, boy, shady guy commented after Takuma dumped Yu on the stretcher. Takuma didn't reply or wait and walked back to his team and sat down with his team. Why are you sulking? You won, you know, said I. I had to use clones. Takuma spat. I wasted it, damn it. Clone jutsu was supposed to be a one-time surprise tactic. Overwhelming his opponent with 10 or so clones who didn't know it would come as no one used clone jutsu in fights wasn't going to work when his opponent knew that he could use that. Now that he had used it, everyone in the group knew to look out for his clone blitz. A wasted one-time game changer wasted. And his experiment wasn't even successful. Takuma wrapped his arms around his knees and stared at the ground. He needed to get better at lightning style, shock. Or find a different way to get stronger before the final tournament. Chapter 44, Takuma dumped his backpack onto the ground beside his foot as he looked at the large board tied up on the metallic chain link fence with barbed wire weaved not only the top but also through the chain link that made up the fence's body. Training ground, number 42. The board also had warnings about the area being a restricted property. Only for shinobi use. Stay out. Danger. And many other notices all pointing to turn away, all written in bright red, not the feel-good Coca-Cola red, but the kind that screamed hazard. Seeing the trees with trunks as thick as houses stretched over multiple stories tall with canopies so dense with green that not a single ray of light trickled down to the ground, Takuma was completely fine obeying the warnings and returning home. Alas, orders were orders and needed to be obeyed. Takuma. Hearing his name, Takuma turned away from the grim-looking forest to look at the trio of Nenro, I, and Masaaki walking towards him with Masaaki waving his hand above his head like an excited child. Mornin', he said. Even though it was still dark, with sunrise a couple hours away. You sure packed light, I said, looking at Takuma's backpack. Takuma glanced at the trio's backpacks on their shoulders and saw that their packs were larger than his and packed to the stitches. To him, it looked like they had overpacked. I travel light, said Takuma. He had been taught to pack light, carry only essentials, and be resourceful for anything else needed at the moment. So, this is it, huh? Nenro gazed at training ground number 42. What can you tell us about it? Takuma stared at the roots of the trees to see if he could spot some mushrooms. He had researched the area when packing his supplies as he was taught. But then Takuma noticed that the trio was looking at him. Huh, who me? Who else? None of us are from here. Takuma blinked. It was true. To everyone else, Takuma had always been a Leaf Village resident and even he had been living in the Leaf Village for over a year. I don't know much, said Takuma. Never got to explore the restricted parts of the village, wasn't allowed, you know. He glanced at the looming forest, but from the looks of it, the training ground is a forest-type terrain to maybe emulate deep forest to practice. From what I read, some risky flora and fauna roam there, creating a somewhat dangerous ecosystem for outsiders. So, not your average forest, an abundance of poisonous fruits and mushrooms, a special species of blood-sucking leeches, spiders that can blend in the environment invisible to predators but attractive to prey. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting. Takuma looked back. I looked pale and blue. Oh, should I have not said something? He asked. She hates leeches. Nenro wrapped his arm around I and rubbed her shoulder. We once slept at a dairy farm, and in the morning, she woke up to find 6 leeches stuck to her, sucking blood. Takuma wrinkled his nose. That sounded horrifying to wake up to. And it looked like it left behind a trauma on I. Well, there's something we can do to keep them away, he said to I. Really? I removed her face from Nenro's shoulder and looked hopefully at Takuma, who nodded. There were herbs that could be mulched into a paste that worked like repellents to keep the leeches away. Crying first thing in the morning, you guys sure are lively, said Taro upon arrival and lazily waved his hand to them with a light bag on his back. Why's she crying? He asked. I doesn't like leeches, said Masaaki. Then this is going to be terrible for her, Taro chortled shortly. Nenro glared at him as he pulled I closer. Takuma shook his head. The reason why they all had gathered away from their usual training grounds was that 3 days ago, Yoshio had announced that they would be doing an outdoor expedition to make the Genin experience how to camp outside when they were outside the village for missions and couldn't find a town to lodge before sundown. It was quite a basic skill to have, which was why Maraboshi had Takuma go through outdoor camping training. Which was why he was excited to hear they would camp outside. He felt an affinity for the great outdoors. The scenery was beautiful, the air was clean, And despite his not-so-stellar experience with his first trip, Takuma had some great times on the subsequent trips. Something about camping under the trees, away from the city noise and light, felt great. But as he looked at training ground number 42, the dark forest, which he had read about in the archives, didn't look too appealing. But he was hopeful nevertheless. One by one, more and more of Yoshio's group began to arrive at the training ground, all with bags on their backs, looking worriedly at the forest. "Isn't that the instructor?" Masaaki said, pointing towards the forest. Takuma turned towards the forest and saw Yoshio appearing out of the woods, accompanied by several shinobi. He walked through the gate in the fence and faced them. "Looks like everyone is here," Yoshio said after peering at them. "Welcome to training ground number 42. As you can see, it's a forest, and you all will spend the next few days exploring it. Do some fun activities. Have a great time together in the great outdoors. I don't like this. He's going to screw us over. I can feel it," Taro muttered loud enough for the team to hear. Takuma couldn't agree more. There was nothing fun or great about how Yoshio had said those words. What did he mean by fun activities? The objective of this excursion is for all of you to get used to operating outdoors during missions or simple traveling. It was for that reason training ground number 42 was chosen, but that's only the part reason why we are doing this, Yoshio continued as a smile appeared on his chiseled face. I previously said that you'll be traveling with your teams. I lied. Everyone will start separately from each other, so if you prepare your supplies jointly. Too bad. Takuma saw that the trio looked aghast. It seemed they had done precisely what Yoshio mentioned. Team 5 hadn't planned for joint preparation, but it seemed the trio had done so themselves. Every one of you will get one of these 5 tokens. Yoshio raised his hand to show 5 tokens, each in a different shape. All of you will start separately at different points of the fence, with the control tower somewhere in the forest as the goal. 5 tokens, each of a unique shape, are needed to enter the tower. The first 2 sets of 5 tokens will be granted entry and rewarded, while the remaining 15 will be declared failures and have to shovel shit in a stable for a week. They were made to queue and given a token each. What did all of you get? Masaaki asked as he returned from the line. I got the circle token. Square, Nenro raised his triangular wooden chip. Triangle, said I. Diamond, Taro showed his rhombus-shaped tile. Takuma walked to the group and saw his teammates' tokens before showing them his pentagon token. We need to make a plan to converge somewhere in the forest so we can then travel together to the tower, he said. Probably the right thing to do, but we don't know anything about the forest. How should we decide the meeting point? Nenro said. Takuma slung his backpack off his shoulder and took out a scroll. He unfurled it to show a map. So, as you can see, a river. You bought a map with you? Taro stared between the map and Takuma. Huh, yeah. The day after he told us where we were going, I searched to see if I could find something. I asked the archive manager, and she straight up handed me a map. Takuma said libraries were awesome. So, as I was saying, you see this river? The fences around training ground number 42 made a circular perimeter around the forest. A river entered from the north and then split soon after entering the forest. The stream that headed southwest exited the forest in one piece, but the second stream that headed southeast branched one more time at 2 places. The tower that Yoshio mentioned was situated right in the middle of the forest. We don't know where we will enter, so I say we head toward the water. Takuma ran his finger over the river on the map placed on the ground. We meet at the split and then head to the tower together. He pointed at the first split in the southeast stream, which was right next to the central tower. So, wherever you enter the forest, head towards the water, follow the stream and make your way to this split. Don't try to tread the woods, it's dangerous. Yoshio told us we are going to be in here for 2 days. You need water for those 2 days, which is really easy to get if you're near a bunch of it. I will repeat, try to get to the water as soon as possible and then use it as a guide. Rivers were overpowered. They provided water and food, and as such, they were a great place to camp. And in the real world, civilization settled near water, which was why if you followed water, people could eventually get to towns or villages. It will be difficult if we enter from the wrong position. Taro pointed out how the river streams were far from some places than others. Cover as much ground as you can during the mornings, said Takuma. Wake up at first light and utilize most of your time to cover as much distance. I hope all of you have brought some food? All of them nodded. Good, ration it out, so you don't have to waste time hunting for food, but don't let yourself get dehydrated. When you make camp, drink as much water as possible and boil enough for the journey. Don't drink standing water. Don't eat anything you don't absolutely know you can eat. He rattled off everything he learned from his excursions and made sure they made it to the point well and in one piece. You sure know a lot about camping. Takuma slung his backpack over his shoulder as one of the shinobi that came along with Yoshio called his name. I do. I was trained for it. Alright, see you guys soon, he said before jogging to the shinobi. I turned to Taro. She asked, do they teach this in the academy here? The basics, sure. We even went out a couple times, camped near a forest. But what all he said, they didn't teach any of that. Taro shook his head. Where did he learn it? Takuma ran to the shinobi, who handed him a red flare rod. If you're unable to continue for any reason, shoot this towards the sky and stay there, we will come and get you, said the shinobi and then asked if Takuma understood, who nodded. The same shinobi then led Takuma and 4 other genin, and they traveled for 1.5 hours before they stopped. He walked to a gate locked with multiple locks, and after unlocking every one of them, he turned to Takuma. You enter from here, he said. Takuma walked inside, and the shinobi then locked the gate behind him before taking the rest of the group with him. Takuma watched them until they were out of view, after which he turned towards the forest. He looked at the sky, the sun was about to come up, meaning it was time to start covering ground. Chapter 45, The Forest in Training Ground. Number 42 was unlike any forest Takuma had trekked in. The trees were giants compared to anything he had seen, with canopies so thick that they only let soft glimmering rays of light through the gaps. Every tree trunk was colonized by a shroud of parasitic vines that covered the base of the dark brown trunks in green, making everything above look burnt. Though he could sense a bottomless vitality residing in them, he was going to die first before these trees perished. The ground was bizarrely uneven, with grass and moss covering it, making it look flat even though it was not. He saw finger-sized worms burrowing into the ground and bugs that would bloody his entire palm if he squashed them. He had yet to encounter animals other than the occasional chirping of birds, which he couldn't identify, for he had yet to study bird calls. Takuma looked up at the trickling light piercing through the canopy and reaffirmed his direction. For once, he considered himself lucky as he had entered the forest from the southeast direction. According to the map, he had 2 river streams closest to him, one that flowed to the south and one that was more in the general east direction. He didn't know exactly at what point the shinobi had dropped him, so he couldn't identify which river stream was closer to him. Takuma flipped a coin and decided to head northwest towards the stream that flowed south. Not only did it flow close to the central tower, but it was also a straight path to the meeting point. He wondered where his teammates had entered the forest and hoped that none of them got a northeastern entry, as that was the most challenging region. The nearest river stream was only accessible through a deep trek through the forest, which wasn't ideal. The longer you stayed in the woods, the higher the chance of encountering potential dangers. He himself had been trekking a couple of hours and felt that it was only time before he encountered something problematic. Though he kept his fingers crossed and wished for another bout of luck to reach the river without any hiccups along the way. Crunch. Takuma immediately turned towards the sound. Was it a wild animal? He preferred not to encounter any predators, for he had yet to fight one and had no idea if he could win without injuring himself to a point he couldn't continue. Cursing himself for jinxing a perfectly good situation, Takuma tried to pinpoint the source of the sound. He heard it again and, this time closer, turned himself back to find that the source wasn't an animal but a group mate of his. Takuma glanced at her hands, which held a gleaming kunai in each hand. She peered at him cautiously while darting her gaze at the surroundings. It's a Amida for you, said the tall girl with long limbs that granted an advantage in close combat. Something Takuma was envious of. He had long legs, but his wingspan was only slightly above average, making his reach sometimes somewhat lacking. Amida, it is. Then. Takuma trailed off when he noticed that didn't have her backpack on her. He knew she had it on before, he remembered seeing her carry one. She didn't look screwed up or injured in some manner, which probably meant she hadn't lost it. The realization struck him suddenly. He could be wrong, but Takuma said it anyways. I don't want to fight you. His eyes sharpened as she and Takuma moved around in a circle. Observing each other. And yet you take out your kunai, she said. Takuma gripped the kunai he had just taken out. You can't blame me for protecting myself, he said as he threw his backpack behind him on the ground. Let's just part ways peacefully. There's no need for us to fight. There's no shortage of those tokens. Every team has the right combination to get into the tower. You don't want mine. I'm assuming that's what you want, he finished. Not really, said, smirking. I don't need your token. I just need to separate away from you. As you said, all teams have the tokens to make it into the tower without fighting the other teams. But only 2 teams can win. That's tough odds. However, if I'm to get rid of even a single token from another team, an entire team is suddenly out of contention. The odds have suddenly improved. There's now a 50% chance of us winning. The returns are too great for the little effort needed. Takuma gripped his kunai harder. He hadn't thought about that. In his goal to reach the water as quickly as possible to secure a safer situation, he had ignored the fact that, unlike his usual outings, he wasn't operating in a vacuum. This time, he had other people in the forest alongside him who were competing for a prize and had the motivation to obstruct him. "I will leave you here," Takuma said. "What?" It sounded confused. "If we fight and I win, you think you'll win?" She scoffed. "Our sparring record is split evenly," Takuma said. He kept his tone and expression flat and calm. "So yes, I do think I can win here. And if I win and you get injured enough to not continue, I'll find your emergency flare and take it away, making sure you can't call for help." It froze and stopped in her tracks. Takuma knew he had hit something. He stopped and continued. "I'll leave you here all alone in this dark and dangerous forest with no way to contact outside. You will definitely be bleeding, attracting the animals in the woods to you. You see where I'm going with this?" "You wouldn't," it said, disbelief in her voice. Takuma couldn't see the horror in her eyes, so he continued. "I don't like to fight, really. I'm not good at it, so I derive no pleasure from it. Especially not in here, the woods. So, if you force me to fight and I win, and if I know myself well, which I do, I'll take revenge because you forced me to fight and put my life in danger here in the forest. I wouldn't care if you were my groupmate who suffer daily beatings together. I will leave you alone here." Now Takuma could see it. There was the realization in his eyes that he wanted to see. He really didn't want to fight, and if it took horrifying the girl with lies about what limits he was willing to go, he was ready to do it. He wasn't going to leave her alone without help if they did fight. Of course not, but fear was an effective motivator, he knew that firsthand. "What's your decision? Do you want to risk it just because Yoshio said that only the first two teams will win? Do you like Yoshio so much? Are you so desperate to not shovel shit that you're willing to risk your life? If you do, go ahead, I will accompany you." Takuma assumed a combat stance with his kunai pointed forward. Looking ready to fight, stared at Takuma in a moment of long-stretched silence before she started to step back until she disappeared between the trees. "We can always travel together, you know." Takuma tried to call out to her but got silence in return. He sighed. That was close. He almost got into a fight after only a couple hours. "I'm going to use this every single time." He was relieved that the wild encounter with went well, but it did give way to a worry. The approach of stealing a single token to eliminate an entire team was valid. If one person had thought of it, others would think of it as well. Which meant that there was a chance his teammates might get targeted as well. Please let them reach the meeting point in place, he thought. For now, all he could do was move onwards and reach the meeting point, hoping that others would as well. Should I be worried about something? Taro looked at the sword-wielding girl staring at him, which looked more like a glare, but he was sure it was just her natural expression, so he didn't judge her. Kamiko stared at Taro with her hand on her sword hilt for a long moment before she turned his back to him and started walking ahead. Taro followed after her. When she turned back to him to glare at him, Taro just raised his hand and shrugged. We're going the same way, don't worry, I'm not going to disturb you. And we both know what's going to happen if I attack you, he said. Kamiko scoffed with her chin raised before turning away to start walking again. Taro had no opposition to her behavior. As long as he could pass the annoyingly tiring walking through the forest with ease and uneventfully, he was fine tagging along some prideful display from the princess. There was a shuffle in the bushes, and Kamiko's hand was again on her hilt as she held the scabbard. Taro also pulled out his kunai as he placed himself a little bit behind Kamiko. A person appeared from within the bushes, and his eyes widened when he noticed them. Kamiko. He croaked before pushing back into the bushes and running away. Kamiko clicked her tongue before she started walking again. Behind her, a smirk appeared on Taro's face. He couldn't have found a better bug repellent than the girl in front of him. As long as he kept following her, getting to Takuma's meeting point was going to be as easy as taking a walk. Life was good. Masaaki ducked underneath the huge claw strike and drove his large knuckle duster into the large inky jaguar's gut, sending the lithe big cat's body into the tree trunk behind her. Is that all you got, big kitty? Masaaki laughed as he slapped his thigh. Come on, let's play some more. The jaguar, however, didn't seem to want to play and skipped away into the woods with her tail between her legs. Masaaki pouted as he deposited his knuckle duster into the packs. Now, where am I? Masaaki looked around the dark forest and groaned as he had no idea where he was. He looked around until his eyes fell in the direction the jaguar had run in. He decided that it was the direction to go in. And he did it while humming a song to pass the time. Nenro looked down at the ground while perched up on a thick branch of a tree. He watched as a guy walked out of the bushes while looking around as if trying to look for something. He had spotted that he had a tail half an hour ago. He tried to lose the tail, but whoever it was, kept glued to him, no matter how much he tried. Seeing that he couldn't lose the tail, he decided to lose the tail. Nenro waited until the guy was directly below him until he jumped down. Nenro had already landed on the ground, crouching, when the guy noticed him, but it was already too late by then. Nenro shot forward, wrapped his arm around his groupmate's neck, and started choking him out. "It's nothing personal," he grunted as he kept the struggling guy in control. "And while I don't mind you tailing me, I would prefer it if you didn't." The guy flapped his legs and arms, trying to claw at Nenro's arms, trying to hit him from the back and everything to escape until he couldn't do it any longer and just dropped unconscious. Nenro dropped the guy to the ground and then knelt beside him to find the token, which he pocketed. He then took out the emergency flare from the guy's backpack and aimed it at the sky. "Sorry about this," he muttered before pulling the tab. The flare tore through the canopy and rose to the sky before bursting up in a bright red light. And after making sure the guy was safe until he was found, Nenro left, continuing on with his journey to Takuma's meeting point. I looked up at the bright red flare lighting up in the distant sky. "Already?" she thought, surprised at how quickly the first flare had been fired. I wondered who it was for a moment before continuing onwards. Ai's time in the forest had been an uneventful one. She had seen a couple baby foxes along the way, but she avoided in the fear of facing the ire of their parents, who she was sure were nearby. Other than that, her journey had been smooth sailing. "Oh?" I heard a trickling sound. She started running forward, and with each step, the sound grew louder until she was standing on a gravel rock facing a wide and deep river with clear water flowing under bright sunlight. She squinted her eyes. It had been a couple hours since she had seen so much sunlight. "Well, that was easy," she said. Looking at the sun, she affirmed the direction before heading towards it, knowing that as long as she followed the water, she would reach Takuma's meeting point. Forest treks were easy. Chapter 46, The Forest That Grew in the Confines of Training Ground Number 42 was a significantly large area but not big enough that a trek from the boundary to the center would take more than a day. Takuma gazed at the central tower. He could just see the tip of the building with antennas fixed on the top as he walked along the river. The sky only had an hour to 90 minutes of sunlight left, after which it would be unwise to travel any further. He would cut through the short forest distance to reach the tower if he didn't have to wait for his team. His journey had been mostly smooth, and he considered himself early to the meeting point, and didn't think that anyone would be there before, given that his river route was one of the shortest. As he continued his march over the riverside gravel, he heard the sound of water grow louder. After 15 to 20 minutes, he found himself at a bend where the river stream cut into two substreams, one which he followed and the other that split again later down the route. He had reached the meeting point. Yo! Unexpectedly, he wasn't the first one to get there. Taro was already there. "You got here quick," he said. "Not faster than you, though." Takuma dropped his backpack beside the large rock on which Taro sat. "I just followed her." Taro pointed his thumb over his shoulder. Beyond the gravel, under the tree line, sat Kamiko with her eyes closed and her sword laid in her lap. "It looks like others had the same idea as you." "It's basic to follow the water for direction," Takuma shrugged. Taro pulled a face as his shoulders dropped. "She didn't follow the water," he said. "I had to follow her through the forest until we reached here. It was horrible, so horrible." He sighed before asking in a more serious tone, "Did you meet someone along the way?" "Twice," said Takuma. "I negotiated with one to part ways peacefully and hid from the other. Pacifist strat." "What about you?" "Pacifist strat, what?" "Whatever, I don't want to know." "We met 4 people, and she scared 3 of them and beat the crap of the 4th one." He pulled the flare. "I didn't have to do anything other than just mind my step and maintain a constant distance from her." Taro pointed to Kamiko. Takuma could see that happening. With her personality and combat prowess, Kamiko had a reputation for being someone not to be messed with. That sword of hers made long and deep cuts, and no one wanted to be spurting blood in the middle of the forest, waiting to see who would get there first, the shinobi or the forest residents, desperately hoping it would be the former. "I see no one else is here yet," he said. Taro shook his head. "I just hope they're here soon. I would prefer to get to the tower before dark and go straight home. Leave the rest of them to struggle for another day." Takuma decided to treat some river water for drinking. It had already been a few hours since he had his last drink, and after the all-day activity, it was high time he got some more. By the time he had the fire set up ready and the water boiling, more people had arrived at what turned out to be a common meeting point for multiple teams. "Oh, I wasn't first, I was one of them. That sucks. How does it feel to lose to Turtle Taro?" Takuma smirked at Ai. I groaned as she received the water canteen from Takuma. "Hey, I take offense to that. And it's not like you can say anything. I arrived before you as well," said Taro. "That's only because you had the killer rabbit Kamiko's help," Takuma bantered as he kept an eye on the other who had arrived. There were a total of 3 teams at the meeting point. Takuma, Taro, and I from Team 5. Kamiko was joined by one of her teammates. And finally, there were 2 more members of another team. None of them had their complete teams, which meant no one could move forward to the final step of entering the tower. They were in a deadlock until every member of the team arrived at the place. Or maybe we're wasting time here, and the other two teams are already in the tower. The three teams remained in their area. Kamiko and her teammates sat beneath the trees. Takuma and I make their place around a big rock that Taro was sitting on, while the other group stayed stationed near the river, cautiously looking at the others. The silence between the groups was broken by a sudden loud sound. Ah! I found it. Masaaki came running out from the woods on the other side of the river with small branches and dead leaves sticking out of his clothes and hair. His face was all muddy, and he looked like he had come out of a mining cave. He stretched his arms above his head and looked up at the sky before gazing at the river. A grin appeared on his face. Masaaki dropped his backpack on the ground and ran towards the rivers before jumping into the water with a loud cheer. That idiot, I sighed. It is pretty hot here, Taro said, eyeing the river. When Masaaki came out, Takuma passed him the water canteen that Masaaki chugged down empty in a second. Did I not tell you to head towards the river? Why did you come running out of the woods? Asked Takuma. Oh, that was good, Masaaki said after emptying the canteen. I tried to find the water, but no matter where I walked or how much I walked, I couldn't find water. He pointed at the river behind him. I did find this river, though, and I found you guys, so I guess it's all okay. I saw that there was a tear on Masaaki's clothes. Worried, she asked, did you find others on the way? Huh, no, I didn't find anyone. I did meet a couple of cats, though, said Masaaki, grinning. Played with them a bit. They scratched me up a little bit. He lifted his backpack to show a large rip in the fabric. Takuma stared at the rip in the bag, and even without his experience in fabric stitching, leather work, and equipment repair, he could tell that rip didn't come from the claws of a wee bit cat. But Masaaki looked fine, so he decided not to pursue the line of questioning. Now, we just need Nenro, and we can go to the tower, said I as she handed a dry towel to Masaaki. Taro looked up at the sky. The sun had already pulled halfway down, and blue had already begun to blink at the sky. Let's hope he can make it soon, or else we might have to camp here for the night, he said. Takuma nodded with pursed lips. He would have been perfectly fine and happy camping by the river for a night, admiring the starry sky with his teammates, if not for the fact that they would have to shovel shit for a week. Just as the riverside had begun to settle down again after Masaaki's loud entrance, the peace was once again disturbed by a red emergency flare ripping into the sky, leaving behind a smoke trail as it climbed up brighter than the flares were earlier in the day against the bright sun. The location of the flare was relatively nearby to their position. How many does this make? I asked as everyone watched the smoke trail. She got nothing in response. No one knew the exact number. While the flares made it to the sky with the canopies blocking the view, the people inside the forest couldn't tell all the time when the flare was launched. But they all hoped no one from their team had been eliminated. What are they doing? Said Taro suddenly. They all looked and saw that the two near the river had gotten up and walked to Kamiko and her teammate. Kamiko was up on her feet before they could even reach her with her sword in hand. The two guys raised their hands and showed their palms, signifying peace, and then began whispering something to Kamiko, who frowned for a moment before her eyes widened. Get ready. They might strike, said Takuma. Huh, why? Masaaki asked. No fucking idea, but we need to be ready. They didn't stand up and assumed combat stance, but all four of them did keep an eye on the others. There was silent tension between the two parties that grew louder with each passing moment. Does anyone know how to read lips? Masaaki asked. If you shut up for a second, we might be able to hear something, Taro whispered at Masaaki. Takuma tried to strain his ears to listen to what they were and even tried to look at their lips to see if he could make it out words, regretting that he didn't have friends in his life who didn't play the lip reading challenge with loud music pumping through headphones. Eventually, one of the guys from the other team walked toward them. Be cool, I whispered to them as she crushed Takuma's arm in her grip. But it was also she who suddenly shouted, What do you want, Ray? Hey, I have a proposal for you guys, said Ray with a smile. I have a bad feeling about this, Taro said out loud. Ray shook his head. No, this is beneficial, definitely, and seeing that they were listening, he continued. The four of us, he pointed back near the trees, are ready to go to the tower and need one more member to come along with us, and we will get inside and get the number one. What are you talking about? I interjected, frowning. You can't just gather 5 random people and enter the tower. You need to do it with your team. Takuma nodded. The first 2 out of 5 teams entered the tower to not get punished and hopefully, got some reward. Taro suddenly whispered, Oh no, he closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Oh no, he said it. Yoshio said it. How did I miss that? It was there in front of me. Takuma frowned. What was Taro talking about? The instructions from Yoshio were clear. Every one of you will get one of these 5 tokens. All of you will start separately at different points of the fence, with the control tower somewhere in the forest as the goal. 5 tokens, each of a unique shape, are needed to enter the tower. The first 2 sets of 5 tokens will be granted entry, while the remaining 15 will be declared failures and have to shovel shit in a stable for a week. Takuma's heart leaped up his throat as he recalled Yoshio's instruction. The first 2 sets of 5 tokens. He looked up at Ray. Nothing in the instruction said anything about a team. What? I frowned, confused. I don't understand. Takuma looked behind Ray at Komko and company. He could see why they had joined hands. His team already had 4 members assembled, with only Nenro remaining. Expecting 3 members to arrive faster than one single person from another person was a tough wish, especially not knowing who was eliminated. So when Ray and his teammate approached Komko and her teammate, he could see why she so readily agreed. Which token do you need? Taro said to Ray. 4 people meant 4 tokens. The Ray-Kamko coalition needed 1 more token, meaning they needed only 1 more person. The Pentagon. Taro. I. Masaaki. All their heads turned as their eyes fell on Takuma. Takuma, on the other hand, could feel the token with negligible weight grow heavy in his gear pouch. Chapter 47, Takuma could feel everyone's eyes on him as he stared at Ray. I'm assuming you have the Pentagon token, said Ray, smiling. Come with us, and we will sleep under a proper roof tonight. Who knows, maybe we may very well be back at our homes by the end of the day. What do you say, let's go? Takuma didn't remove his eyes from Ray as he asked Taro, how sure are you about the rules? You're considering it? I exclaimed in disbelief as she stood up. Takuma didn't respond to her. Instead, he turned to Taro. Kamko, Ray, and their 2 teammates believe the rules to be 2 sets of 5 tokens, not the first 2 teams. In the moment, he didn't know what to think, and Taro seemed to be the best person to ask for an opinion. Hey, Takuma. They possibly couldn't mean any 5 people. The instructor must have meant teams. He must have misspoken, said Masaaki, but even he sounded doubtful. I nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's not overthink it. Takuma kept his gaze fixed on Taro. A shinobi must look underneath the underneath. Taro repeated the quote that Takuma remembered seeing on the academy walls, one of the shinobi rules. Taro. I shouted at him. She knew as well as Takuma knew what Taro meant to say. A shinobi was supposed to discern the truth of any situation, and in this case, the truth was dangling right in front of them, without hiding. Takuma squinted his eyes shut as he rubbed his face. If you're worried about Yoshio's words, you don't have to, you know. Ray took out the triangle token from his person and held it in front of them in his palm. The tokens are not customized in any way to distinguish between the teams. I compared mine against the other 4, and there are no special signs on any of them, which clearly tells us that Yoshio really meant any set of 5, not teams. Your token. Takuma turned to I, who had the triangle token in their team. I snorted and turned away from the group, clearly unwilling to participate in whatever was happening. Takuma asked again, but she refused. Please, Taro also asked. You, too? We need to confirm if he's telling the truth. If we can confirm there's a difference between the token, then we can put this behind us and wait till Nenro arrives. I gritted her teeth in frustration before throwing her token at Taro and walking away from the group, but not before giving Takuma the stink eye. Takuma felt bad, knowing where she was coming from, but he quickly turned to Taro, who was comparing the tokens. They are identical, said Taro. He looked at Takuma. What are you going to do now? I don't know, Takuma sighed. You tell him to turn the hell away and not disturb us. I yelled from a distance. We should hurry, you know, said Ray, not sparing I one look. It'll be getting dark soon. And who knows, someone might come along and take away the chance. The meaning was clear. This was a transactional operation. They needed 5 people to get to the tower, and he only happened to have the token they needed. The moment someone else with the Pentagon token came along, they would offer them the same deal. Takuma thought about it. There was a reward on the line. Knowing Yoshio, it would be mission points, which Takuma desperately needed. Lightning style, shock. Wasn't coming along as he expected. It was now functional but nowhere near usable in real fights. If he couldn't get into the final tournament to win the C-rank jutsu, he better start his mission points savings early to buy one on his own. More powerful jutsu meant a boost in combat ability, which he desperately needed. Even if he didn't know the future, the world of shinobi was chaotic and thus dangerous. He needed to get stronger to secure himself by getting stronger, or else the chances of him finding himself lying in some ditch leaking blood remained rather high. He had to make a decision. He looked at Taro, who stared at him impassively, giving out nothing. Masaaki, the person who could shine in the darkest of woods, looked worried as he gazed at Takuma, but he didn't say a word to dissuade Takuma. On the other hand, I didn't even look at him, her frowning gaze fixed on the river water with her arms crossed, showing her closed body posture. And even though Nenro wasn't here, Takuma could picture the prince guy saying that he would support any decision Takuma made because that was the kind of guy he was. No, can't do it, he said with a long groan. What? Ray uttered in surprise. Takuma stood up, pressed his hands into his face, and sighed in resignation. Thank you for the offer, but you'll have to find someone else to complete the 5. I'll not be joining you for, he said. I turned her face to Takuma with her eyes glittering, her anger draining away as if washed away by the river beside her. Masaaki's imaginary dog ears perked up as his entire person glowed. Even Taro sighed a breath of relief. Are you serious? Ray said as if he couldn't believe it. I am. Can't believe it either. He recalled his days when he was in the academy. How he felt from the moment he entered the classroom in the mornings, watching everyone spend time in their social and friend group, how it felt to train alone in the evening, how it felt to return to the empty home and do the chores in silence. It was the same every day as he operated his way through the same day over and over again on his own. He didn't like anything about the rest of his days except for the early morning training. He remembered how it felt when Taro questioned his ground walking exercise and how the other 3 had left. That moment made him feel that he had returned to the most miserable year of his life, but worse, it felt worse when something was taken away than when it was never there in the first place. Takuma didn't want to experience that ever again. It was okay. He would grind lightning style, shock harder until it was usable. He would take more missions in the future to save more mission points. Until he got a stronger jutsu, whenever that was, he would try to improve his plateaued taijutsu. He would work harder to make up for the missed opportunity. He just didn't want to be isolated again. You heard him. Go away, Shu. I stood between Ray and Takuma and badgered him until he walked away. Takuma sat down again with a heavy sigh. He turned to Taro and asked, what would you have done? The lazy teammate shrugged. I don't know. I wouldn't know until I was offered the same opportunity. Takuma could appreciate the answer. It felt more real than a simple negative or a positive. Why did you refuse? Asked Taro. A shinobi must see underneath the underneath, Takuma said as he leaned back, rested his weight on his hands, and stared up at the faint shadows of the stars that could finally appear with the sun's overwhelming shine fading away. I just followed your advice. Huh? Takuma shook his head. He had simply decided to believe. Only time would tell if the gambit would pay off. He wished it would pay off. He would be fine even if he didn't win anything for it. He smirked and jutted his chin to eye. I can't live without her constant yapping in my ear. I fear that I have dug myself into a relationship that I can't see myself escaping. Really toxic, actually. I don't yap. Why don't you admit that you're too shy to say it? I playfully kicked his thigh. I'm happy that you stayed, Takuma. Masaaki said with a bright and loud smile. Me too, buddy, me too, said Takuma before sighing. It's not all over, you know, said I. Nenro can still come here before they get their 5th member. We can still win, I believe we can. It was true. Both parties had 4 members. The 5th member could arrive for any of them. Takuma really hoped Nenro would arrive first. In fact, Takuma was surprised Nenro hadn't come earlier. But then another person did arrive, and it wasn't Nenro. Ray immediately approached the girl and entered communication. She could have the wrong token, I said nervously. Takuma gulped and nodded. But then returned towards Kamko and shot them a thumbs up with a smile. Upon seeing that, the group began to pack up, getting ready to move. Should we fight them? Masaaki asked, looking between the team and the group about to leave. It'll be 4 against 5, and with Kamko there, I can see mutual destruction as the only outcome. Not worth it, Taro said. I don't know about that. Mutual destruction seems pretty good right now, said Takuma, dipping a hand into his pouch that held his 3 explosion tags. He licked one of them, ready to stick one on a kunai and chuck it toward the group. We should wait for Nenro and try our chances here rather than bleeding here so close to the tower, said Taro. Are we going or not? Asked Masaaki. The team remained tense and still as they watched their competition until they disappeared into the forest. Shit, we just watched, Taro muttered. Well, Nenro usually makes the final decision, I sighed and kicked the gravel. Takuma let himself lie down on the gravel and sighed. Now that Kamko and Ray had left with another person, who very well could have been him, Takuma wondered if his decision was the correct one. Team 5 was a temporary assignment for basic training. They weren't like the Geinin led by a Jonin who stuck together for years. As far as he knew, Geinin's part of the Geinin Corps didn't stay together after basic training. In fact, he had zero ideas what his life would be like after the basic training. He didn't regret his decision, but he did entertain the possibility in his mind. Oh, everyone's here, they heard the voice they had been waiting for. The entire group turned over to look across the stream to see a battered Nenro waving at them. He was caked in mud, there was a bandage covering his upper arm, and a cut had almost split his headband. Upon seeing him, I immediately jumped over the river to fuss over Nenro, checking his injuries. While Nenro didn't seem too injured, he did look like he had been in a nasty fight. "What happened to you?" asked Takuma after Nenro came to their side. "Somehow, 3 team members ended up finding each other. And I ended up finding them." Nenro cracked a kink in his neck. "It turned out they didn't like me very much, and we ended up getting into a scuffle. I lost them somewhere, good for me because I was on the verge of pulling the flare." Takuma could see that happening. Everyone liked Nenro, but did they? A completely positive reaction was impossible on any topic. There will always be people who will hold opposing reactions. It wasn't a bad thing to have opposing views, but in cases like this, it could cause more harm than good. People could be cruel, Takuma knew that very well. "Let's go to the tower." Masaaki directly got up and swung his backpack over his shoulder. "Can you stand in there for a few more minutes?" Takuma asked. "I can go on all day long," said Nenro with his usual smile, which looked as good as it would if he was squeaky clean out of a bath. "The day is about to end," said Masaaki. "Read the vibe," Takuma chuckled as he slapped Masaaki on his back. Inside, Takuma was thrumming with urgency. They needed to hurry and get to the tower as soon as possible before it was too late. Chapter 48, 2 days after the training ground number 42 excursion, Takuma walked into his group's usual training area like he routinely would, but today he had switched his usual back waist pouch with a slightly larger one to accommodate the raincoat and boot covers he had carried to protect his clothes from the smell when they went to shovel shit in a stable. He wasn't looking forward to that at all. "Mornin'," he greeted his team after a day's break. Nenro and I reflected his energy. While Taro responded with his usual nod that didn't show if he was feeling his normal self or if he was down at the prospect of the on-week worth of punishment. "Good morning." Masaaki greeted back as vigorously as always. "So loud." Taro sighed. Takuma wanted to make a hungover comment but held back, knowing it wasn't the right time. He looked around the field and saw that the entire group had a low fee to them today. As he observed his groupmates, he noticed something strange. For a moment, he couldn't put a finger on it, but then it struck him. They had a fight, didn't they? While everyone knew everyone in the group, most of the time, people usually only hung out with their teammates. But today, Takuma saw that the other teams were broken up, not talking to each other. It's obvious that those who didn't win weren't on board with their teammates betraying them. Taro, sitting with legs crossed down on the ground, muttered his comment as he peered at the group with his head laying on his palm. As it turned out, neither of the winners were from the same team. Like Kamko and Ray, the other winner was also made up of people from multiple teams. And as Taro said, those who won saw no fault in their view, but those who were left behind didn't see the winner's choices the same way. "It must have been really awkward in their rooms afterward," I said with a slight grimace on her face. After entering the central tower in the forest, everyone was healed by Shady Guy and then sent to their rooms that they shared with their teams for the night. Team 5 had gone to sleep really quickly after washing up, but it was easy to imagine what had happened in the other rooms. "To have slept in the same room after all that's tough," Nenro said. The rooms were barely large enough for 5 people to sleep semi-comfortably. "Thank God we didn't have to go through that." "Preach," said Takuma. "Instead, we had to listen to his snoring all night long." Taro half glared at Masaaki, who flushed. "I can't help it." Nenro consoled Masaaki by telling him he was too tired to notice any snoring. "Gather up." Yoshio had arrived. The group did, and they did it with perfection. After more than a month and a half of training and beatings, they had a level of discipline ingrained into their bones that they kept even with the tension that strained the air between the teams. "I'm severely disappointed by this group's performance in the forest excursion. Even though I had booked the training ground for 2 days, I was expecting us to leave the forest early on the second morning. But the fact that I had to delay our exit by a few hours because all of you weren't able to make it to the tower in time embarrassed me a ton. I couldn't believe that the Gaimen, who I had trained for so long, were so pathetic. If I'm not coming across properly, I will say it outright. I'm disappointed in you lot." Takuma, who was standing near the back, saw a few people bowing their heads. "Despite that, I promised those who completed the challenge the fastest a reward. I'm tempted to withdraw the reward, but as everyone knows, I'm a man of my word." "Those who won, step forward," said Yoshio. Takuma held back a snort. 10 people stepped forward and naturally made a line. Takuma noticed that the other 5 had 3 members from Cho's team. And he knew the rest of Cho's official team hadn't been out of commission, which meant her team would have entered the tower together. But they didn't. "All of you completed the objective assigned to you as fast as possible. For that, I commend you and reward each one of you with mission points," said Yoshio. Takuma sighed. It seemed his gambit was a failure. He had made a wrong choice. Cherish these mission points earned through the betrayal of your teammates, Yoshio continued. What? Takuma looked at Yoshio, surprise covering his face. I'm sorry, the usually taciturn Kamiko narrowed her eyes. The rules didn't say we have to complete the challenge with our teammates. We didn't betray anyone. Yoshio marched in front of Kamiko, and his large muscular frame towered over Kamiko as he stared down at her. Tell me I misheard you not saying sir as you addressed me. Did I mishear, Taketori Kamiko? Kamiko stared up at Yoshio for a moment before gritting out, sir. Yoshio grinned broadly before he said, indeed, there was no role in completing the challenge with your time. But answer me this, did you discuss the challenge with your team before you entered the forest? I did. Sir, said Kamiko. Did your team plan to complete the challenge together? They did, sir. Did you at that time tell them about the possibility of you going off on your own without them? When Kamiko stayed silent, Yoshio pressed her, did you tell them or not, Taketori Kamiko? Kamiko's face twisted as she spat out the answer, no, I didn't, sir. So you planned to complete the challenge with your team but left that plan to complete it with other people? That sounds like a betrayal to me, Taketori Kamiko, said Yoshio as he leaned toward her before pulling away and looking at the other 9 people. All of you betrayed a part of your team for an unknown reward. I hope you understand what this says about yourself. What would it look like to your peers who will be part of the same mission as you in the future? Think about it, you treat others how you want them to treat you. Taro, who was standing in front of Takuma, leaned back a little and whispered, is that what you meant when you said seeing underneath the underneath? Yeah, something like that, Takuma whispered back. In truth, he was hoping Yoshio would name them as victors because they completed the challenge as a team and they would get a mission point reward, but he accepted looking at the humiliated 10 winners was an incentive. Yoshio continued, I'm someone who appreciates loyalty, and in this group, only one team showcased it. He turned towards Team 5, and Takuma felt everyone's eyes on them, and he unconsciously perked up, which is why this week, I declare Team 5 as number 1 on the weekly rankings. Takuma's mind, upon hearing Yoshio's words, did some mental operations, and he came to a simple conclusion. Number 1 on weekly rankings equaled mission points. They were going to get mission points, he couldn't be happier. His gambit had paid off. It also meant Team 5 had their second win on the weekly rankings. We will continue today as usual, but the 15 who lost the challenge will follow me to the ranch after training to serve their penalty. Now get ready, I cut off Yoshio and exclaimed, but sir, you said that we were loyal, shouldn't we be excluded from the punishment, sir? Yoshio, who had turned away, turned back towards them and gazed at I, and there was a pause before he said, Shinobi rule number 4, a shinobi must always put the mission first. He looked at everyone as he continued, this world isn't fair, children. Loyalty in the field is paramount because who else can trust with your back but your teammates, yet there will be times you'll be asked to put the mission first, even if it means putting the same teammates in danger if it means mission success. We are shinobi. We are men for hire. We put our lives at risk for our village and country. And we put our lives at risk for people who are willing to pay an appropriate price. He looked at Team 5, you valued your team loyalty higher than the reward. I praise you for that, but at the same time, it is the truth that you lost the challenge. Your life as a shinobi will test you from time to time, and you'll have to make choices whether you like it or not. That is the truth of this life of ours. But, sir, how can we? Yoshio shook his head. I don't have the answer to that. Only you can answer that for yourself. I'll suggest this, form your Nendo and follow those beliefs so you don't regret your choices. Takuma clenched his hand into a fist. He didn't recall a lot of Naruto's story, but he did remember Kakashi Hatake's belief in putting loyalty before everything else, even rules. It wasn't the belief itself that jumped at Takuma, but the history of how he had arrived at the belief. Kakashi's father, whose name Takuma couldn't remember, had chosen to commit suicide after he put his teammates' safety over a mission he had been disgraced by his peers, which had driven him to take his life. Yoshio's words about life not being fair and making difficult choices made Takuma think about that. 2 days back, he had made a choice that didn't have life-altering consequences, but the trade he was in would throw choices his way, which would have much more serious consequences. Life was not fair. Takuma knew that fact very well. His existence here in this world was proof of that fact. Chapter 49, the effects of Yoshio's forest lesson could be seen entrenched in the group as they approached the last days of the basic training. Team 5 operated the same as before the forest challenge, but the same couldn't be said for others. The 2 winning coalitions had members of the 4 teams, meaning that at least one member in each team had chosen to give up completing the challenge with their teams to win the reward. The teams are broken, Takuma commented while watching I spar against her opponent. If we're careful and play our cards right, we can get into the final tournament. Yoshio's group consisted of 5 teams of 5 competing against each other on the weekly rankings leaderboard. No one could claim they knew exactly how the rankings worked as the criteria for grading was absent, and Yoshio only disclosed the rankings at the end of the week. But through some clever observations, the group members had deduced that the sparring record for every week held significant weight in the criteria. But that didn't mean that sparring was all that mattered. As it stood now, out of the 5 teams, 3 were in the lead with 2 number 1 rankings in the weekly Team 5, Kamko's Team 3, and Cho's Team 1. Team 5 got their second number 1 in Week 6 from the Forest Challenge and were the latest to do so. Unexpectedly, it was Team 2, a team that hadn't been number 1 before, to ace in Week 7 due to them preventing the abduction of a wealthy civilian merchant's wife and daughter while patrolling their route, a single incident that had rocketed them to win the week. Proving that sparring wasn't the end-all criteria. Week 8, however, didn't have any outlier events that could sway the rankings, neither did it have any challenges that had helped Team 5 win their 2 number 1 rankings. Looking at the history, the chances didn't look good for Team 5 as they had never won a number 1 ranking based on sparring alone. They could even be considered in the same category as Team 2. But things were different for Yoshio's group in Week 8. Teams of strangers had learned to operate as cohesive units in their time together, but the Forest Challenge had thrown a wrench into the smoothly running teams. The number of mistakes during team exercises made up of a lot of training schedule, were as high as they were in the early weeks when the teams weren't used to each other. Which presented Team 5 with an interesting situation. Takuma pumped his fist and cheered as I sliced a gash into her opponent's arm. He grinned, "We have been the best team this week by far. Luck has been with us this week. Nenro and Masaaki haven't lost a single fight. I is going to win this one. I have been doing decently, even when he was holding back his brand new trump card for the final tournament, and surprisingly your record isn't in the red." "Stuff it," Taro grumbled. Taro's record was always more losses than wins. Takuma didn't say it out loud, but it felt great to have a higher win record than Taro when just last year, Taro would have pounded him into the ground. "If nothing crazy happens and we keep winning, we can ace this week," Takuma ripped the grass beside him. "If we keep winning, that is," Taro replied. In front of them, I threw her kunai, which embedded itself into her opponent's thigh, bringing them to their knees. Yoshio called a fight. Taro continued, "As you said, we have been lucky with our pairings. But there are only so many people. It's only time before we get matched against someone powerful." He glanced at Kamko, the strongest in their group, "that might drag us down." Takuma had considered that option, but he still thought they had every chance at winning as long as they continued to perform well outside of sparring. I returned from lugging her opponent to the shady guy's tent. "Did you see that? I totally tricked him into committing when he shouldn't have." She had a healthy sheen of sweat on her. "I saw. It was amazing." Nenro smiled as he handed a towel to I. He continued and added to the ongoing discussion, "I agree with Takuma. If we keep doing whatever we are and others don't suddenly get back into tune, I think we have a good chance." Yoshio called for the next pair, and Masaaki stood excitedly as his name was called. He pushed his hand into his back pouch to pull out a knuckle duster around his fingers. Takuma gazed at the shining metal adorning Masaaki's hand. He didn't use jutsu, but with those things around Masaaki, he didn't need to. Masaaki had broken bones with simple punches. Takuma glanced at Kamko. In his opinion, if Masaaki had an accompanying Buki jutsu, he could rival Kamko's Kinjutsu. "We can do this," he thought. It seemed the luck was true with Team 5, as it was already Thursday, and things had gone as Takuma had expected. They had kept a favorable win rate, and the other team struggled with their synergies. But not all things were up and up. "She looks pissed," Takuma thought as he looked at Cho in front of him. The girl's charred brown twin tails looked particularly evil right now, matched by her eyes that were viciously staring at him. She still held a grudge against Team 5 for winning the tree walking challenge before Team 1. Takuma and Cho stared at each other as Yoshio walked away. There was no official starting point. Technically, they could attack the moment Yoshio called their names. Takuma usually didn't make the first move, preferring to react and counter. But today, he made the first move. He pulled away from Cho, but at the same time, he threw 3 shurikens at her. Cho's problem, Takuma thought, was that she tried to get through fights without taking a single hit. It made her too defensive, which gave him the opportunity to press him. The moment the shuriken left his hand, Takuma cancelled his backward motion and charged toward Cho. In the small window, as she dodged the shuriken, Takuma laid a low kick into her shin. Cho cried as she was forced to kneel. Takuma pressed ahead aggressively, but Cho grabbed his arm and threw him over her as she rolled. Takuma skidded on his landing and immediately ran back towards her. Cho, with shame and anger on her face, pounced into attacking. Takuma should have backed down, let Cho's aggression break on a wall of defense, but in the heat of the moment, he opted to match aggression with aggression. They crossed blades, broke apart, and swung almost like drunks, each missing twice until Cho clapped Takuma on the side of the head with the hilt of her kunai. Takuma wavered, and Cho hit him again, hard. He dropped to a knee, and Cho brought her kunai down, going for a killing blow. Takuma got his kunai up in time to block, then rolled away before lurching to his feet. Cho tried to give him no space, but she wasn't aggressive enough, and Takuma successfully traded blows to get into a position to defend himself. He decided to immediately gamble his newfound breathing space and went in for an elbow drill into Cho's shoulder, and then, as she hopped back in pain, he cracked her in the neck. Cho made a strange high-pitched sound as she went down. Takuma dipped into his pouches, and senbon were the first weapons he found, so he threw them. Cho, despite clutching her throat, rolled away and the thin senbon embedded into the yellow ground. Takuma clicked his tongue and moved towards Cho, but as he whipped his head, a wave of dizziness struck from when he was hit in the head. He gritted his teeth and hid his stumble within a step and looked toward Cho with a glare that shouted punishment, but his eyes widened when he saw the two hands facing him making a bird hand seal. Still lying on the ground, Cho raised her head to face him and smiled viciously through the grimace. Air rapidly distilled around her, accompanied by the sound of flowing gales before a burst of winds assaulted Takuma with the force of a truck. He felt his body flatten against what felt like a solid wall of wind. All of the air was knocked out of him, and when he hit the ground, did he find a rushed breath return to him. His world turned into a poorly drawn water painting dripping in water as colors swam in his vision. Cho unsteadily got up to her foot and ran towards Takuma, who had been tossed several feet away by the wind blast from wind style, gale surge. As she arrived near Takuma, he suddenly swung a kick and swept her legs, and the already unsteady Cho sacked to the ground. Takuma couldn't hear anything but a sharp ringing as he pulled himself up. His vision was trying to make him puke his guts out. He straddled Cho and smashed her in the head, and luckily it hit despite his swarming vision. It would have been fine if Takuma had grabbed Cho's head and pounded it against the ground. But in the state of nausea and anger, he made the hand seals of lightning style, shock. That he had practiced so much he could do it in his sleep, it just wasn't his fault the jutsu didn't work well for him. He pressed his hand against Cho's chest as the arcs of lightning snaked around his hand, and then zap. Cho's body spasmed as if she was having a stroke. While the jutsu couldn't travel far or cause the amount of damage it was supposed to at point-blank range, it was as effective as a heavy-duty taser. Cho raised her quaking hand towards Takuma's face, but it fell back to the ground halfway up. Takuma removed his smoking palm and didn't care anymore. He got off Cho and collapsed on the ground beside her. He looked to his side and saw that she was curled up and jittering. Face hot and heart drumming, but victorious, Takuma put his hands up, and he didn't care if it would make him feel miserable, but he yelled. He had won. Takuma hadn't felt worse in his entire life. One would think that a day would be enough to recover from a fight with minor cuts, but Cho's wind-style jutsu had left a deep stinging pain in his body. It was so bad that he loathed the idea of standing. "Will you stop groaning?" I shot him a glare. Takuma groaned as he stretched his back and felt the pain in his bones. I can't do it today. If he makes me fight today, I'll throw hard. Fuck the final tournament. I don't need the C-rank jutsu, I'll figure it out, he whined. He had skipped his early morning training because of the pain. Takuma ignored I and continued to groan and did it louder when she hit. He only stopped when Yoshio arrived, and they had to file into the grid. He met eyes with Cho and glared at her when she had the gall to glare at him when she was the one who had made his life miserable. The final tournament is going to be held tomorrow and the day after that, were the first words that came out of Yoshio's mouth. For a moment, Takuma forgot about the pain. I'm going to announce the weekly ranking for this week early, Yoshio continued. The team with the highest number of wins will participate in the final tournament as my representatives. One of you guys better win. I don't appreciate getting embarrassed in front of my coworkers. Takuma felt more restless than ever. Why couldn't he just get to the point? Number 1 for this week's ranking is Team 5, Yoshio turned to Team 5. That makes you a 3-time number 1, which means you're going to the final tournament. Takuma blinked as he stared at Yoshio's face. It felt so anticlimactic. I disagree. Takuma turned towards the sword-wielding girl who had spoken up. Now, that felt more climactic. Chapter 50, I disagree. Takuma didn't have the time to rejoice or even completely take in the announcement. He turned his head toward Kamiko, who had dared to raise an objection. While it did surprise him that the objection came, it coming from Kamiko didn't surprise him one bit. The group didn't make a single peep. Even I, who Takuma was expecting to break into a celebratory dance, stood unmoving. Everyone waited for their instructor to react. The hulking Yoshio arrived in front of Kamiko with silent steps. The difference in stature couldn't be more pronounced as they faced each other. One looking down, the other frowning up. Insubordination will cost you among shinobi, take it Tori, said Yoshio, his thick voice heavier than usual. Takuma hid whence Yoshio's use of the family name was sparse, but everyone knew why and when he chose it, and that's what made it more impactful. Yoshio continued, "This is my group. I'm your instructor. My word is the divine law. You don't get to disagree with my decisions, Gaiden." The taciturn Kamiko seemingly found her voice as he talked back at Yoshio. "I'm by far the strongest in this group. I deserve to be in the final tournament. I can understand why Ando and Sino were chosen, but I can't see any merit in Oishi participating in the tournament." "Sir." Ando Masaaki and Sino Nenro wrinkled their brows but schooled their expressions for the most part. Oishi Taro, though, pulled a fed-up face with no attempt to hide the emotion he was feeling. "You speak less, so I didn't notice it. You don't use the word, sir, enough in your vocabulary." Takuma stood on the opposite end of the grid to Kamiko, but he could very clearly feel a pressure seeping out of Yoshio that made his already looming frame look more menacing than ever. Takuma felt as if the atmosphere was bearing down on him, compressing his chest and shoulders. It wasn't just him, everyone else in the group looked a varying level of very uncomfortable. Was it chakra? It had to be chakra, Takuma thought as he glanced at Yoshio from the corner of his eye. He was scared that the feeling would enhance if Yoshio turned his attention to him. "Did you not understand when I said that the team on the top would represent me in the final tournament? I'm feeling frustrated right now. How can someone not understand words as simple as that?" Yoshio's words drummed in their ears. "I'm strong. I don't give a rat's ass if you're stronger, Gaiden. It's my choice, and I will make it any way I want to," said Yoshio, thundering. Takuma held back a flinch even though he was steps away from them. Yoshio raised his hand and pointed in the distance toward Shady Guy's medical tent. "I can break his bones 100 different ways, and he would fail to stop me 99 times if given a chance. I could give him the key to my home for assassination when I'm at my most vulnerable, and I'll still survive even if he jumped me in my bed while I sleep." Shady Guy, noticing they were looking at him, looked up from his book and gave them a wave. "And yet, because he practices the rare medical jutsu, he is considered more valuable than me in most situations. Strength is not everything, get that through your head." Takuma stared at the Shady Guy. Princess Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, the to-be 5th Hokage, had pushed for any mission team to have a medical ninja, a healer, on the squad. The practice was accepted as having a medical ninja shot up the team's survival rate to the moon. It was a great enough difference that every single shinobi village adopted the practice. She was lauded for her contribution to the shinobi organization. And yet, most teams didn't have a medical ninja on them. Medical jutsu is a complex field of ninjutsu and required time and effort from a qualified shinobi to be effective. Most shinobi didn't even have the prerequisite of fine chakra control to step into the field. As such, there just weren't enough medical ninja to go around, which made them a sought-after commodity. It was no wonder Shady Guy could spend a good part of the day idling under a tent doing seemingly nothing important. He could do it because he had the leeway to do so. Takuma had to give it to Kamiko for her persistence because she didn't back down. "But it's a combat tournament. I am more valuable," she said. The pressure bearing down on the group disappeared with Yoshio's sigh. He spoke, "You're very, very lucky that I don't want to get into annoying trouble with your clan." Kamiko's eyes sharpened. "Let me put this straight. It's a fighting tournament of genin who haven't even completed a single mission, not seen the real threat of a blade thirsty for their life. None of you are real shinobi. To me, it's a fun little bet with my coworkers, so," his volume suddenly shot up, "I don't care if you're more valuable. It might be a big thing for you, but for me, it's about the same as cockfighting. Get it straight in your head if you think that you somehow hold some importance in my eyes, because you don't." Takuma felt offended. He graduated from the academy, he wore the forehead protector of the leaf, no one couldn't deny he was a shinobi. Did he express his displeasure? No. He wasn't very lucky like Kamiko, and there wasn't anything holding Yoshio from skinning him alive. Somehow, he no longer felt the joy of getting to the final tournament. Yoshio didn't care if he was sending the strongest within his group. It was, as the man had put it, a fun bet with his coworkers. For Takuma, however, obtaining a C-rank jutsu was a key mark even in his life. He felt small. The difference between someone like him and Yoshio was too great. And Yoshio was only a chunin. Takuma couldn't even imagine what he would look like in the eyes of a jonin. What was he worth in the eyes of the top brass? Was he just a dispensable pawn? He didn't think he wanted to know that answer. The thought alone made his stomach sink. Cheers. Celebrating the win did bring Takuma's feeling of joy back. He took a sip of his honey banana shake and looked around the restaurant. Taro didn't eat out much, so he didn't have a recommendation. The trio was from outside, so they had no idea either. The responsibility fell on Takuma, who was equally as clueless, but he ended up recommending the same restaurant that Murabashi had taken him to. And here they were. He did tell them it was a little on the expensive side, but they didn't seem to mind. It was his first time eating out after Marubushi had taken him out on convocation day, and the second time overall since he had found himself in the world. The first time around, the celebration had turned from happy to sad real quick when he heard of his assignment to Gainen Corps. Takuma looked at his team, and he had to say, Gainen Corps wasn't that bad. Yoshio sure dug into Kamiko, said Masaaki. I felt bad for her. I didn't, I said as she flipped through the menu. Nenro asked, did you all feel the pressure coming from Yoshio when he was talking to her? Takuma nodded. It was really heavy. It felt like I had a weighted vest on me. Some kind of chakra manipulation, for sure. He looked at Taro. Why are you looking at me? I don't know, Taro said with a half-confused, half-frustrated face. Why do you guys, you in particular, he pointed at Takuma, think I know the answer to everything? I don't know. Takuma did think Taro would know. Maybe he was exerting his chakra outwards, said Nenro with an inquisitive look on his face. Takuma shook his head. It has to be more than that. I exert chakra outwards when I walk up a wall, but it doesn't happen then. And if he is exerting his chakra outwards, is he pushing it out of all the tenketsu all at once? Isn't that like really difficult? Also, how does it flow out so evenly? He didn't remember seeing anything like that when he read the manga. Order first. I pushed the menu into Nenro's face as he tried to reply, then you can talk all you want. She looked at Takuma and then pointed at the menu on the table. The food was great. Last time around, he was stressed about the Gainen Corps, so the experience didn't stick. How are you feeling about the tournament tomorrow? Masaaki asked with a broad grin on his face. I'm feeling excited. Who would we get to fight against? Hey, do you know? He addressed the last part to Taro. Again, why are you asking me? I was with you the entire time, replied Taro, sighing. The 97 Gainins in their batch were divided into 4 groups. 3 groups of 25 and 1 with 22 people. The groups trained in the same zone were allocated to the basic Gainin training, but they didn't share the same training field. Takuma didn't know about the others in his group, but he didn't meet the Gainin from other groups other than sometime in passing. If they met eyes, he would nod to them, but other than that, he didn't have much interaction outside his group. 20 people, he said. 4 groups, 5 people each. If it's single elimination, it'll be 4 or 5 rounds, depending on if we get a first round bye. Or we could get eliminated in the first round. Everyone looked at Taro, who shrugged. Takuma could see Taro tapping out in the first round if the fight got tough. Takuma didn't want to see that happen. Taro was an easier opponent to fight than most other people. If Taro went far and somehow met him in battle, it would be easier for him to win a fight. I won't go easy on anyone if you fight me, Masaaki announced with his arms crossed. Neither would I, said Nenro. Try me, I smiled. They naturally looked at Takuma, so he thought for a moment before saying, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get that C-rank jutsu, even if it means beating all of you and whoever fights me into a bloody pulp. He had a faint smile on his face, but he was serious in what he said. He had invested too much to convert the chance of obtaining the C-rank jutsu. For the next 2 days, Team 5 would no longer be a team. Every man for themselves, no holds barred. Ah, uttered I before looking sullen. When Nenro asked, she answered. Team 5 is over, isn't it? The teams were only supposed to hold until the end of basic training. Ah, Takuma had forgotten about that for a moment. For Gainin Corps, missions were assigned by the Leaf Gainin Resource Command. Everything from mission objectives to the teammates was pre-described for them. Today indeed, was the last day for Team 5. There was a silence between the group for a moment. For the last 2 months, they had fought each other, they had laughed with each other, they had eaten together, they had trained together. They had spent a majority portion of the waking day with each other. It was a short time, but they had become a team. Doesn't matter. We will still be a team, even if it's not official. And we will still be friends. Nenro raised his glass of water and said, to Team 5. To Team 5. Chapter 51, Takuma furrowed his brow as he twirled the shuriken in his hand as he tried to locate the target. The thick white mist obstructed his vision, hiding the painted wooden stump from him. It was so thick he wouldn't walk outside with the visibility he was left with in the fear that a car would run him over. The quiet of the morning helped him focus as he tried to recall the position of the stump. But his mind had other plans as it let the thoughts of the tournament creep in. Less than 2 hours remained before he had to head to the training field for the tournament and fight like a prize fighter for the C-rank jutsu that was on the line. He was going to fight people who he had never seen fight before. Even his academy classmates in other groups were an unknown as he had only ever seen them use taijutsu. Rest of their combat style was a mystery to him. He needed to face 5 or 4 if he was lucky, people, and win. He was worried. He had never won 4 fights in a row. His record was dotted with losses. Now he was going to face the best from each group, and the chances of him winning 5 straight against the elevated opposition didn't look great. But he had to win. Takuma threw the shuriken into the white mist, and a moment later the sound brought back the thud of the shuriken hitting the wooden stump. He walked through the mist and reached the tall wooden stump with the red and white target that had no shuriken on it. He had missed the target by an inch. He sighed, the nerves were getting to him. "See, I told you there was money on this." Suddenly Takuma was not feeling the nerves from before. The training field, which was usually full with only the geinin in basic training, was host to a small crowd of shinobi who were definitely not in basic training. All of them shinobi, and from the color of their flak jackets, all of them were chunin. They're not even trying to hide it. Takuma could see someone going from person to person with a laminated paper, collecting money. "Do you think we can participate?" said Taro, a look of calculation flashing in his eyes. "Because I think if we work together, we can make some serious change." "Are you talking about match fixing?" asked Nenro. "I didn't say that, but if you want to put it that way, sure." Takuma glanced across the field at the team from another group with their chunin instructor. Some distance from them stood another team with their instructor. All the teams had their chunin instructors with them, which prompted him to ask the question, "Where's Yoshio?" Masaaki pointed to a group of chunin, and among them stood Yoshio's towering figure laughing with them. I think it's the first time I have seen him laugh," I said with a weirded out face. It was indeed a strange sight to see Yoshio laugh. Takuma caught Yoshio's eyes, who then walked towards them. "I hope all of you're ready to show your best today," he said. "All of these people are here to see you perform. It'd do you good to put a good impression, and who knows, they might look at you favorably in the future." What did that mean? In Takuma's eyes it was obvious all of those people were here only for fun. He couldn't think more about it as a shinobi walked to the middle of the field that had been left empty, clearly to be used as the fighting stage. "Don't disappoint me," Yoshio said to them before walking away to rejoin the people he was previously talking to. "Welcome all to another iteration of the Rookie Geinin tournament," the shinobi announced with a charming host smile on his face. "Today, we will see 20 of best rookies fight for the tantalizing prize of a C-rank jutsu. Until yesterday, they were teammates, but today, they're going to clash against each other to prove that they're the strongest. Are you excited to see who rises to the top and who gets crushed behind?" There were hoots and cheers across the crowd. God, it's like a gladiator coliseum, thought Takuma. It also told him that this tournament was in no way official. The announcer continued, "As there are 20 contestants, we will have to weed some people out to make a proper bracket. That's why the first round will be a preliminary consisting of 4 matchups." The announcer then named the people part of the preliminary round. 2 people from each team were chosen. From Team 5, I and Taro were called up. "People with the worst records?" noted Masaaki, bluntly. "At least, you're not fighting each other," said Nenro, "meaning both of you have the chance to move to the next round." Both lost their fights. "I did say that it was a clear possibility," Taro shrugged, unbothered about his loss as he rolled his shoulder that had been cleanly dislocated in the fight. "I did look genuinely down," as Nenro consoled her. Betting money exchanged hands in the audience before the announcer took the stage again. The Geinins fought valiantly, and while some lost, their winners are heart. The announcers said some nice words and then got boo at it from the crowd. He ignored the crowd like a deaf person and continued, "Now that we have a proper bracket in hand, we can get started at the real fun," he said, and money once again began to exchange hands. "Let's begin with the round of 16, the announcer read from the slip in his hand. "The first game matchup is going to be Yoshio against Chinatsu, represented by Takuma and Ata." Takuma got slapped on his back by Masaaki as he stepped out, as did the Ata from Chinatsu's team. There were hoots and cheers as they took the stage. Ata was taller than Takuma, almost as tall as Masaaki, but was wider than him. Takuma could see Ata growing into Yoshio's build if he hit the gym twice a day. They faced each other as the announcer addressed them. "You know the rules," he said. "Don't kill each other or lop something off that can't be fixed. Stop the fight the moment I say so. As long as you follow that, you're good. Do you both understand?" Takuma nodded while Ata replied with a yes. "Good, then take it away, young fellas. Make the fight as entertaining as possible." The moment the announcer moved away, Ata started to speak. "I heard you're a big loser." Takuma was surprised by the sudden trash talk, but he indulged after a moment's thought. "Oh, yeah? Do you know what I heard? I heard you choke big time, so this fight is going to be really easy for me," he said. Ata's team had 2 of his academy classmates, so he knew who must have said that about him. "Oh, who said that?" "Your mom did," Takuma grinned, "when I visited her last night. And you know what, she was doing the same thing as you," he then mouthed, "choke." Takuma hadn't heard that since he had came to this world. But boy did it work like a charm. At first, Ata was surprised, But anger soon overtook him and he rushed like a raging bull. Takuma quick-stepped out of reach, avoiding a kunai slash to the face, and countered with a front kick to the gut. Oda folded in half as he flung backward, but he was as strong as he looked as he regained his balance before he hit the floor and landed with his feet dragging tracks on the ground. Oda snarled and rushed forward without skipping a breath. Takuma threw himself backward and Oda's swinging kick sliced air, a handspan from hitting. Following up, Takuma closed the distance, and Oda, having been enraged by Takuma's comment, attacked with unadulterated aggression. Takuma blocked every swing and hit, and though he was ratcheting up the pace, he did it slowly. If he was to take advantage of Oda's rage, he was going to do it thoroughly. He used no true attacks but blocked and countered with precision, while pushing the pedal on the pace. Oda's heavier build matched his fighting style, he wasn't a nimble fighter, and his heavy swings showed that he was power hit. The fighting style suited Takuma because he could actually keep up and control the momentum. Which was why even though he lost regularly to Masaaki, he found Dai more challenging. The needle on the pace had moved to a point where Takuma felt rushed, and he knew that Oda was slower than him. The rage and free space to attack was the only reason why Oda hadn't noticed how unfavorable pace had become. Takuma made his move. Oda swung his arm wide, Takuma ducked under it before taking advantage of the Oda's body's moving momentum to step in and stamp a fist into the face. Oda's aggression suddenly came to a panicked halt. Takuma danced on his feet, bringing himself to the side. He kicked behind Oda's knee. Oda, forced to kneel, hurriedly turned his torso back to bring his hands in a better position to block. He caught the late glimpse of a kunai coming down and then it was the pain that told him there was a kunai embedded behind his shoulder. The screams ripped through the gallery's cheers as blood spluttered out in the air. Takuma didn't let his feet rest for a moment. He glided from Oda's left to right and slipped two senbon into the base of Oda's neck, pushing them deep into the resisting flesh, avoiding anything vital as to not kill. He had spun a full circle around Oda and for the finishing blow he grabbed Oda's head and made him kiss his rising knee, caving Oda's face in. Takuma grabbed another kunai out to continue but he saw Oda drop to the ground on his back, falling on the kunai left in his back, digging it deeper. Oda passed out before he hit the ground. And, that's it. The announcer called the fight. Takuma let the breath go he didn't know he was holding and took a couple unsteady steps back. He could hear his heartbeat as he watched the two young medical ninja in charge of injuries rushed in to take Oda away. Takuma stared at Oda's broken face and he stared at the pool of blood he had left behind as the announcer grabbed his hand to raise it as the victor. You did great, Takuma. Nenro greeted him with excited slaps on the shoulder. The knee to the face? A great touch, Masaaki nodded in appreciation. How are you feeling? Asked I. Takuma stared at his friend's face. What was he supposed to say? That it didn't feel real. Everything had gone by so quickly and smoothly. That he was expecting his plan to fail or at least face some hiccups along the way. That he had seen the fight go an entirely different way in his mind. I'm feeling. He thought about the last 2 months. He had worked hard. He had contributed to the team that had won in the group. He had been the first to complete the tree walking challenge. He had won some tough fights which he didn't think he would have been able to win 2 months back. The stunned disbelief gave way to something else as he thought about it. Confident. Chapter 52. Nenro watched Takuma walk away with Ai to the medical tent to get the light bruising on his body treated. The fight had been interesting but not how he had expected it to go. Takuma exchanged words with his opponent, Oda, who then seemingly went into a rage. The entire fight until the end was a barbarian swinging wildly and getting lead by the nose. Whatever the conversation was, it did wonders because the fight was fairly one-sided and effortless from the outside. I don't know about you all lovely people, as much fun as it's to watch a good old-fashioned bloody beatdown, I wouldn't call that a competitive fight, said the announcer and stared at the paper in his hand. So, how about we move to the opposite of the bracket in hopes of a more entertaining matchup? What bracket? They hadn't shown them the tournament bracket, which was a problem because he didn't know who he would fight until the last moment, and neither could he prepare for his next fight by studying possible opponents. But it seemed the spectators had been made aware of the bracket. I wonder if I can sneak a peek at the bracket. Round of 16, the second matchup Ryo vs Yoshio, represented by Kai and Nenro. Nenro narrowed his eyes. He didn't appreciate the way the announcer worded the matchup. He wasn't representing Yoshio. The tournament had nothing to do with their instructors. This was them competing to win and get the prize. Go knock him out, said Masaaki with a grin. Nenro gave him a smile before jogging out to the field and facing his opponent. Kai had a wiry build with sharp features framed by his long bangs. Combat style unknown. But Nenro knew Kai was from the Leaf Village and came from a family with shinobi, which meant that the chance of encountering a jutsu during the fight was higher than average. But Nenro wasn't worried. Victory was inevitable. He looks tense. Nenro raised his chin slightly and slowly stepped away from Kai. He made no attempts to hide or rush as he retrieved a kunai each in hand from his person. Kai reacted like a cat who had his tail stepped on and threw the kunai immediately after pulling it out. Nenro turned his body to let the kunai pass by and threw one of his kunai. Kai hurriedly moved to dodge, and the kunai could only get a lick at his cheek, leaving a thin curtain of blood trickling down from the shallow scar. Nenro didn't let a beat skip and blitzed toward Kai. To his credit, Kai already had another kunai ready, and his arm was already halfway into throwing motion. Nenro, knowing a thrown kunai at short range was dangerous, reacted and dropped down into a slide tackle and took out Kai's legs. Using the forward sliding momentum, Nenro pulled himself up to his ready to keep Kai on the ground, but Kai was already pushing off the ground towards Nenro. Blades met, sparks flew. Nenro swiped his other elbow, but Kai pulled his face back and grabbed the kunai with both hands to disengage and thrust it into Nenro's chest. Nenro twisted his body out of the way just in time to let the kunai prey on his vest rather than his flesh. Neither chose to put distance between them, and the brawl ensued. Nenro had to give it to Kai, he was nimble. His attacks weren't making enough contact as, at the last moment, Kai would slither away out of reach or out of the way. Nenro realized he was fighting a losing battle if he stayed close. The decision was quick. Nenro took a weak side strike into the thigh as a sacrifice to get into a position and nailed a solid hit into Kai's side before disengaging and pulling away faster. Kai, understanding his advantage and not wanting to give up, pushed ahead while keeping down the pain with gritted teeth and grunt only to see a kunai spinning along its length in front of him, and tied from the hilt's loop was a red-bordered explosion tag. His widening eyes shined with the glow of the explosion tag as he looked past it at Nenro with the ram hand seal. Boom. Nenro crossed his arms over his torso and tugged his knees inwards as the hot wave from the explosion tag collided into him. He hit the ground and skidded on the field on his side. He had been hasty. The timing on the explosion tag was too quick. Nenro didn't linger on his mistake and got to his feet. His ears rang, but he ignored his impaired hearing and narrowed his eyes at the light dust cloud. Nenro couldn't even get steady on his feet when Kai appeared, sprinting out of the dust cloud. The vest on his arms and upper torso was torn apart, and the skin burned underneath, and yet, Kai rushed towards with anger burning in his hand. Nenro calmly raised his hand and formed the ram hand seal. Kai's body suddenly froze and fell to the ground like a statue. His momentum skidded him forward until he stopped near Nenro's feet. Kai looked up at him with confusion and fear while trying to struggle to move as if there were ropes constricting his body. Genjutsu Shibari, Genjutsu Paralysis, complete. Nenro knelt on one knee before dangling a kunai above Kai's neck. He looked up at the announcer, who nodded back. He had achieved victory. Nenro stood up, and his eyes swept across the crowd. The Chunin were exchanging money they had bet, some pissed, most happy. But his attention went towards the Geinin, who were all gazing at him. The smart ones were observing, taking in every fight and their moves. With each fight, they knew more about their possible would-be opponents. He had given up one of his cards in the fight. They would use that knowledge in the future, beware of the tricks and techniques he was likely to pull. Fights would only become harder. He finally looked towards Masaaki, who stood with his arms crossed. There was the usual bright smile on his face, but Nenro could see the undertones. Especially against someone who already knew him so well. Match 7: Yoshio vs Maki, represented by Masaaki and Kenta. Kenta watched Masaaki walk into the field from where he stood with his team. Unlike him and everybody, who walked straight to the announcer, Masaaki took a detour and waved his raised arm at the audience with a big smile plastered on his face. "Is he serious?" muttered Kenta to no one. He, however, got a reply from the announcer. "He looks confident in himself and his chances of victory in this fight, and he's showing it to the people. If they feel the same as he does, they'll put money on him. If they put money on him, they'll cheer for him. If they cheer for him, they'll boo you," said the announcer with a smile. "What's that use for?" thought Kenta. And it didn't matter if Masaaki was confident. Mere few people would bet for an outsider when the opponent was from the Saratobi clan. The country bumpkin, a fool, was just wasting time. Masaaki eventually made his way to the center of the field, the broad grin still flashing on his face. The announcer quickly recounted the rules to them before walking away, but as he talked, Masaaki pulled out 2 knuckle dusters from his pouches and leisurely put them on. The shiny glint of the silverish metal glimmered under the sun. "Let's have a good fight," said Masaaki, still smiling. Kenta narrowed his eyes. He didn't like that smile. Did he not care about the fight? Was he not taking him seriously? Was this all fun and games? Whatever it was, he didn't like the smile. Kenta shooed the thoughts away and wielded the combat stance with his bow staff ready to strike. He was confident in his ability to win against Masaaki before, but when he saw the knuckle duster, he was more certain. The short-ranged knuckles were a poor match against his staff's extended reach. This fight was going to be an easy win, a simple stepping stone to winning the tournament. Winning the tournament would show everyone that it was a mistake not to have been assigned under a Jonin-led team. He didn't belong in the Geinin Corps among all these people. He was from the Sarutobi clan, the third Hokage's clan. They were among the great clans of the Leaf Village. His talents were wasted in the Geinin Corps, and he knew if given a chance, he could show what he could really do. By winning the tournament, he would catch the attention of a Chunin and have them consider him for their teams during some of the more important missions. If he couldn't get a Jonin leader, then the best mission under the best Chunin leaders was the lowest he was willing to go. Kenta exhaled, and his breath seemed to boil. He poised his bow staff and readied for a swift victory with minimal efforts wasted. He needed to save energy. There was still another fight on the first day. The moment the announcer took a step back, Kenta took a quick forestep and swung his bow staff in a downward smash. He was planning to crack the shoulders to disable the arms before striking the legs to finish it off quick and efficient. Masaaki didn't attempt to dodge and instead raised his hand to catch the staff against his knuckle duster. It was like hitting an immovable wall with no give. Instead, Masaaki used his strength to push back immediately and took big steps to evade Kenta's personal area. Kenta's moment of shock vanished as he felt the weight overwhelm him. He slipped the staff off Masaaki's knuckle dusters and tried to slip the staff below the raised arms to upstrike him in the neck. He didn't get the chance. Masaaki's arms moved faster than Kenta thought possible, hitting him below his ear, snapping his head sideways, and sending him stumbling with half muscles in his neck wrenched out of place. Head ringing and neck on fire, Kenta righted himself, only to be hit again. He raised his bow staff, pointed it forward for cover and distance, and was struck in the shoulder by a vicious kick. He whipped his bow staff at Masaaki's head through his shaky vision, slicing through empty air before taking a bone-numbing blow to the leg that swept his lower body with such force that he lost his balance. He reeled and limped back, swinging wildly. Masaaki, out of reach and smiling, stalked him. Kenta's heart hammered, and his breathing was unsteady. He attacked anyway, but the swing was ducked under. He swung again and was dodged again, a torso pulled back. He heaved himself back, desperate to make space, and heard the noise of shouts. He looked to the noise's source, and his heart sank. It was the Chunin. They were cheering for him to be finished off, cheering for his opponent's victory. It made no sense, he thought. He was Sarutobi Kenta. Why were they cheering for someone who wasn't even from the Leaf Village? This couldn't continue. He was representing his clan. It was his duty to win, not to sully the Sarutobi name. Kenta screamed as he pushed chakra into his bow staff, which glowed silver. He charged forward to deliver a thrust for Masaaki's chest. The staff extended at the last second, suddenly extending the attack's range. Masaaki dodged, and Kenta corrected, his staff blasting back the other way, hitting nothing. He rebalanced, spinning low, whipping the extended staff to break Masaaki's chin. It didn't connect, so he adjusted, ready to strike, and was battered to the ground by the hard metal flats of two steeled punches. He gasped. The pain was excruciating, and for a breath, he thought his back was broken. It wasn't, but as the feeling in his body flooded back, it felt like someone had whipped hot coals into his skin. Was that all the Buki Jutsu you knew? The outsider said, his voice booming. What a disappointment. Kenta spat, tasting blood, and forced himself to his feet. He wouldn't be disrespected by the likes of the outsider. He surged up, staff first, screaming obscenities, and Masaaki simply sidestepped, and Kenta staggered past, crumpling, then collapsing beneath the pain and blow to his shoulder from Masaaki's downward elbow strike. I guess that's it, Kenta heard the announcer's voice. He wanted to protest, to shout that he could continue. His heart burned to fight. But his everything else screamed mercy. He opened his mouth only to cough blood. And he couldn't get the words out, he chose not to get them out. The last thing he saw before darkness overtook him was the smiling figure of the outsider waving his raised hand. Chapter 53. The atmosphere at the training field was like the peak of the cherry blossom season, and people had come together to picnic and view the cherry blossom. Just that they weren't here to see the beautiful nature, but people duke it out in combat. Almost half of the people in the tournament are from our team, I declared, her tone braggadocious. Her nose almost seemed to lengthen from pride. With the round of 16 over, 8 geinin remained. Takuma, Nanro, and Masaaki were among those 8. Now that I'm out of the tournament, can I participate in the festivities? Taro said as he took a bite from his lunch and eyed the Chunin who had been betting Ryo the entire morning. Takuma ate the roll he had packed from home and eyed the geinin who had remained and were participating in the round of 8. He still didn't know the bracket. None of the participants knew. The Chunin had kept the bracket from them. He glanced at Masaaki, who was munching down Kara-age fried chicken, with no care in the world. Out of everyone remaining, Takuma didn't want to fight Masaaki the most. The totally one-sided brutal bashing he had dealt to his opponent without breaking a sweat or a crack of his smile had left an impression. Moreover, Masaaki was one of the people who hadn't showcased a jutsu. If Takuma were to fight Masaaki, he would fight him after knowing the jutsu he might face in battle. As for his other teammate, Nenro was the one he was most willing to fight. Given that they were from the same group and team, he had sparred often with Nenro and was, thus, most familiar with him in terms of combat style. And while he had missed Nenro's fight and hadn't seen the Genjutsu used in action, he knew that it was the paralyzing kind. As long as he had a clue, he could make something out of it. "I wish all of you get to the next round tomorrow," I said with a grin. "Then our team would hold 3 out of 4 spots in the semi-finals. Then the chance of winning the tournament is all but guaranteed. Possible if you don't get matched against each other today," Taro commented. Masaaki laughed. "Bring it on. I'm ready any time, any day," he said, getting a shoulder slap from I. Takuma and Nenro made no comment. The chance of them meeting in the round of 8 was high. Takuma even thought that the Genin weren't shown a bracket because the instructors could arrange the matchups to be the most interesting for the Chunin audience. Whether his conjecture was true, they would know tomorrow. Round of 8, Match 1 Maki vs Yoshio, represented by Kame and Takuma. Takuma dapped Masaaki and I before jogging to the middle to meet his opponent. Yui Kame was a short and petite girl with a long thin ponytail that sat over her shoulder and a distinct pair of ringed red eyes. If not for her eyes, he would have not remembered the one person he knew with whom she shared that trait and family name, Yui Kurenai. One of the few characters he knew to have Genjutsu as part of their primary skill set, the infamous woman who had tried to use Genjutsu against Hitachi Uchiha. Just like her relative, Kame had shown Genjutsu in the first round. He didn't know what Genjutsu it was, but her opponent did seem to go somewhere else with their unfocused eyes. He was a tad bit worried. Even though Yui wasn't a shinobi clan, they were still a shinobi family. Unlike Nenro, chances of Kame knowing some strange Genjutsu he might not even have read about was high. "Disrupt the chakra and you'll be fine," Takuma said to himself. "Let's have a good fight," Kame said to him as the announcer moved away to give them space. Before she could even complete her sentence, Takuma charged at her, closing the distance. In the last fight, Kame had conformed to the stereotype of a Genjutsu specialist being poor at taijutsu. But it seemed she was ready for it as Kame pulled back and flexed her wrist for a senbon to appear from inside her sleeve that she threw at Takuma. Not expecting the hidden weapon strike, Takuma moved his head to get out of the way of the large needle that would have pierced his mouth through his cheek. It was only a moment, but in the split second Takuma paused, Kame had made a comfortable distance between them. Takuma clicked his tongue and continued his chase for her, but as if used to it, Kame continued to be on the move. "Is running all you can do?" After a while, Takuma spat out the line. It was after he had said it he realized how cliched his words were. Kame didn't make a single peep. She remained in motion, dodging any throws that Takuma threw. She had definitely trained for this type of combat situation. It was annoyingly reactive and required deep patience to practice. She had to wait until Takuma gave her an opening to counter-strike. But it seemed Kame wasn't that into waiting. She chucked a kunai toward Takuma. In a second and a half the kunai flew towards him. Takuma raised his kunai to deflect it, but he noticed something red wrapped around the kunai's hilt. Explosion tag. The emotions didn't reach his face before his instincts took over, and he dropped to the ground in a forward sliding motion as he contracted his body to minimize his surface area. The next moment the tag exploded, and Takuma felt the force slam into him, rattling his bones, as he slid forward. He pushed through the ringing in his ear and tried to locate Kame, to find her weaving hand seals. Shit blood drowned the world in red. The glaring rays of the afternoon sun were replaced by the eerie chill of a blood moon. Whatever wasn't red had taken over a shade of the darkest browns. It was a sight straight out of a nuclear apocalypse or what hell looked like. Takuma felt his heartbeat flare up as if a hand was wrapped around his heart, squeezing it to beat faster and faster. And faster. He frantically turned towards where his team sat, only to find that he was alone. The entire training field was devoid of human life, even the chirping of birds was absent. His only company was the whispers out of the woods framing the field. Where in the world was he? Where was everyone else? How did he get here? As soon as the thought ended, the ground shook, and cracks appeared everywhere in the field. Fingers poked out cracks, pushing the topsoil out of the way, and emerged from the ground were rock golems of various sizes ranging from short quarterlings to towering monstrosities surpassing human limitations. Takuma's heart leaped to his throat as he looked at the horde of rock golems moving closer toward him. He wanted to run, but the golems approached from all directions. He calculated the possibility of fighting the golems, but their numbers only equated to certain death. For him, he was going to die. Why so soon? For what had he endured the last year? He hadn't even completed a single mission. Didn't this make everything not matter anymore? But as Takuma spiraled down deeper into darker thoughts, he found himself staring at Kame walking towards him. All of a sudden, his surroundings didn't look as they did before. The environment looked flat, and the golems didn't look as opaque. He remembered what his surroundings and situation looked like before, and the fear began to drain. He noticed his ears didn't ring anymore, and his skin didn't burn, which shouldn't have been possible with how close the tag exploded to him. The fear began to drain away. And with each step Kame took towards him, the clarity returned to him. This is a Genjutsu, he thought. Of course, it is. How else would the surroundings change so drastically so suddenly? And no way someone in the Genin Corp in basic training would be able to use a Earth-style jutsu that would create golems in such numbers and sizes. It had to be a Genjutsu. He was about to raise his hands, make the seal, and break the Genjutsu, but as Kame walked towards him, he changed his mind. Apart from running, I can do this, Kame said, raising a kunai. Takuma raised his fist faster and decked her in the jaw. As the Kame hit the ground, the Genjutsu broke like shattered glass. The sky turned to blue, birds chirped their beautiful songs, and people's cheers entered his ears. He looked around to find the Genin and Chunin had returned while the golems had disappeared. He took out a shuriken and dropped it near Kame's face, making her flinch, ending the match with a supposed death strike. The announcer came beside him, grabbed Takuma's hand, and raised it as he spoke in his host voice, Takuma with an excellent, last-second comeback. How he turned the tables on what seemed to be a done fight. And with this, Takuma has secured his place in the semi-finals. Give it up for him. Takuma jogged back to his team amidst the cheers. You won. I squealed as she hugged him. I did, didn't I? Taro, noticing something, asked Takuma, you don't look thrilled about it? Is everything alright? Takuma didn't know what to say. Well, he did. But instead, he said, yeah, I just can't hear in one ear, and my skin burns. Ah, sorry. I immediately separated from him. Inside, though, he had two thoughts. One, the Genjutsu cast on him didn't seem to work well. Two, things seemed to be going swimmingly well for him, and for some reason, it made him really uncomfortable. Chapter 54, even in his wildest predictions, Yoshio wouldn't have guessed that 3 of the 5 Genin representing him in the Genin Basic Training Final Tournament would make it to Day 2. The final tournament happened every year during Basic Training. It had never happened before. 3 of the final 4 Genin coming from his group, from any one group. By design, the final tournament wasn't supposed to have the strongest Genin as participants, as the qualifying criteria was being part of the best team. The teams in a group were deliberately crafted to be balanced in every category, from combat to overall competence. No instructor was allowed to send cherry-picked combat-proficient Genin. The fact that neither of the 3 Genin were the strongest from his group, the strongest being Kamiko, was a surprise. And he very well didn't think he would feel proud about it. The rookie Genin basic training happened every year, and he spent 2 months with a new set of Genin for those 2 months. But it wasn't just that, he was an instructor for many other training programs for Genin and even new Chunin. He met new people throughout the year, and it was rare he formed close connections with his charges, especially when they hated him from the inside because of what he put them through during the training. But facing the bombardment of praises from his peers for his training capabilities, the talk had even somehow reached his direct supervisor, a Jonin, who usually weren't interested in rookie Genin, and had led to a small talk regarding the tournament. It brought him an amount of attention, something he could leverage for his career. He looked at his 3 Genin standing together, about to find who they would be fighting in the semi-finals. The chances of one of them winning the entire thing was very high. If one of them did win, he could use that to start a run for the discussion of his promotion to Takubutsu Jonin, or who knew, if he was lucky, he could be a Jonin by the end of the year. If one of his 3 did win, he would give them an additional reward. The number in the crowd was larger than yesterday. The number of Chunin present in the field had more than doubled, and the ruckus they made had turned from a picnic park to a packed festival. Along with the Chunin crowd, the rest of the Genin from basic training had joined the audience. He could definitely imagine cars tailgating food out of their open backs to feed the ruckus crowd enjoying the festivities. I'm feeling nervous, he said to the other 2. Nanro, who was similarly scanning the crowd, nodded. This does feel a tinge overwhelming, he said. He raised his hand to wave at I and Taro, who were among the crowd. Masaaki, however, didn't look any different. He adorned his bright smile on his face, looking like he had enough energy to move mountains and still have something to spare in the tank. That confidence was something Takuma had grown envious of. If he were given an opportunity to steal traits, Masaaki's sun-like self-belief would be one of the first things he would swipe. They stood beneath the familiar medical tent that all of them had seen plenty of during the basic training. The crowd had formed a ring to create a more than large fighting arena for the fights. While the tent was part of the ring, earthen walls were erected on either side to keep it away from the crowd. And with the medical tent came the shady guy, who sat on his outdoor recliner, watching the crowd without a worry in the world. Takuma's eyes naturally went to the fourth competitor, the one from Chunin Shinatsu's group. He knew her, she was his academy classmate, after all. Her name was Risu. The girl had large but sharp metallic amber eyes with a head of shoulder-length green hair held up by her forehead protector. Like every other geinin in the basic training, she wore the standard leaf shinobi gear, but she had one addition in the form of a sash with a black shuriken sigil marked upon wrapped around her waist. Takuma stared at the black shuriken clan sigil, recalling what Taro had told him about which clan it belonged to. Fumarisu? Huh. It's not talked about a lot, but it's also not a secret the Fuma clan are distant relatives to the Uchiha clan. Something that came as a considerable surprise to Takuma. They don't have the red eye thingy, of course, but if you trace it back, you can find their origins with the Uchiha. Also the reason why the Fuma clan is heavily involved in the Leaf military police force. It was also in the same conversation that he found that the Takataori clan, as in Takataori Kamko, was a shinobi clan with close ties to the white-eyed Hyuga. While the Takataori didn't share a blood connection with the Hyuga as the Fuma did with the Uchiha, they shared a close political tie with each other. From what Taro had told him, the Takataori clan had been allied to the Hyuga from even before the formation of the 5 great hidden shinobi villages. However, it was Risu who was Takuma's opponent today. He observed the girl. From what little Takuma knew about her from being in the same class as her for a year, she was a taciturn girl who only opened to those close to her. He could recall the fleeting times he had caught her conversing with Izumi and that small group of friends, but other than that, she was a quiet girl. As the Fuma clan didn't have a KK Genkai, Risu didn't have any genetically gifted special ability he needed to be worried about. But she was strong, he knew that from their academy days. Takuma looked between Risu and Nenro and Masaaki. He would shortly know which two would be his opponent today. Whoever it was, he was ready for them. Come on, Kakashi, don't drag your feet. We're in the prime of our youth. Wipe that sleepy look off your face and show me some energy, said the tall and muscular man with a strong jawline, a somewhat large nose, and black hair, but his most noticeable features were the shiny bowl-style haircut and thick eyebrows. Kakashi sighed. Just like after years of training, his ears had honed to pick up even the faintest of sounds. Years of listening to the boisterous and booming voice, which was louder than many people shouting voice, had made Kakashi's ears resilient to Gei's voice, which usually only had 2 modes, loud and extremely loud. Or is acting aloof like this is the secret to you being cool? Damn you, Kakashi. It was not. It wasn't anything like that. Either speak quietly or don't speak at all, said Kakashi as he pulled up his face mask a little more. Why are we here? I'm not interested in seeing Rookie Geinin fight. Isn't this only for Chunin? We can't be here anyway. He was sure many people here wouldn't be comfortable in the presence of Jonin among them when they were clearly gathered to enjoy and have a good time. Don't be like that. This tournament happens every year. I wanted to come here when I was a Chunin, but somehow I missed it every year because I didn't notice the time while training, said Gei as he peered at the crowd from the tree branch he spectated from. As ridiculous as it sounded, Kakashi could see that happening. Kakashi sighed. He didn't want to be here. He had returned from a particularly grueling mission as part of the masks, which had made him use the eye a little too much, and that had its effects. He wanted to use the well-earned break to rest, and not get pulled around the village by Gei. But he knew arguing with Gei rarely resolved matters in a peaceful manner. He also didn't want to fall into one of the competitions between rivals, as Gei liked to call every time he got the opportunity, so he turned to the other person who he could reason with. Kurenai, you see the problem. He stopped when he noticed that the red-eyed woman with untamed hair reaching her upper back and very unique red eyes, different from his red eye, framed by purple eyeshadow, dressed in red mesh armor blouse under the broad material that resembled bandages with a pattern on it similar to those of rose thorns. Kurenai, the Ganjutsu mistress, was also peering intently at the crowd. Which one of them defeated Kame? She muttered to herself. It was then Kakashi realized why Kurenai had agreed to Gei's invitation. They originally didn't hang out much less after Asuma left the village to serve as part of the 12 Guardian Shinobi. She had tagged along because she was interested in the tournament. He sighed again. If he was stuck there, he might as well watch the tournament. He had never been part of a Rookie Geinin tournament. It was a Geinin Corp Geinin exclusive event, and he, as a Geinin who had been assigned under a Jonin, never experienced anything similar. He didn't even have a normal Geinin experience. Having graduated early, he was placed under a Jonin sensei without accompanying teammates and had been trained alone. It was not until after he was promoted to Chunin did he receive his teammates. Kakashi closed his eyes for a moment and stopped the thoughts that he knew came with when he thought about them. He gazed at the crowd. He could see the Geinin in this part of the basic training, wondering how many were actually functional shinobi. It had been a while since he had worked with anyone who wasn't exceptional at what they did. My dear people, the announcer took the center of the field. I couldn't feel any happier to have this big of an audience to host. I feel honored to be part of this with all of you. There were loud cheers from the crowd. After yesterday, we have 4 genin remaining, who will be competing for the crown. By the end of the tournament today, we will know who will get the prize. Gay leaned in and whispered to Kakashi. I heard they're competing for a C-rank jutsu, he said. Now that was a tantalizing reward. For genin right out of the academy, there was nothing better than a C-rank jutsu. Anything less they could earn it through missions, anything more would be too difficult for them to learn for a while if they weren't proficient in chakra manipulation. Then they were told that 3 out of 4 genin were from under the same instructor and how rare it was for that to happen. Kakashi was confused for a moment before Kurenai explained how the selection worked. He looked towards the tent and saw how the 3 boys stood apart from the girl. He recognized the sash from the girl. The other 3, he couldn't pinpoint any features shared across members of the clans. For the fight of the semi-finals we have Yoshio vs Chinatsu, represented by Takuma and Risu. Chapter 55, Takuma kept his eye on Risu as he walked onto the field among the cheers, hoots, and jeers. Risu did the same and locked eyes with him. Takuma didn't look away and kept eye contact with the girl. It wouldn't do for him to lose the mental battle before the fight even starts. Takuma, Risu spoke first. I am amazed that you have made it this far. He wasn't surprised and expected that response from every classmate he met. He shrugged. I mean, it was only 2 fights. In fact, I'm surprised that you're in the genin corps. Definitely thought you'd be living it high under a jonin's teachings. It seemed I was wrong. Risu narrowed her eyes. To Takuma, Risu, with her stoic demeanor, sharp eyes, and no-nonsense air, seemed more like an Uchiha than Izumi. But that may be because he only had Sasuke and Itachi as his image of what an Uchiha was supposed to be. The announcer repeated his pre-fight instructions before backing away. Risu slowly backed away and put some distance between them. Takuma also didn't make any sudden movements and took out a kunai from the pouch wrapped around his thigh. They began to move around in a circle, keeping constant distance, gauging each other to see if the other would make the first move. Takuma abruptly changed his course and briskly walked straight toward Risu. With a deliberately loud grunt, he threw the kunai with as much force as he could produce. Risu sidestepped and caught the kunai that cut through the air. She glanced at Takuma to see him now rushing towards her. The equilibrium was broken. From the moment she caught the kunai to the next moment she threw it back as she took another kunai that she sent in the shadow of the first. Risu's movements were fluid as though combat was forged into her bones. Moving more on instinct than with sense, Takuma dodged the kunai, stumbled when the second one forced him to shift his body awkwardly to avoid it, straightened up, hands high, to catch the arms that held the large dagger hissing through the air towards his skull. Risu screamed as she tried to force the dagger tip closer to Takuma's head. Takuma fell backward with his back on the ground and used the momentum to kick Risu over his head. He was up the next second, and so was Risu, who had landed on her feet with a cat's grace. Risu slashed and stabbed with her dagger while Takuma dodged and evaded, his hands empty, not given a moment to retrieve a weapon. Risu continued to push Takuma back with aggressive movements until she got one in. Arg! Takuma gasped when a stab left a cut on the side of his forearm. He gritted his teeth, and targeting a short rest in Risu's movements, he stomped on her foot as he headbutted her in the forehead, leaving her off balance to react in any meaningful way when she got kicked in the gut, sending her several flying feet. Wanting to cement the momentum on his side, Takuma ran towards Risu, and up the dagger she had dropped after being kicked. As with any shinobi, getting hit was second nature. Risu had already shaken away most of the hit and was on her knee with her hands joined together. It took a moment for Takuma to register that Risu was weaving a jutsu. And then another moment to decide whether he should stop or continue onwards. He dug his heel into the dirt, but the moment he stopped, he was hit by a wall of wind that sent him flying back. He knew what this jutsu was because he had been hit by it once before. However, recognizing after the fact, was no help to him at all. He hit the ground head first. Takuma hadn't felt more disoriented in his life, and he had been kicked in the head multiple times during the academy. The ground had turned gray, and everything went and came out of focus. He tried hard to concentrate, but his mind refused to obey. But one thing on the boundary among the audience did catch his attention immediately. Is that? He didn't see Risu flying towards him, feet first. Risu hit your boy so good that he got drunk. Yoshio clicked his tongue as he peered down at the woman beside him. She was honestly a beautiful woman with a stunning figure, regal looks, and for most measures, had a good head on her body. One probably couldn't ask for more. Only if she didn't have that crude mouth attached to her, she would be perfect. The fight isn't over, he said. He wanted to fight back with a witty quip, but seeing Chinatsu's girl dropkick a distracted Takuma in the chest didn't leave him with much creative freedom. You did a good job training your bunch, Yoshio. For them to have made it this far, it's more than enough, Chinatsu smirked when she saw a staggered Takuma barely avoid Risu's blade. But as it is every year, a child from a shinobi clan or family will win this year as well. Be proud, you managed to get 2 outsiders and the worst of the Leafs fetched to semi-finals. And one of them will even get to the finals. Yoshio glared at Chinatsu, who shrugged with a raised brow and smile. There was a trend in the basic training final tournament. The winner would always be with a shinobi background. Maybe it was an easier access to jutsu, or an increase in effort put after not getting picked up by a jonin, or peer pressure, or maybe it was because the civilian geinin who could match were taken by jonin, while good clan geinin remained unselected. Whatever it was, probably a combination of everything and some more, the trend continued. Yoshio removed his eye from Chinatsu and observed the fight. Takuma still struggled. Any and all momentum had completely shattered after he was thrown back the wind-style jutsu. As bad as it looked, Yoshio still thought that Takuma could win. The kid had been beaten worse than this and had still won. Don't worry though, if you beg nicely, Mama would maybe share a portion of her winnings with you. After all, Risu would be winning by thrashing your geinin. Chinatsu winked at him with a smirk. Yoshio ignored the crazy bitch and kept his eyes on the fight. He frowned when Risu all but walked into Takuma's personal space without an iota of resistance. He would have broken every bone in his opponent if they strolled in like Risu had done. Come on, brat. Get back into it. She was going to the finals, thought Risu as she stepped close to Takuma, who didn't put any resistance. For a second there, she was worried as the fight had progressed a bit too fast and out of her control in the start. But fortunately, wind style, gale surge, had seemingly done the trick. She had casted the defensive jutsu to throw the approaching Takuma back to give her space, but she didn't think Takuma would become doozy. It seemed he had hit his head. A surprise much welcomed by her. She kneed Takuma in the stomach. He covered his stomach and coughed spit out. He was stubborn and refused to go down. She could have ended the fight by sticking a kunai in his gut and leave him bleeding to end the fight, but the comment at the start of the fight had pissed her off. The look from her father when she had told him that the jonin had failed her was the most distressing thing in her life. She had never seen him so disappointed. After that, everyone had a look of pity in their eyes. Even Izumi's efforts to cheer her up seemed like sharp barbs digging into her. She didn't need to be reminded of that by the dead last. I might be in Geinin Corp, she leaned in, whispering it into Takuma's ear, but you're not ever going to get out of it, dead last. Deciding that she had enough, Risu decided to end the fight. But as she was pulling away, she felt a hot breath near her ear before she felt something wet against it, followed by something solid touching her ear. Her heart rate spiked through the roof when she felt a hauntingly clear sensation of teeth grip her ear. Shocked, she jerked her head back. Bad move, as when she did that, the teeth dug harder in and Takuma pulled. Risu screamed from the intense ripping pain. Her hand instinctively went to her ear, and when she looked at it, her palm was covered in her red. Risu looked up at Takuma. The boy had blood on his lips, red staining around his mouth. Thank you for not hitting me in the head again, he said between sharp breaths that matched the rise and fall of his shoulder. It took me a while to get my head right. It would have been tough if you had kicked it in. You bit my ear. Risu screamed at Takuma. Huh, ripped a chunk right off, he spat, and the taste of metal did the trick. Woke me right up, Takuma said. Sorry, can't lose this fight, he gestured to the side with his chin, but Risu didn't look. He was obviously trying to bait her into looking away. Let's go, I'm ready for round 2. He then charged at her. Did he just bite her ear? Kurenai commented in shock. I think he did, Gay commented, surprised as well. Kakashi was shocked as well. He had seen many things in and out of combat, but someone biting their opponent's ear off during a fight was a first. For the first time, he felt interested in watching the fight. Takuma, was it? While I appreciate the effort, with the beating he took, the chances of him winning are quite low, he said. Do we know if he knows any jutsu? Both Gay and Kurenai shook their heads. I know that he's from a civilian background, said Kurenai. If he has gotten this far, he must have gotten mission points through the training program, Gay noted. He must have bought a jutsu, only a fool would hoard the points. Or there was a chance that he bought the jutsu but didn't have enough time to learn it, thought Kakashi. But he doubted that was it. D-rank jutsu were easy to learn. He had learned his first one in less than an hour. Takuma lunged at Risu, but the girl holding her bleeding ear jumped multiple times to put a large distance between them before Takuma could reach her. She glared at Takuma, who started to run slowly jog towards her, and took out a finger-sized scroll from her person. A storage seal scroll? Gay put his hand above his eyes as he peered at the field. Fumirisu, said Kakashi. He had picked up the name from the crowd ahead of them. Kurenai and Gay immediately understood and looked to the field as Risu unfurled the scroll and planted her blood-soaked thumb onto the seal for a large weapon to appear with a puff of smoke. They didn't even have to look to guess that it was the Fuma Shuriken Wind Demon Shuriken. 4 curved blades as big as Risu's arm attached to a large ring sat in her hand. All blades were pointing the same direction, but Risu punched the dull side of the blades and the 4 blades rotated along the ring to align themselves into a cross shape, thus assuming the traditional shuriken shape, just much more terrifying than the one that could fit on a top-palm. Takuma stopped his run, a cautious look in his eyes as he stared at the large weapon in Risu's hand. She wasted no time and rotated her body on her heels to generate centrifugal momentum to throw the large weapon. Kakashi could hear the blades cutting through the air from where he sat. While not exclusive to the clan, the Fuma Shuriken had been made by the Fuma clan. The sheer size of the weapon signified its use against larger opponents or against a horde of enemies who needed to be sheared down. The third Hokage himself was known to frequently use a straight double-edged Fuma Shuriken in combat. Takuma immediately ducked below the Fuma Shuriken or else it would have lopped his head off. The next moment, he turned back and kept his eye on the shuriken. He's observant, good, Kakashi nodded in approval. Many had made a mistake of treating the Fuma Shuriken as nothing but a large shuriken. Many of them had their heads lopped off without them knowing it. Risu raised her hand. A metal wire almost invisible to the eye became visible and the shuriken that was already turning and coming back, suddenly shifted and spun along a line that headed towards Takuma, who again sidestepped to avoid the large meat shredded. Risu frowned and pursed her lips as the shuriken hit her hands, the weight causing her to take a few steps to stabilize herself. Not optimal in an open field like this, said Gay, shaking his head. It would make her better to engage in close combat. As if she could listen to him, Risu ran towards Takuma with the Fuma Shuriken in her hand. She hit the blades and it began to rotate like a fan. She threw the shuriken and used the metal wires to keep it in control as if swinging a scythe on a chain. Takuma jumped away from the reach. The shuriken revolved around Risu like the earth did to the sun, and she increased the leash for the shuriken to go farther than where Takuma was at. She's trying to trap him in the wire, Kurenai narrowed her eyes. The metal wire grazed Takuma's arm and snapped him out as he jumped up to get to the other side of the wire before it could wrap around him. Risu pulled shuriken to her and with frustrated yell, she collapsed the shuriken and pulled it apart into 2 parts, each having 2 blades that she wielded like dual swords by the rings, only unlike swords, she had a pair of 2 shuriken blades. Seeing Risu charge, Takuma raised his hands to weave hand seals. Kakashi perked up. What jutsu had the ear-biting kid chosen? Which element suited him? How did the jutsu fit into his combat and how would he change it? All those thoughts went through his mind only for him to recognize the hand seals. Clone jutsu? A large puff of smoke covered the field only to be cleared away immediately to reveal 2 dozen or so Takuma standing in its place. It wasn't an elemental clone jutsu, or as unlikely would have been the shadow clone jutsu, but the simple illusory clone. What was this Takuma trying to do? Risu faltered for a second with shock and apprehension, but when her eyes went to the ground near Takuma's feet, fury returned in them, stronger than before. She roared as she sprinted towards the clones and the clones did the same, but without any sound. From Risu's point of view, she maybe wouldn't have been able to see it through the horde of clones blocking her view, but from Kakashi's vantage, he could see it clearly. One of the Takuma, most definitely the real one, was hanging back, only slowly walking forward, his hands joined to make another set of hand seals. Kakashi? Gay spoke. Kakashi knew what he wanted, so he stared at the hand seals. Lightning style, shock, he predicted. And as Risu swung her wide blades to cut away the clones into non-existence, the real Takuma was revealed to her. They were only a few feet apart. Takuma had his right hand up, the left holding it. Snakes of blue lightning arced around his arm, meeting to concentrate in front of his palm. Before she could react in any meaningful way, the lightning orb turned into a bolt that zapped into her. She tried to put the Fuma blades in front of her but the lightning bolt was faster and struck it in her chest. It's weak? Kurenai turned to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. He knew the jutsu. It was one of the firsts he had learned to cast. But the jutsu wasn't this weak. He either hasn't practiced it much, or lightning style isn't his affinity. Could be either, could be both, he said. Takuma briskly walked towards Risu while weaving hand seals. Another lightning zapped into Risu's body. Takuma didn't stop and now only a couple steps away from Risu, who had been forced to kneel, zapped another lightning bolt into her. But if you use a spoon enough time, it can dent the skull. Kakashi sent his friend a look at the analogy. But it was true. Takuma's weak lightning bolts did damage, and as long as they did that, filling up would affect the body. Thinking about damage, Kakashi asked, when is the finals? After lunch, said Gay. Isn't that bad? Takuma's body throbbed in 100 different places. Risu might not have hit in the head, but she had absolutely thrashed him everywhere else. His legs screamed at him to let off the weight but he couldn't fall just yet. He still had to finish this fight and win another one. He couldn't rest before it was all over. Risa coughed and wheezed on her back as her body shook and quivered. Takuma had to give it to her that even after taking 3 lightning bolts to the chest, she was still holding on to her fuma blades. Give up, he said to her. Risa cracked open eyes and stared up at him. She weakly raised one of her fuma blade, her entire shaking badly as she did. Takuma shook his head. You're not going to be able to do anything with the base of one of the 2 blades glowed and the blade detached from the ring and shot into Takuma's thigh. He screamed in pure agony as the large blade shredded his flesh and grazed a bone before it exited his body. He fell to one knee as the shock overtook him. He didn't know that the blade could turn into projectiles. Risa screamed through her pursed lips as she sat up and used one of the blades to prop herself. She dragged her feet towards Risu. Why you? Give up, she said. Takuma felt the world go in and out of focus as he fell to the ground. His vision throbbed with his accelerated heartbeat. He truly felt like an avatar in an FPS game after they had been shot, but with the added pain, shock, and fear. But he couldn't lose. He bit his teeth and spat, "Fuck you," and swiped kick to take out her legs. What preceded was an embarrassing tussle on the ground as both of them beat each other with bare fists after Takuma kicked the other fuma blade out of Risu's hands. The deep cut in the thigh won out against the 3 lightning bolts as Risu got out on top and started beating Takuma's face in with punches that lacked any and all grace. Takuma started to feel drowsy and cold. He knew it was because he was leaking blood like a tap. He couldn't muster any strength to throw Risu off. And as he got his face bashed in, red tainting his vision, he thrashed his hand around until he felt something that cut him. He grabbed around for it and felt a grip. He knew what it was, so he used it. Risu felt something thump into her body, which then felt cold. It was the stabbing pain in her shoulder which told her that the first thing that she felt was a stab in her side and that her own dagger was now sticking out of her shoulder. Takuma, breathing through his mouth because his nose had stopped working, pushed Risu to the side, blood leaking out of her. He stared at the bloodied sky and tainted clouds. Unknowing to both, the announcer had arrived near them. Whichever one of you gets up first wins the fight. I'll give you a count of 10. If neither of you gets up, both of you lose, he said. Takuma didn't hear anything beyond win the fight. All he could feel beside pain was his heart thumping in his chest. The pain overtook his sense of touch, so he didn't know when he had gotten up until he was staring down at the blurry silhouette of Risu. He looked at the announcer, who spoke something which sounded like gibberish to Takuma, who hoped that it was something about winning because he collapsed on the ground unconscious the very same second. Chapter 56. When Takuma opened his eyes, he was staring at a moss-green tarp roof. One eye blink later he remembered where he was and he shot up for tearing pain shot up from every part of his body. He groaned and grunted painfully as his body forced him to fall back on the stretcher bed lying upon. It would be unwise for you to move, young Takuma. Takuma's groaning stopped as he turned his head to rest his eyes on the familiar wrinkled face that he had associated with the answer to any question he could ever have. I knew I wasn't conjuring you up because I hit my head, he croaked his words with a smile that only went halfway because his face hurt. It had been 2 months since he had seen his mentor, but it felt like an eternity. It was because of the basic training which consumed his life that he hadn't noticed how much he had missed his mentor. Seeing Maraboshi was also one of the reasons he hadn't given up when he got his leg absolutely shredded. He had fought many spars, and he had lost in front of many people, but Maraboshi was the one person who hadn't seen him lose, except to the man himself, and he preferred that his mentor never saw him lose. And apparently, he was willing to go to some lengths because his body was killing him. That would have been worrying if you imagined me because of a head injury, said Maraboshi. Takuma wanted to chuckle but groaned instead when the pain spiked in his leg. He subconsciously braced himself by clenching his muscle, which set off pain receptors throughout his body like nothing. I worked hard to fix you, came another familiar voice, and I'd appreciate it if you don't worsen it so quickly after. Takuma glanced at Shady Guy, who wiped his hands with a bloody cloth. The lanky medical ninja looked as shady as ever with his do-rag and blackout glasses. Is he in condition to continue? Maraboshi asked the Shady Guy. What do you think? I won? I mean, I'm fine. I can fight. Takuma interjected, feeling the rush of elation of victory that was then taken over by a worry of not being able to fight in the final. Not fighting in the finals wasn't an option, he had too much invested in the tournament. Sunk cost fallacy could fuck itself for all he cared. He wasn't going to give up now after the beating he had taken just to get to the finals. What's happening with Masaaki and Nanro? Is their fight done? They are fighting as we speak, said Maraboshi. I have to see it, Takuma said as he attempted to get up, but Maraboshi gently pushed him back to the stretcher. I believe being in a condition to fight is a prerequisite to participate in the finals. If you truly want to fight, it will be best for you to rest. But Takuma shut his mouth. Even if he did manage to scout something by observing the fight, if he couldn't haul himself to the fight, all of it'd be for naught. He turned to the Shady Guy. How long before I'm able to move without pain? He asked. Not today at least, said the shady guy before an expression of thought appeared on his mind. Though I believe I can always give you something extra to dull the pain enough for you to move around enough. I'll take it. Now Takuma, you do not have to courtesy give me the painkillers, Takuma interrupted. The shady guy and Maraboshi shared a glance before the former nodded and walked away, leaving the mentor and student alone. I don't know what that was, but I still want those painkillers, Takuma yelled after the shady guy. He turned to Maraboshi and narrowed his eyes. I'm fighting in the finals, he declared. Maraboshi stared down at Takuma, who had his face and half of his body covered in gauze bandages. Takuma didn't look more like a mummy than a patient under care. Is there nothing I can do to have you change your mind? Asked Maraboshi. Fighting in an unstable condition can be dangerous. Shinobi are resilient and medical jutsu can be miraculous, but the body must not be treated lightly. Every tool needs to be maintained meticulously for optimal performance. The thought of asking a C-rank jutsu as the condition to forfeit crossed Takuma's mind, but he squashed the thought. He couldn't ask Maraboshi to buy him a jutsu. He needed to earn it on his own. He shook his head. Maraboshi sighed. I wonder if I made a mistake in my teaching for you to turn out to be so stubborn. Takuma tried to smile through the pain in his facial muscles. Damn, Risu. She had truly bashed every part of his face thoroughly. If he was a basketball player, he would have absolutely rocked a blackface mask as he felt out to play. Black Mask Takuma, dropping daggers on the dime. The finals are after lunch. Depending on how long your friends' fight go, you have a little under 2 hours to rest. Let us hope that is enough time for you to recuperate enough. It better be enough, Takuma sighed. I spent all my mission points so that I could win the tournament. I'd be behind by a lot if I don't win. He turned his head to the side to look in the direction of the fight. In the distance, the crowd of shinobi blocked him out from seeing anything that was happening in the fight. Nanro clutched his arm as he looked cautiously at Masaaki, who shook his head with a jerk. Nanro felt his arm through his fingers. He could still move it, so it wasn't broken, at least not completely, but he had close to no feeling in it. He was careless. Getting close to Masaaki was dangerous, he knew that. It was dangerous even if Masaaki was under the binds of a Ganjutsu. If he had been cautious, he would have been able to avoid Masaaki striking him with those knuckle dusters of his right after suddenly breaking the Ganjutsu. You almost got me there, Masaaki said, an excited grin resurfacing on his face as he raised his fist back into stance. Should have known to be clear of your Ganjutsu in the first place. Nanro didn't chuckle. No, he couldn't. He felt like he was on pinpricks waiting for Masaaki to suddenly make a move. Everyone hid their skills and cards for the final tournament. Masaaki had done the same. Everyone who had fought Masaaki knew how powerful the punches from him were, but they didn't know the upper limit. No one knew because he hadn't shown them. But Nanro knew. That's why he had to be careful. Every strike potentially meant a chance for the start of the end of the fight to begin. If Masaaki got a solid swing in, he could use that to drag him to a painful loss. That's why he had a sturdy vambrace under his vest to soften the metallic blow of Masaaki's knuckle dusters. As he predicted, Masaaki charged at him without warning. Nanro tried to get out of the way, but Masaaki predicted his movements, so he was forced to twist his body to make the fist miss by a fraction, but Masaaki quickly used his fist, and Nanro was forced to block with his arm. The contact spun him around, putting him on his ass, and the pain was instant. It vibrated up his blocking arm, into his shoulder, and down his back. He jumped to his feet, scurrying away from Masaaki, who came at him swinging like a charging rhino. Nanro blocked 2 thundering blows and could no longer feel his forearms. But he couldn't take a single moment to rest. Masaaki came on. Trying to shake some feeling back into his arm, Nanro danced out of the way of his larger friend's next swing but had to use his arm to block Masaaki's follow-up. The collision of knuckle duster and the vambrace came close to tearing the protection from his arm. Nanro could feel his soul almost leaving him. He had never been hit harder. Every hit vibrated his body like a damn bell. But he needed to continue. He sucked air into his lungs and faced Masaaki, who swung his fist in a wide swing. He ducked beneath the arm and thrust his fist into Masaaki's gut. Masaaki stepped off the line of the thrust and swiped at with his other first. The punch belted Nanro aside, lifting lift off the ground and flinging him through the air. He hit the sand hard and the air was blasted from Nenro's lungs. Head spinning, chest burning, he rolled to his knees. Masaaki was still coming from him. He knew winning a close combat was impossible against Masaaki. Even Kamiko had to utilize the complete length of her sword to keep Masaaki at a length because even a glancing blow could do bruising damage. So, he needed some space. Masaaki closed in on Nenro and was only a few feet until he was within striking range when something was flung towards him. His eyes instinctively followed and it was Nenro's vambrace. But what made Masaaki's eyes shrink was the explosive tag stuck to the surface. Masaaki came to a screeching halt and jumped to the side as the red tag burned and an explosion ripped through the field, throwing Masaaki away like a rag doll. There was a gasp or two across the audience. Nenro stood up, staggering sideways as his feet betrayed him after the explosion from a higher grade of explosion tag that he had prepared for emergency use. He would apologize to Masaaki for it later, but right now, he needed to win the fight. He began to weave his hand seals with his shaky hands immediately, knowing that he didn't have long. He kept his eye in front and as he expected, even before the bloom of dust could clear up, Masaaki jumped out of it. He no longer had a smile on his face. This was it. Nenro sucked in all the air he could into his lungs and with the last hand seal, he could feel his chakra move to the tenketsu in his lungs, transforming the air. He let it go and breathed out a cloudy mist that shot out in a stream for a length before fanning out. Fire style, mist waltz jutsu. Masaaki again stopped and immediately looked to both sides, but before he could make a move to escape out of the mist, something entered his periphery and he caught a kunai out of the air. He looked down at it and his pupil narrowed when he noticed an explosion tag hanging from it. Masaaki couldn't have been quicker to throw the kunai away and crouch down into a fetal position to minimize damage. The kunai flew through the mist as the tag burned, but it didn't explode. Instead, at the emergence of the first spark of the flame, the entirety of cloudy mist caught on fire. Nenro coughed as he got rid of the leftover residue combustible mist from his lungs. Fire style didn't suit him, it never did from the start. But it was the right choice for the situation. It should be over now. His breath caught. He felt a wave of vibration pass through his body and a split second later the fire plume was cut in half, revealing the figure of Masaaki with singed hair, darkened skin and parts of his clothes still on fire. He cocked his arm and the knuckle duster bathed his fist in a white light, and when he punched another vibration wave cut through the air, pushing the fire away from Masaaki. Nenro knew that Masaaki practiced Bukijutsu. He had known that from when they were in the academy. It was a retired shinobi who had given Masaaki the knuckle duster, taught him how to use them, and was probably also the person who gave him the jutsu that he just used. But that wasn't the part that Nenro was focused on. Masaaki already had a wide frame, but right now, Nenro could see that his muscles had bulged even further. This was it. Masaaki was going serious now. He needed to be careful now. Every attack from now on was going to be brutal. He could lose the fight if he missed even a beat. If he was hit, Masaaki took a step forward and covered several feet in a single push. Nenro watched Masaaki close in on him, but it was only when Masaaki was a couple feet from him that he could react, and Nenro acted. Only to be full-body tackled by Masaaki before he could even move. Nenro couldn't win, not against this. As he flew through the air, he thought to call for mercy and end the foolishness before Masaaki killed him. But he couldn't lose because he always won. Nenro ragdolled across the field, hitting and rolling the ground multiple times before coming to a stop. He almost reached the edge of the field, where the spectators stood. And when Nenro stood up, the crowd behind him went mad. Across the field, Masaaki clenched his fist and the knuckle dusters released a lethal glow. Chapter 57. He felt a pang of pain in his chest every time he took a breath into his lungs. The ringing in his ear was deafening. Every twitch of a muscle pulled on his singed skin, a reminder that he had just bathed by fire. The only thing helping him concentrate through the bouts of dizziness was his sole focus on the one who had put him in the state and the want to return the favor. Masaaki tightened his grip, feeling the metal against his fingers and palm as he felt the chakra flow through his body into his special knuckles. The moment the metal absorbed the chakra, he shot towards Nenro like a bullet. Nenro was many things, but he wasn't faster than him. He couldn't play keep up. Once in range, it was dodge, block, or strike back. Masaaki swung his fist hard enough to disembowel, glowing chakra metal or not. Nenro dove to the dirt, letting the swing spin the big man half around, and then Nenro was back up, slamming his foot in the weak space below Masaaki's ribs. The kick hit Masaaki square, struck the bones. The crowd howled, their rapture rising as Masaaki looked down to see where he'd been hit. The explosion tag had hurt him to the bones, the kick just made everything worse. His eyes thinned to slits and his fingers dug over his knuckles, pushing more chakra in. He cocked his arms, and went for Nenro. Nenro gripped his kunai with one hand, his body facing to the side as Masaaki ran towards him, the stance indicating that he was ready to stand ground and fight. When Masaaki closed in, Nenro jumped back and twisted his body to reveal a paper ball in his other hand that had been hidden from Masaaki's line of sight. Once again, Masaaki's full-on forward charge threw him into the path of the incoming paper ball. Masaaki recognized the paper ball instantly because he had helped Nenro making them at home. But it was too late as the ball exploded in a burst of black smoke. "Fight me openly, Nenro!" he roared. Despite knowing it was a simple smoke screen, his instinctively stopped, but only for a moment as Masaaki ran again. The moment Masaaki was out, He caught sight of Nenro, who stood in front of him, not running. He checked to see if Nenro was holding something annoying yet again, only to find his hands joined to make a hand seal. Masaaki felt himself bound by ropes that snaked around his body, not leaving a single inch unrestricted. He moved his eyes down and saw ropes around his body, but as he looked longer, he noticed how they were translucent. Ganjutsu. It was Nenro's Ganjutsu Shibari, Ganjutsu binding. There were no ropes, he just needed to break it. Nenro dropped the kunai and dipped both his hands into his back pouch to retrieve all the shuriken he could fit in his hands that he hurled them towards Masaaki. The moment Masaaki interrupted the flow of his chakra in his body to break the Ganjutsu, half a dozen shuriken dug into his torso. He let out a howl as the sharp metal tips dug and clung onto his body. He dropped to his knees. Unfortunately, half of the shuriken came out. The fight couldn't go out like this. He wasn't smart like Taro, he couldn't talk like A, or make friends like Nenro. He didn't know strange things that according to Takuma every shinobi should know. But he had one thing he could fight. Masaaki, you're a strong child, these will make you ever stronger, the old man at the smithery had so himself when he had given him his knuckles. He was stronger than anyone in the academy. Everyone had said the same after he had beaten everyone back at Inaho. But when they came to the Hidden Leaf village, the Jonin they tested against had rejected them. I and Nenro hadn't made any mistakes, none that he had noticed. It made him think, was it because he wasn't strong enough? No, that couldn't be it. Maybe it was because no one knew him in the Leaf village that they didn't know. It was a mistake that the Jonin hadn't selected him, and Nenro. He was going to prove it. The first step was to win the tournament and show everyone that he was strong. Masaaki roared as he swiped his hand and dislodged the remaining shuriken. He scrambled to his feet, but Nenro moved with speed, the kunai-bearing arm already swinging. Blocking was improbable, so with no other choice, he dipped down to one knee to avoid the deep stab and returned to have the blade graze his shoulder, adding to his already agonizing injuries. Masaaki looked up at Nenro and with the momentum of his entire body with him, he dug a chakra-infused uppercut into Nenro's body. The blow sent Nenro flying and he crashed into the dirt on his back, but then forced him to tumble head over heels until his face was on the floor. Nenro groaned and coughed into the dirt as he tried to get up and failed. On will alone, Masaaki dragged his feet towards Nenro. The world was tilting, his chest was a maze of agony, and he still hadn't caught his breath, but he lifted his fists and he pointed it at the man he called his best friend. Nenro had somehow gotten up, vomiting a mouthful of blood as he did. He couldn't even stand properly on his feet and swayed left to right. Nenro punched him. Masaaki didn't feel anything. Nenro hit him again. The punch was so weak that even his pierced front didn't feel anything. He knew the fight was over. Nenro could no longer fight. When Masaaki raised his fist and fell to the ground. Takuma was conversing with Maribashi when Shady Guy's apprentices rushed in with 2 stretchers. He was lying down so he couldn't see, but it only took a moment for him to realize that only 2 other people were fighting today. And he knew it was Nenro and Masaaki when I rushed into the tent a second later. He laid on one side of the tent with Rasu's stretcher bed beside him. Masaaki and Nenro's bed were placed across from them. He fought through the pain and got up despite Maribashi's protest to look at his teammates and friends. They looked terrible. Both of their faces had begun to swell and through the tears on their clothes, he could see nasty cuts and tears. The sight of Masaaki's burns made him grimace. If not for the miraculous power of medical jutsu, Takuma would have felt heartfelt pity for the damage done to their bodies would affect their quality of lives moving onwards. He called, his voice breaking. She looked towards him. Her eyes were filled with worry, her features wrought in agony and distress. She wasn't crying. That would be ridiculous. Everyone knew what they were getting into from the day Yoshio announced unrestricted combat. It was only natural for them to injure each other miserably if they tried, such was the power they wielded. But that didn't spare anyone from seeing their loved ones batter each other to the ground in front of their eyes. She glanced at her childhood friends once more before walking over to Takuma. They seemed to have gone overboard, he commented, trying to smile, in spite of knowing how ugly it would look on his face at that moment. I half chuckled. You don't look any better. I came to see you before when you were still unconscious. Taro wanted to come, but they only let one person in, she said, touching Takuma's bandaged face. They fought really hard. Even you. Too hard, you know. I can see that, he paused before asking, so, who am I beating next? Nenro, I sighed. She looked neither happy nor upset about it. Now that surprised Takuma. He was 100% expecting Masaaki to clean the floor with Nenro, but it seemed he was mistaken. He looked at Nenro, who in many ways looked worse despite Masaaki's ghastly condition. And again, he had missed another one of Nenro's fight. And it wasn't like the event was live-streamed or even recorded where he could pull up the VOD to see what he had missed. The fact that he wasn't present during 2 out of Nenro's 3 fights was worrying. While they did regularly spar outside of Yoshio's sparring matchups, the difference between light sparring and the real deal putting the body online fighting was a wide chasm. Takuma broke out of his thoughts and noticed Hai looking at Murabashi, who was observing the treatment going on Masaaki and Nenro's side. This is my mentor, Murabashi Kasuke. I won't be here today if not for his tremendous help and support every step of the way, he said. Murabashi looked at Ai and smiled, and Takuma introduced the other side. This is Matsushima Ai, one of my teammates. He pointed to the other side. Those are my other teammates Nenro and Masaaki. I've been getting beaten together with them. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, young lady. Murabashi bowed like a gentleman. I was left flustered for a second before she returned the bow with her greetings. Takuma smirked seeing her lagging in communication like that. The tent flaps were pushed aside for Yoshio and the other Chunin instructors to enter alongside him. Yoshio scouted the scene in front of him and his gaze stopped in surprise when he saw Murabashi. He bowed to him, that Murabashi returned. No words were exchanged between them. Takuma felt Yoshio giving him a peculiar look for a moment before he turned to speak to Shady Guy. Will they be in the condition to fight? First of all, don't enter my space of work without my permission, replied the Shady Guy with his back to them as he operated on Masaaki. If they want to fight, I can patch them enough for another fight. It'll hurt much worse afterwards. I'm ready to fight, sir, Takuma voiced his opinion. Noted, Yoshio nodded. But they're so injured, I joined the conversation. Neither of them is clearly not ready to fight. Can't we postpone the fight to another time? Sir. Chinatsu, Risu's Chunin instructor, sneered. Postponement isn't in the room, much less the table. Didn't you see the crowd outside? They took time out of their work to come see the fights. They won't come another time. If one of them isn't in the condition to fight or willing to fight, it'll automatically count as a forfeit and the other will be crowned the victor. A nasty grin appeared on her face. Of course, if neither of them is up for the fight, that's fine as well, it's just that no one will be getting the final prize, she gave Takuma a stink eye as she finished. Maybe she was pissed that Risu didn't win. A frown appeared on Ai's pretty little face as she turned to Yoshio, who nodded. I am fighting, said Takuma. I looked at him and seemed to want to say something, but didn't. She knew as well as him that after coming this far and having been beaten so much, there was no way that he was going to back out now. The question now was if Nenro was willing to participate in the fight. And from the looks of it, they would only when Nenro was in a condition to voice his thoughts. The answer came almost immediately. From across the room, Nenro said in a breaking hoarse voice, I will fight. Takuma peered across to Nenro's bed. He couldn't see the expression on his face as Nenro was lying down, but Takuma could see the trembling hand that was balled up into a fist. At that moment he knew Nenro was going to make it in time for the fight no matter what. Chapter 58, Takuma breathed out a shaky sigh as he hobbled out of the medical tent. Whatever Shady Guy had given him had dulled the pain, but his body felt stiff like a wooden plank. He would be as good as a standing target if he entered a fight like this. He needed to regain functional combat mobility before the fight started. You have been busy the last 2 months, Takuma said to Murabashi, who accompanied him out. I haven't seen you once since I've been in basic training. A mission took me and a team outside the village. We were posted on a trade route with reports of being targeted by bandits and thieves targeting cargo caravans. What was supposed to be a quick string of arrests turned into rooting out a cartel hiding deep inside a forest. That sounds exciting, Takuma said, stretching his torso. Murabashi shook his head. It was not. We had to ensure not to make our presence known. If the travelers got to know that shinobi were hunting down bandits, they might take a different route to avoid any problem, which would affect the toll fee collection on the route. The patron didn't want that. We pretended to be travelers and went back and forth along the route, waiting for a bandit to target us. When we got one in the trap, we found out about the cartel growing in the forest. Then we had to plan how to root them out with the numbers we had. It took a lot of time in the jungle to find them. What was supposed to be a somewhat long C-rank mission turned into an almost B-rank mission purely on the scale of the problem we ended up dealing with. From Murabashi's sigh, Takuma felt he shouldn't have asked. How has your time as a genin been? Murabashi asked with a smile. I have been punched, kicked, slashed, stabbed, thrashed, had my bones broken, and anything else you can think of, more in these 2 months than in my entire life, said Takuma. On the other hand, I learned how to tree climb, so I guess that balances things out. He had multiple times pretended to be Spider-Man in his home by scaling the walls and ceiling, friendly neighborhood vigilante style. He appreciated Murabashi's company. He didn't like to think about tests, presentations, and interviews on the day they were supposed to happen. His preparations would end the day before, and the day itself was for relaxing before nervousness kicked in at the last moments. This kept his mind off the fight. I would have never expected you to choose a lightning-style jutsu for your first. I had pegged you to have chosen either fire-style or wind-style as your first, said Maruboshi. Maybe I should have gone that way. Shaku is weak, Takuma clicked his tongue. He had to use the jutsu thrice on a prone Rasu, and she could still overpower him in the ending tussle. If not for the lucky dagger, he might have not won the fight. I visited your home when I was deciding, but you had already left, he sighed. He wished he had chosen one of the alternatives. Even then, he hadn't chosen either fire-style or wind-style as his second jutsu. Did you check your affinity before choosing your jutsu? Asked Maruboshi. Affinity? How do you? Takuma trailed off when he noticed Yoshio walk towards them. He glanced behind Yoshio and saw that the shinobi had returned for their lunches. Is it time? He asked. Yoshio nodded and walked into the medical tent. Takuma turned to Maruboshi. I guess this is it. Wish me luck. The time for nervousness had arrived. He felt his body temperature rise as it would always in moments of high stake. You have worked hard. I believe that you will win. Do you believe you will win? Asked Maruboshi. Takuma nodded. That's all you need. The tent flap was pushed apart, and Yoshio stepped out, followed by Nenro, accompanied by Ai. Their eyes met, but neither said any words and chose to observe the other. Takuma smiled dryly. Nenro was wearing a fresh set of clothes. Except for bruises on both sides of his jaw and the black eye on the right eye, Takuma couldn't see any visible injuries. This meant that if he wanted to hit somewhere it hurt, he would need to find it through Nenro's reaction. On the other hand, Takuma was wearing the same set that had shredded, ripped, and torn all over from his fight with Rasu, readily showing the bandages underneath. Any of you want to forfeit before we head over? Yoshio asked. Both shook their heads. They had fought to fight this particular fight. There were more people in the audience than before lunch. The line around the field had thickened, and many more shinobi were perching in the trees to observe the fight from a distance. A few people went around the crowd, collecting money for the rampant betting that was the main attraction of the tournament. The announcer walked to the middle of the field and stood at the center for a moment until he had everyone's attention. Every year, a new batch of genin joins the shinobi, pledging their services to the Hokage, the village, and the nation. To protect those who need safety, help those who need assistance, and strike fear in the hearts of our enemies, said the announcer, and the shinobi around them replied in agreement. We put these genin through training, and at the end of that, we chose the best, and they participate in this tournament to prove themselves. The one who prevails gets rewarded. Yesterday and today, we saw these genin fight, and now two of them remain. The announcer raised his arms, pointing to Takuma and Nenro, who stood on the opposite sides. Takuma and Nenro, both of them fought valiantly. Even now, they're injured, coming straight from the medical tent. Isn't this what being a shinobi is like? Facing danger when you've just barely got out of another with your life? The response from the crowd was the loudest. I think I have said enough. What remains is for these two shinobi to decide the victor, said the announcer before stepping back. Takuma didn't hear a word that came out of the announcer's mouth. His attention was focused on Nenro, who had his eyes closed. When the announcer finished his opening speech, Nenro opened his eyes, Takuma stood from his kneel, and both walked into the field. Takuma observed Nenro. Was there a limp in his leg? Which side was he preferred? Was there an asymmetry in his arm movements, or anything that would tell him where to focus his strikes? But Nenro seemed to come prepared or had been healed well because he gave nothing away. As they approached closer, Nenro's stride fastened until he was running towards Takuma, who silently pulled out a kunai. Nenro, racing into range, leaped for him, and Takuma feinted with a kunai throw before raising his leg to kick, catching him somewhere in the side. The power in Nenro's jump and the angle of Takuma's kick took them tumbling to the ground, and then they were rolling and fighting, with Takuma trying his best to batter or stab Nenro. He jabbed a senbon into Nenro's calf, pulling it out immediately to draw blood. The heavy smell of blood no longer made him retch. They scuffled a little more, and Nenro got his legs around one of Takuma's thighs and pushed off. Takuma screamed, pain assaulting him. Desperate not to get body-locked, Takuma thrashed around and caught Nenro's chin with his foot. He scooted back, scrambling to his feet, his left knee ready to give out from under him. Nenro dipped into his weapons pouch, and as the arm pulled to the front, Takuma caught the sight of something red. He was already sprinting before he even completely processed that Nenro was pulling an explosion tag. Surprised by Takuma, Nenro's arm holding the tag-added kunai froze for a moment too long. He couldn't throw it now without getting into the explosion's range. The hold changed, and he slashed it at Takuma, who twisted out of the way, but not without pulling the fluttering explosion tag away from the kunai. Both realized that the position had switched. Takuma tried to pull back, but Nenro stuck to him. It took one fist to the face and two to the chest for Takuma to realize that holding the tag had essentially handicapped one of his hands. If Takuma couldn't use the tag, he needed to get rid of it. So, he let Nenro tear it. Nenro grabbed the tag the very second it came into his rage. As his eyes went to the tag, he missed the elbow of Takuma's other hand smashing into the side of his head. The tag was ripped in half, but Nenro stumbled only to get a spinning hook kick to assault his face. Takuma then completed the combo with a straight kick into the chest that sent Nenro flying several feet. Takuma, not wanting to exploit the opportunity, chased after Nenro, but as he took one step forward, his leg exploded in pain. His knee buckled so badly that he was forced to kneel. It was the foot that Risu had shared with her Fuma blade and the same foot that Nenro had gotten a hold of. He must have torn what shady guy had patched up. Fuck. He screamed. That was all the time he had to acknowledge the pain spike as he somehow stood up and started to weave hand seals. If he couldn't stab, he was going to shoot. Takuma's hands moved sluggishly as it took an ungodly amount of effort to direct the chakra with the pain clouding his focus. Nenro looked like an undead zombie when he got up. He looked like he couldn't stand in one spot with the amount he swayed. When Takuma shot the lightning bolt, it took an ugly jump to the ground for him to dodge. Takuma screamed in frustration as he readied another lightning-style shock. But as the lightning bolt formed in front of his palm, Nenro threw a bunch of shuriken at him. Takuma bit his tongue as the shuriken flew toward him. He couldn't hold the lightning bolt and shoot at command as it only zapped forward the moment the orb was complete. He waited till the last moment, hoping for the jutsu to complete before the shuriken poked holes in him. He dropped to the ground to escape the wide spray of shuriken, and the lightning bolt, finally ready, shot toward the sky. The pain in his leg made Takuma dizzy. As he got up, his vision blurred, and he almost fell back down. By the time his vision was back up, Takuma was watching Nenro forming hand seals. "That's not how you do that jutsu," said Nenro as he aimed his open palm toward Takuma. Arcs of lightning snaked around his arm, concentrating into an orb in front of his palm. "This is how it is done." Takuma's eyes widened as the orb turned into a lightning bolt. Everything was different: the speed, the power, the intensity. Takuma's version was outclassed in every single way. He tried to get away, but his leg betrayed him, and the lightning bolt struck his shoulder. Nenro watched as Takuma dropped to the ground. He felt drained. He had used Ganjutsu Binding twice and Fire Style, Mist Waltz Jutsu, once against Masaaki, and now using Lightning Style, Shock. Against Takuma had used too much chakra. If he was in his top condition, he could cast another Fire Style, Mist Waltz Jutsu, or Shock, but right now, with the injuries he had, he knew that a single weak cast of Ganjutsu Shibari would be a stretch for him. He dragged himself towards Takuma. The fact that the announcer hadn't interrupted meant that Takuma hadn't been declared unable to fight. He took out a kunai to end the fight with a fake stab. He had won. In a few seconds, he would have proved he was the best among his peers. And he would have established that in front of a crowd of Chunin. They had bet money on every fight, and in doing that, they had seen his name, spoken his name, and they'll remember that name. If the Chunin considered him valuable, they would choose him when they assembled teams for higher-ranked missions. He needed that to rise quickly in the ranks. His plans for getting selected by a Jonin hadn't been successful. If that had succeeded, he wouldn't have tried so hard, but in the Geinin Corps, where the mandatory service as Geinin was 30 months, he needed positive looks for higher-ups with power to fast-track it. He looked down at Takuma, shaking while grabbing his shoulder with painful groans. There was no competition. Takuma had fought well, but Nenro knew from the start that as long as he survived Masaaki, he would win. "I will treat you to lunch later," he muttered and knelt to end the fight. Takuma stopped shaking, and the next thing Nenro knew, dirt was thrown into his face. Nenro hurriedly squinted his eyes and started rubbing them to get the dirt out of his eyes in alarm. It was a beat later, he realized that Takuma had been pretending to be prone. He was in danger. "I need to get away." But it was too late as he heard a painful roar before Takuma's hand slammed into his ears. Nenro didn't need the ringing in his ear and the urge to puke to realize that his eardrums had just ruptured. He kicked on instinct and his foot made contact. Nenro scuttered away and stood up as he continued to rub one eye as his other hand held up a kunai. He felt exposed and scared. He couldn't see anything, and neither could he hear anything. His sense of smell didn't help him at all. He managed to painfully open his eyes to see Takuma standing in front of him. Pain marred his face, and he looked absolutely terrible. But that wasn't Nenro's focus. His one eye was fixed on a hand seal formed by Takuma's eyes. What was that jutsu? How had Takuma managed to hide another jutsu till now? The sunny day with a clear sky suddenly turned into winter without cold as thick mist suddenly invaded the surroundings. Within seconds, Nenro went from being able to see the horizon to not seeing what was a few steps in front of him. He couldn't see in any direction. Even when he looked up, the mist was all he saw. Was this Ganjutsu? He immediately tried to interrupt the mental energies to break the Ganjutsu, but the mist didn't disappear. This wasn't a Ganjutsu. It was then he realized why Takuma had damaged his ear rather than when he could have used that effort to stab him. He couldn't see anything. He couldn't hear anything. He had been trapped. Nenro felt a thud in his back, and he knew he had been hit with something. A grunt escaped him, and 3 more things pierced his body. Nenro closed his eyes. He couldn't take it anymore. The fact that he could feel sharp pain despite having been given medicine that dulled the pain told how much damage had been done to his body. If only it wasn't Masaaki that he had fought. But he couldn't give up. He could win this. He always did. He just needed to push through. And those were Nenro's thoughts as he collapsed down to the ground with 4 kunai sticking out from his back. Chapter 59, Recovering after the final tournament taught Takuma the importance of, if he could put it plainly, not getting his body fucked during a fight, because even with the miraculous power of medical jutsu, the recovery period was just plain awful. There was a limit before the medical jutsu healing became a burden on the body, and natural healing with time was needed to get it back to top shape. Around-the-clock stiffness, spikes of pain on even the slightest movements, and the annoyance that came along with everything were just miserable. Even after almost a week of bed rest, he felt frustrated that his body wasn't moving as he wanted it to. However, he was thankful to be out of bed. As much as he enjoyed rest and looked forward to sleeping in his bed after a tough day of work, the sweet instant sleep that came after collecting fatigue throughout the day was a bliss of the highest kind, but spending every moment tied to a room got tiring real quick. Dressed in the leaf shinobi uniform, Takuma walked into one of the administrative buildings in the shinobi cantonments in the village. He asked around and found his way to one of the many small offices lining a corridor. Takuma knocked on a door and stood by the threshold until Yoshio called him in. "Come sit," said Yoshio from behind a neat but packed desk with documents, stationery, desk decorations, and photo frames. The sight of the burly Chunin, with a body rivaling a professional bodybuilder, sitting behind an office desk looked staged to Takuma's eyes. "Good afternoon, sir," Takuma said as he sat across from his instructor. The room was a small office with one wall covered with filing cabinets, drawers, and shelves, filled with files, scrolls, and paperwork. The other walls were covered with calligraphy hanging scrolls, a fish ink print, some old weapons, a collection of Fuinjutsu tags under a photo display, and other shinobi-related knickknacks. "How are you feeling?" asked Yoshio as he set aside the documents he worked on. "Stiff, sir. Medical ninja's healing has worked wonders as always, and I believe I'm ready for duty." "Good, good. It wouldn't have looked good if you were absent during your batch's briefing." Takuma's batch of Geinin had been given a 10-day break till the start of the following month before they officially started as on-duty Geinin. "Do you know why I called you here?" Takuma gave his words a short thought. "My reward for winning the final tournament," he decided to be direct. The thing that kept him alive during his recovery was the thought of his pending reward. He looked forward to his first C-rank jutsu. Yoshio grinned with a snicker. "Right, the reward. I didn't expect out of everyone in the batch, you'd be to receive it. I bet myself that it would again go to one of the clan brats who didn't appreciate it. A fresh surprise for it to go to someone who it'd truly help." He got up from his desk and asked Takuma to follow. They exited the building, and Yoshio led them deeper into the cantonment where they arrived at a heavily guarded building with high and thick walls. The building was unmarked and looked unremarkable in every way except for the fact that they had to go through 3 layers of security, each with increasing levels of security and a number of shinobi who scrutinized both Yoshio and Takuma with unguarded suspicion and distrust. They checked their shinobi identification and asked them to submit their weapon packs on the counters before letting them enter. Yoshio handed one of the guards something and told him something while Takuma was submitting his weapon packs. The same guard then led them into the building. "What is this place, sir?" Takuma whispered to Yoshio as they followed the guard. "It's the C-rank jutsu archive." Yoshio didn't hush his voice. Takuma couldn't have been more shocked. The D-rank jutsu archive hadn't been anything like that. He had been let inside the archive after a simple ID check. The amount of security seemed overkill. Takuma wanted to know more, but the vibe of the place kept him silent. He would ask more questions when they got out of the premises. They were led to an empty room with nothing but a small desk and a few chairs with a single shelf fixed on a barren wall that held a few binders. Yoshio told Takuma to sit down before turning to the guard, who handed Yoshio a square slip of paper. As Yoshio sat down, Takuma looked at the guard, who didn't go out and continued to stand near the wall next to the door, staring at them. He made hard eye contact with Takuma, who was the first to avert his eyes. "Here, hold this." Yoshio handed the slip of paper to Takuma. The paper was rough, unlike the commercial paper made by machines. Instead, it felt like handmade craft paper with an uneven surface. It had a dirty, dull grayish tone and was smaller than a standard post-it note. Takuma looked up at Yoshio, confused, not knowing what to do with the slip. Your lightning-style jutsu, it doesn't work good for you, does it? Said Yoshio. You must have felt it difficult to learn and improve your proficiency in it. Nenro used the same jutsu, that's how it's supposed to work and not how you do it. Takuma pursed his lips, feeling bitter. He had looked back on the fight in his recovery. After the surprise that Nenro had chosen the same jutsu as him and hadn't said a word to him about it, his thought had gone to how much better this teammate was at the jutsu than him. It wasn't even a competition. It wasn't just that. Nenro knew 3 jutsu, 2 ninjutsu and 1 ganjutsu, and from the sound of it, he was better at the other 2 than he was at lightning style, shock. It filled the quota for the regular dent in his confidence. Don't feel bad about it, it's only partially your fault, Yoshio said. What do you mean? Takuma sighed, a headache overcoming him. Every person's chakra has a level of affinity towards one of the 5 basic nature transformations: fire, water, earth, wind, lightning. Learning ninjutsu matching your affinity is much easier to learn and improve in than one that's not your affinity. I believe the reason why you were so much worse than Nenro is that he has a high affinity toward lightning, while yours is pretty low. That's why shinobi find their highest affinity and stick to it as the jutsu came easier to them. Takuma frowned at the paper slip as he listened to Yoshio. He felt like he was forgetting something. That, Yoshio pointed at the paper slip, will tell you your highest affinity. Takuma's frown deepened before his brows went to his hairline. No, he remembered. He remembered what he had forgotten. The paper slip. He knew what the paper slip was. He had seen it used in the manga once when Naruto learned his wind style, Rasen Shuriken. What happened? Asked Yoshio, confused. Takuma grabbed his head as he groaned. I knew this existed, but I forgot. I didn't check my affinity when I chose my jutsu. I wasted mission points, time, and effort. If he had checked his affinity against the paper slip, he would have known which element to focus on. The time saved on learning jutsu, he could have put into improving his lacking taijutsu skills. There were so many things he could have done. Not necessarily, said Yoshio. Takuma looked up at him. What do you mean? He asked. Yoshio pointed at the paper slip. Do you know how much one of these small slips costs? If you bought one, you wouldn't have been able to buy your jutsu. Chakra induction paper is made from a special tree grown and fed with chakra. The tree needs to reach maturity before it can be processed into paper, and the maturity period is 20 years. The care put into growing that tree is massive, making them rare. This small slip would have drained your mission points, and even then, you wouldn't be able to buy it. Takuma ogled the slip in his hand. Suddenly he felt anxious holding something so precious. He put it down on the table, fearing it would get wet from his sweaty hands. For most people, it's beneficial for them to go through all 5 releases to find their affinity because that's cheaper than buying one of these, said Yoshio. I bought this for you, this wasn't supposed to be part of the reward. I was going to bring you here, let you look at the catalog, and whatever you chose, it was yours. Why? Let's just say you winning the tournament was good for me. Takuma wouldn't lie by saying that he didn't feel touched. Now, channel some chakra into the slip and get this moving. I don't have time to sit with you for the entire day, that felt more like it. Takuma picked the slip and channeled chakra into it. He felt the paper absorbing the chakra, and almost instantaneously, the paper turned a dirty brown like a litmus paper and crumbled away into dirt. He looked at Yoshio. Earth? He asked. Yoshio nodded. Yes, Earth. You have the highest affinity toward Earth-style jutsu. That's surprising. I thought it would be water with how well you performed water-style, hiding in mist jutsu. But it seemed I was wrong. Was it easy to learn that jutsu? It was easier than lightning-style, shock, said Takuma. He had picked up water-style, hiding in the mist jutsu, after being sick of failing at lightning-style, shock. As a second option, which fortunately ended up working better for him. Water-style, hiding in mist jutsu covered the surroundings in a thick mist and allowed the shinobi to control the thickness with their chakra. When the opponent lost their visibility and the means to defend against attacks, it was time to strike in the dark and finish them. It was a useful jutsu he remembered being used by Zabuza during the bridge arc. You must have worked hard on it, and it paid off. Yoshio got up and walked to the wall shelf to retrieve a binder. These are the C-rank Earth-style jutsu accessible to everyone with enough mission points. Whatever you choose doesn't have to be a Earth-style jutsu, it's already paid for. Choose one and let him know, Yoshio pointed to the shinobi guard. Take your time, I'm leaving. After Yoshio left, Takuma began to flip through the catalog. Compared to the D-rank archive, there were lesser options in C-rank library's catalog, but the options were still enough that he knew he wouldn't be able to choose on the spot. He turned to the shinobi guard. Is there any way I can get a copy of this binder to take home? No, the guard frowned. Nothing inside this facility leaves the premises. If you want to read the catalog, you read it in this room. If you're granted access to a jutsu, you read it here. Nothing will leave the premise. Wait. I won't get a jutsu scroll if I buy one? No. Takuma's mouth hung for a moment before he gulped and asked, may I ask why? I mean, I got the D-rank jutsu scrolls to take home. It wouldn't have been a problem if a jutsu scroll was only a set of hand seals as that could be memorized in a single sitting, but it wasn't just that. The research that came after the hand seals and the rudimentary tenketsu chart was the critical part about the jutsu. The research material described the intricacies of chakra that happened while casting the jutsu and how the transformed chakra interacted with the mind and body. For lightning style, shock, there was an entire section on how the lightning bolt was made and how making a mistake during the casting could electrocute the user. There were specific instructions on how not to do that and what to do if the casting was interrupted in the middle so that the shinobi could avoid a backlash. The water style, hiding in mist jutsu scroll had vital information like how to dynamically control the density of the mist after casting. If he didn't read that portion of the scroll, he wouldn't have been able to adjust the mist's thickness, and it would come out a random thickness as he wasn't skilled enough to get it right every time during casting. Do you want to be kicked out? Asked the shinobi guard. Takuma promptly shut up. Even though he thought the guard was rude, he could guess why the jutsu scrolls weren't issued for those who purchased them. Giving out copies of jutsu meant inviting piracy and illegal copies. The state wouldn't like a black market of powerful jutsu scrolls floating around in the wild. A large disclaimer on Takuma's D-rank scrolls warned him not to copy the scroll's content and sell the copies or original. Everything was forbidden, highly illegal, and a criminal offense punishable by law. And Takuma didn't want to do that. The shinobi court of law wasn't kind to those who broke its rules. The punishments were much more severe than their civilian counterparts. The only thing you could do with the scroll was to sell it back to the state, who did buy back the original scrolls if a shinobi wished to sell them back. He sighed again. With no choice, he opened the catalog and began reading. It looked like he would be visiting the C-rank jutsu archive a lot in the future. Chapters 28. The first day of Geinin Corp had arrived and all the rookie Geinin, dressed their best, had gathered in a large hall to start their journey as shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. Takuma glanced to his right at his friend, wondering how he should start. He felt awkward. He didn't want it to be, but after what had happened, he couldn't blame the vibe between them to be such. He decided to keep it simple. Healed? He asked. Taro and I had visited him during the recovery period. Even Masaaki had visited after he had somewhat healed from his less serious injuries. He got a yelling from I for it. Nenro, like Takuma, was on bed rest. Neither could visit the other as they recovered. Nenro, who was gazing around the complex, looked at Takuma. For the most part. Did some training with Masaaki yesterday. There was some sluggishness here and there, other than nothing much. What about you? A little stiff in the shoulder, said Takuma. Was it just him who felt awkward? Nenro didn't seem to be any different from usual. It made him feel awkward for other reasons, but he also felt better that nothing had changed in their relationship. Instead, Takuma even felt closer to Nenro after exchanging serious blows. He lightly chuckled. Training with Masaaki? What did you do, chase around butterflies? Masaaki was as eccentric as he was strong. One moment he trained as if his life depended on it, but then the next moment he would stare at the clouds with a listless stare or get distracted by the simplest of things. He wanted to spar, Nenro sighed. He came on so hard I was sweating in seconds. If he had used his Buki Jutsu, I would have been sure that he was treating the spar as a rematch. Speaking of Masaaki, the guy was standing among the group of girls, Ai's Kunoichi friends, with his arms crossed as he towered over them, listening to their conversation with a serious expression while they laughed and giggled. It was a chuckle-worthy sight. Takuma looked to his other side at his other friend and asked, so, what's going to happen today? Squatting on the ground was Taro, who looked up at Takuma. Listen, I appreciate you all thinking that I'm some sort of know-it-all, but it's not good. You're building up this unrealistic image of me. One day one of you will ask me something that I won't know, and that high pedestal that you've put me on will crumble. I'll be fine because I know I don't know anything, but you guys will suffer. Come face to face with the fact that the image of me that you perceived as reality was all a lie that you yourself wove. It touches me that you think of me so highly, but it also breaks my heart thinking of the inevitable bitter future to come. So, do you know? Nenro asked. Taro hung his head for a moment. He sighed, it's nothing special. We will be shown the mission desks, given a tour of the facilities, and told what we have to do every day until the day we die. I don't know, Mom didn't tell me much about it. She did yap a lot about working hard and making the best of my time. Takuma leaned towards Nenro and whispered, we should visit Taro's mom with gifts and offerings. If we get into her good graces, we won't need Taro anymore. We can just ride her coattails to an easy life. Nenro imitated a great serious note which would have looked real if his lips weren't twitching up. It's not whispering if I can hear it, said Taro. Takuma smiled. Team 5 was no longer a team, but he was glad they could still hang around like this and joke around. A part of him was afraid that he would be left alone with Masaaki, Nanro, and I would go their own way and Taro would return to his academy friends and he would be left alone. He was glad that didn't happen. Attention! A loud voice cut through the chatter in the large hall. Everyone turned to the speaker and saw a girl in her mid-teens dressed in the shinobi gear. The little identification strap on her uniform told she was a genin. She was accompanied by a guy of similar age to the girl. "I'm Saki and this is Nobuo," she pointed to the guy. "We will be giving you a rundown of the general rules that you'll have to follow while in the genin Corps. We will be starting immediately. Chunin Yoshio and Shinatsu's group will follow me, the rest will follow Nobuo. We will not be waiting for those who are not here yet. It's their loss. Let's begin." The crowd of rookie genin separated into two and they began to follow their guides. The hall they had gathered at was part of a sprawling complex built for the genin Corps. The complex had multiple buildings and facilities to be used by the genin. It wasn't flashy like a commercial corporation's campus, but from the obsessive cleanliness and people dressed in uniform running around, it was definitely a military establishment. They were first led to the mission desk central with multiple desks. To Takuma, it reminded him of an Isekai adventuring guild building with tellers, receptionists working behind counters assigning jobs to the adventurers. Just in this case, both the receptionists and the adventurers were shinobi of the leaf. As you guys are still rookie, the resource command doesn't trust you with choosing your own missions. The girl named Saki was blunt, which is why until they think you're able to handle yourself, the command will assign you the missions. For a year, you'll have to participate in missions assigned to you whatever and whenever those missions may be. After the year ends, you will go through a performance review. If the command thinks you're capable, you'll be allowed the choice of missions. But that's in the future, so all you need to care about is to properly complete the missions assigned to you. Everybody understands? She didn't wait for a reply. Good, let's move on. They exited the mission desk central and were led to another building, larger than the mission desk central though from the looks of it, this new building was deserted compared to the bustling mission desk central. "This is the Learning Resource Center, for short," said Saki as they walked through the building. There were tons of classrooms inside, most of them empty, but once in a while they could see shinobi teaching other shinobi. Though it did seem strange that in the considerably sized classroom, the student strength didn't once go over 5 heads. They arrived at yet another big hall. Like the mission desk central, there was a long row of reception desks, but unlike the mission desk central, only one of them was occupied behind the glass with a bored-looking shinobi who seemed to be flipping through a magazine behind her counter. Saki pointed at the large wall across the empty row. In the middle of the wall, covering half of the wall's length, was a railway-style information board stating various details like course subject, instructor name, code, price, and level. It was an analog-type board with painted slates inserted into rails to make rows of information. By paying mission points, you can take courses from your fellow genin, chunin. And in rare situations, even jonin if they decide to hold a course. There was a light of longing in her eyes as she talked about the jonin. The codes there can be used to get a course outline for more details at the receptionist. Takuma looked at the board to see what type of courses the Learning Resource Center offered. Foraging, personal finance, traps, water walking practice, 10 ways to improve patron impression, catch a chunin's attention in 100 days. Takuma couldn't help but wonder if those courses belonged better on social media ads. For him who hadn't been on social media for more than a year, the clickbait was almost tantalizing. "Let's move on," Saki commanded and they continued onwards. She led them towards the training facilities available to the genin Corps. Moving target practice with complex movements, indoor arenas that would shoot kunai towards you for dodging practice, durable dummies for various use, indoor arenas, outdoor fields, places specializing for practicing ninjutsu for example, an entire area of sand to practice fire-style jutsu. "Any and all of these facilities are available to you," said Saki before adding. "Friendly advice, the training facilities are almost always occupied. If you want it, book them in advance. The waiting line usually extends a week or 2. If you don't book them, you won't ever get to use them." The rest of the tour was filled with rules, the unofficial do's and don'ts, and hotspots in the genin Corps complex. Takuma appreciated Saki cluing them with the unofficial side of things. As the tour wound to its end, the group ended up stumbling with someone Takuma actually recognized. "Are these the new batch of genin?" said the man wearing black sunglasses and a bandana forehead protector covering his entire head. It reminded Takuma of Shady Guy, who dressed the same, but unlike the sarcastic medical ninja's lanky and wiry build, the man has an average build and his smile wasn't shady. "Yes, sir," said Saki. She turned to the group and introduced the man. "This is Chunin Ebisu. He works as a counselor." "If you," Ebisu interrupted her, "may I?" He continued when Saki nodded, As introduced, I'm Chunin Ebisu. I'm a counselor currently working with both Geinin and Chunin. What is counseling and why do I need it, you might think? All of you have just recently become shinobi, so many of you might not know, but there are all types of shinobi, all important to the village. When you spend more time being a shinobi, you'll encounter these types of shinobi. But you might have already noticed how some people are better at certain things and you yourself are good at certain skills. As you grow as a shinobi, there will come a time for you to decide what type of shinobi you want to be. In what area do you wish to develop? That's where counseling can help you. Such decisions can be at times overwhelming. However, a simple helping hand to help you make sense of these decisions and help you logically guide you through the decision and progression process can be a boon. We can sit down and discuss your strengths and weaknesses and learn how to leverage them for your best future. If you have a goal, I can help you understand what needs to be done to reach it. So, if you're ever in doubt regarding your growth as a shinobi, visit me. My doors are always open to people willing to work hard to achieve their goals, he finished with a smile. This Ebisu was different from the one Takuma knew. The Ebisu he remembered from the manga was grumpy, but if he remembered, that was because every time he appeared it was with Naruto, and at that time the prejudice against Naruto stood strong. This Ebisu smiled and seemed like a likable person. Takuma also didn't know that Ebisu worked as a counselor. But it somehow made sense. He was the third Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru's teacher. To be given that job must have meant that Ebisu was skilled in teaching. Counseling made sense when Takuma thought like that. One of the geinin in the group raised their hand and asked a question: what if we don't have anything we're good at? If it was Takuma before, he would have asked that question. But not now. He was really good at clone jutsu. Still, Takuma was interested in hearing that question because him being good at making illusory clones didn't mean jack shit when looking at either the small or big picture. Ebisu replied, it's not that you aren't good at anything. Instead, you simply haven't found the skill you're going to be good at yet. There's no need to worry. I can help you with that. We can work together to find your strengths and build on them. That was a banger answer, thought Takuma. If he didn't have Maraboshi to advise him, he would have gone to Ebisu for counseling. Who knows, maybe he would give it a try in the future. And with that, the first day at Geinin Corp came to an end. Chapter 61, Takuma gazed at the sign of the multi-storied building situated in the industrial district. It was his first time in this part of the leaf, and it had taken a bit before he found the address. Penka Courier said the blue and white sign over the entrance. He looked down at the mission slip in his hand that he had received from the mission desk central with the mission specifics. On it, Penka Couriers was written under the patron's name. He had arrived at the right place. His first mission. He felt jittery like a child about to go on their first errand. He knew drink missions were busy work and odd jobs, but he still felt nervous and wanted his first mission to go as smoothly as possible without any problems. Even from the outside, Takuma could tell that the building was a large warehouse. Long and tall shelving racks covered the floor. In the back, Takuma could see people packing items in boxes and packages. He talked to the first person he saw, who walked him to the owner's office. Boss, a shinobi is here for the job. Inside the office, a pot-bellied man in a white cotton shirt that hugged his torso was sitting behind the desk with a towel hanging from his shoulder. The man raised his top bald head from the papers on his desk and looked at Takuma. Shinobi. You're here for the job? Asked the owner. Takuma nodded and showed him the mission slip. The owner studied it for a moment before nodding. Yeah, this is the one, he said and asked Takuma to sit down. The mission, if Takuma could use that word for this job, was to work as a delivery man for Penka Couriers. According to the contract, he was to work for an entire week with a minimum quota of deliveries in a day. A certain number of package deliveries counted as one D-rank mission, and as long as the patron had enough work for him, he could do as many deliveries as he could, and at the end of the mission, he would be paid for the amount of D-rank missions he had completed. There were a couple more stipulations in the contract, which ensured that neither side could exploit the other. All in all, it sounded like a simple enough job. It's good that you're here. One of the boys left suddenly without warning, and I couldn't find anyone to replace him, said the man. He stood up and asked Takuma to follow him. They walked deeper into the warehouse, where the owner was introduced to one of the employees. This is Ran, he will be giving you work, said the owner before leaving Takuma with Ran. Have you done this before? Asked Ran. He was a tall and well-built man dressed in a sleeveless vest, blue pants, and a yellow hard hat on his head. Takuma shook his head. All right, listen well then, Ran pointed at the map behind him on the wall. It was the map of the Hidden Leaf Village, but it was marked differently than the maps Takuma had seen before. We have divided the village into areas, and we divide the packages according to the areas, so when you go out to deliver, you will only serve one of those areas. You go straight to the area and then move around to deliver the packages. You will either get your load from here, or we will tell you to go to a client, and you will pick the load from there and then deliver it. Ran then showed him the equipment, a bag so large that when Takuma hung it on his back, it towered over his head. It was to store small and medium-sized packages. For large packages that couldn't be carried on the back, carts were used to transport them around the village. Donkey or horse pulls them, but shinobi usually pull the carts on their own. Takuma nodded. Shinobi didn't use horses for travel. Traveling by foot when you could jump from tree to tree and cut through a forest or outlast a prancing horse which would tire down long before a chakra enabled shinobi who could run for hours. Even when cargo was involved, shinobi would use storage seals to put away the weight and travel by foot. Like most shinobi, Takuma didn't know how to ride a horse or control a cart-pulling animal. As for storage seals, he had only learned how to imitate the Fu in jutsu script and chakra application to make the most basic storage seal that could only hold a few kilograms. Maraboshi, pushed for time, had chosen not to explain any theory behind the scrolls and only taught Takuma to make a monkey copy so that he could make a scroll without understanding what he was doing. After a final explanation of how to approach delivery orders to take the least time and the rules, do's, and don'ts while delivering the packages, Takuma was off with the most oversized bag the warehouse had filled to the brim. The bag was heavier than anything an average person could lug around, but for Takuma, it was simply a heavy bag. Other than the fact that it hindered his mobility due to its size, Takuma felt he could do deliveries all day long and get Employer of the Week by a long shot. Enthusiasm could take humanity to the stars. For Takuma, it took him to overperforming to the point that on day 5, the owner sent him home earlier because they didn't have anything left for him to deliver when he returned in the middle of the workday to get another load. By the last day, Takuma had done everything from solo small package deliveries to cart deliveries to pick and drop deliveries. He had even accompanied another employee for a delivery run who had told him that his route order was terrible. The only reason he could do so much was that he could brute rush through the order deliveries faster than people who knew how to order their delivery route properly. That was fine for Takuma. He was only in the delivery business for a week. By the end of the week, he had completed 8 D rank missions in his first week, which got him a commendation from the owner that turned out to be a plus point for Takuma as it went on his record. But, at the same time, 8 D rank missions were all he did during the week. He didn't train, meet with friends, relax at home, hike on a nearby nature trail, learn other skills, or do anything. Every moment of his work time went into fulfilling deliveries. Before the contract, he had visited the Jutsu archive every day to look at jutsu, but in the week, he had only visited once. He decided it wasn't worth it to dedicate that much time to missions. He needed time to train and do other activities. As long as he did 2 to 3 missions a week, he would make the monthly minimum, and he could supplement more to ensure he wasn't seen doing the bare minimum. After he submitted his signed and stamped mission slips back to the mission desk, he was told that he could take a week off before returning to take missions, which he complied with and spent the hours every day for the rest of the week in the Jutsu archive, looking at C-rank Jutsu, trying to figure out what he should choose. He looked at Earth-style Jutsu, he looked at Lightning-style, and he looked at Lightning-style Jutsu at the D-rank library as Earth-style was supposed to be weaker against Lightning-style and he needed to know which Earth-style Jutsu could be completely screwed over with a weaker Lightning-style Jutsu and avoid those Jutsu. Fuck me, choosing Lightning-style as my first Jutsu, Takuma felt he couldn't blame anyone but himself for choosing the one affinity opposite his primary affinity. The chakra induction paper only showed the primary affinity, and while it could be possible that Takuma wasn't weakest at Lightning style, as just having Earth style didn't mean he was automatically weakest with Lightning style, but from his proficiency with Lightning style, shock. It was very well possible that he was dog shit with Lightning style jutsu. Takuma had entered his free week intending to choose his C-rank jutsu. By the end of the week, he had achieved his goal. His choice Earth style, Earth Dome. His first jutsu, Lightning style, shock, was an offensive jutsu, something he chose to increase his firepower, even if it didn't go entirely as he wished. The jutsu did provide him a boost in offensive power. His second jutsu was Water style, Hidden Mist jutsu, a supportive class of jutsu, something he had chosen to hinder his opponent while allowing him to put his existing options and weapons to better use. Other than his 2D rank jutsu, he had Clone jutsu, which Takuma had plans to incorporate into his fighting style under certain circumstances. Takuma's fights while competing in the basic training final tournament were one of the most valuable experiences he had gained regarding combat. The second day had especially told him, through his beaten body, that he lacked a defense option. The long recovery period and his weakened state in his fight against Nenro clearly indicated that he needed to protect himself. Moreover, he had also noticed how, similar to him, none of his opponents had a defense option. Nenro had shown Lightning style, shock, a Genjutsu, and a fire-style jutsu. All three fell under the offense classification. Yui Kane was a Genjutsu user, And while that fight hadn't lasted very long, she hadn't shown any sign of using a pure defensive jutsu. And finally, Fumirusu utilized her Fuma Shuriken from a distance to target him and had a modification in melee. She had only used Buki Jutsu against him and, yet again, hadn't pulled a pure defensive jutsu against him. While all of them were still early in their growth as shinobi, and they could pick a pure defensive jutsu in the future, his fights did tell him that if he could outlast his opponent by taking comparatively less damage, the chances of victory skyrocketed in his favor. And with the offensive capabilities everyone had shown him, it was only wise for him to choose a defensive jutsu. Fortunately for him, Earth was the most associated with protection, and Earth style had good options for Takuma. His first choice was Earth style, petrifying jutsu. By utilizing Earth-natured chakra, a shinobi encased their body in surrounding rock, creating an armor. This casing could also create extendable weapons to strike a target with. Takuma liked the jutsu as not only did it provide him with a great defense, but it also provided him with an option for boosted melee offense by extending the casing armor to form bludgeoning weapons to strike the opponent with. For the first 3 days, his heart stuck to the jutsu, but a single point shattered his favorability towards Earth-style, petrifying jutsu. The armor that caused the user added weight to the body. Takuma was a poor match against faster and more agile opponents, with his taijutsu capabilities unable to keep up. His recent opponents had been a Ganjutsu user with weak taijutsu capabilities, a Buki Jutsu user who hurled around a heavy chunk of pure metal as her weapon, and a half-beaten shinobi who leaned towards strategic use of Ganjutsu to hinder opponents and used ninjutsu to deal severe damage from the distance. But he knew the reality against the nimbler opponents. Further reducing his speed wouldn't do him any good. So, he turned his eye to another jutsu and stumbled upon Earth-style, Earth Dome, which according to its description, was a simplified version of the rank jutsu, Earth-style, Rock Shelter. He didn't know what made it a simplified version as it wasn't mentioned, but both jutsu created domes around the user. It was a simple jutsu, which Takuma liked as it meant that it could be utilized in various situations without any circumstantial limitations. The second alternative that Takuma considered was a Earth-style, Mud Overturn. Another defensive jutsu that brought a mud wall up for protection. Due to its composition, the jutsu was highly effective against fire-style jutsu, but for the same reason, it was weak against lightning-style jutsu, and for a Earth-style jutsu which was already vulnerable to lightning-style to be weaker didn't seem like a positive outlook. The reason he had considered the jutsu in the first place was that the primary affinity for a great majority of people in the Land of Fire was fire-style, and having a jutsu strong against fire-style seemed like a legitimate option. However, in the end, Takuma decided to walk toward the side of neutrality and confirmed his choice to be Earth-style, Earth Sphere. Takuma turned to the shinobi with him in the room. "I have decided," he said. The shinobi stepped closer, asked Takuma's choice, and walked out with Takuma's shinobi registration, and when he returned, he had a jutsu scroll with him. Takuma looked at the scroll on the table in front of him, and with nervous hands, he rolled it open. It was time to start learning. Chapter 62, "This isn't what I thought I would be doing as a shinobi," said I, grumbling as she pulled out weeds in an old lady's garden. This was precisely what Takuma thought he would be doing when he became a shinobi. And with hundreds of thousands of people capable of supernatural doing the same things across the lands, he didn't mind doing menial jobs. "I want to drink something cold. Let's get a milkshake when we are done with this," said Takuma, working his hands to weed the garden. D-rank missions weren't always solo endeavors. Random gain-in would be teamed together as per the requirement of the task, such as the patron wanting to get the job done faster, which would need extra labor. In the months he had been a gain-in, he had worked a mission with Masaaki, and the current one being his first with I. With multiple years of gain-in doing D-rank missions, it was already a surprise that he was teamed up with 2 out of 4 teammates. Even today, he and I were accompanied by a third gain-in, an older one, that they didn't know. "How's shinobi life suiting you?" asked Takuma. "Unexpectedly not difficult at all. When compared to basic training, I don't even notice doing the missions, you know. The pay is a little shit though. The compensation for D-rank missions was shit, especially when the mission was a multiple-day affair or when there were multiple gain-in on the same mission, as the pay was split between them. Moreover, the state took a commission for themselves before handing them what remained. If not for the permanent base pay they got outside of missions, working D-rank missions wouldn't have been worth it. And they never knew when they would be getting a good quality mission or they would be forced to work a mission with shit pay. The latter happened more than the former." Takuma looked at I. "You shouldn't stop training. Who knows when we will get a crank mission, in which there was a chance to encounter bandits or highwaymen. It was better to be prepared than dead in a ditch, and you can't be a chunin if you aren't stronger. We can't stop training. Isn't it still too early to think about that? We still have 2.5 years before we can even apply, and then we will need recommendations for it," said I. 2.5 years seemed enough to get some recommendations, thought Takuma. But at the same time, he hadn't been in contact with any Chunin yet. His interactions had been with his fellow Geinin and the receptionist at the mission desk, who were also Geinin. He needed some way to get in touch with some Chunin and work with them. That same week, he got to talk to a Chunin. Just that it wasn't the Chunin who he thought he would be talking to. Takuma, fancy meeting you here. Takuma, who was walking down his usual route back home, stopped beside the cafe. Sitting on one of the outdoor tables was Shady Guy with tea and Daifuku. If not for his shinobi uniform, he would have looked strange in his small blackout shades and the head cover bandana. Maybe he still looked weird, but after seeing him for 2 months, Takuma had gotten used to that style aesthetic. Shady Guy waved at Takuma as he said, "It's been a while, how about you join me for some tea? Come on here, let's catch up." Takuma was baffled for a moment about how to respond. He and Shady Guy didn't know each other very well, shown by the fact that Takuma didn't know the man's name and addressed him as Shady Guy. However, Shady Guy did close his bleeding wounds and heal his broken bones on multiple occasions, which did warrant some form of familiarity and intimacy. So, he decided, what the heck, why not, and went down to sit down with Shady Guy. "How's Geinin life treating you?" asked the Shady Guy. "Fine, I guess," Takuma provided an uninspiring answer. "I mean, it's one job to another. It almost feels like a very short-term temp worker. I guess it does give you exposure to many jobs, which is good because it helps when you do them later. But is this the kind of thing I want to gain exposure to? Like, I know I gotta pay my dues before I can do some real stuff, but right now, it feels like I'm wasting my time." Before Takuma knew it had gone, spoke a little too much of things he didn't want to speak about during a small talk. Much like answering "how are you" with anything other than "I'm fine, how about you?" "Sorry about that," said Takuma, raising his teacup to hide the red on his cheeks. "It's totally alright, I know how it feels. D-rank missions aren't fun for anyone," Shady Guy smiled. "I mean, making shinobi do trivial chores when we are trained to do so much more is almost disrespectful. Do you know, before the formation of villages, shinobi clans used to be locked in battle with each other, waging wars for survival and dominance. In those days, the civilians served the shinobi, and in return, they would get protection from getting pillaged, killed, and having their women raped by other clans. Now, civilians are patrons, and we do odd jobs for money. But I suppose some things have to be a certain way whether we like it or not." Takuma didn't say anything in response to that. It was true, he knew the history from the history books. But the way Shady Guy had put it had some clear connotations to it. He didn't want to comment on anything that would give Shady Guy any ideas. Shady took a sip of his tea before continuing, "Still, don't you think it's nonsensical that after years of Shinobi Academy and the grueling months of basic training you're made to do menial jobs? Look at the statistics on average, it takes a year to year and a half before a Geinin Corp Geinin to do a C-rank mission. It makes no sense to train people and not have them do what they were trained to do." Takuma didn't know that statistic. A year and a half of just D-rank missions? That was a ridiculously long time. He didn't want to do a C-rank mission immediately and still wanted to get his skill up at Earth Style, Earth Dome, before he ventured onto an assignment with the possibility of meeting bandits. Even with his track record, he didn't think it would take him an entire year to learn a C-rank jutsu to a practically usable level. He could already perform it and believed it would only take a bit more time before he could reliably use it in the heat of battle. "I see you agree with me. I always liked you, Takuma. You worked hard in the basic training, always giving it your best every day, and in the end, showing it to the clan kids, nay everybody, that you are the best of the bunch," said the Shady Guy. "Which is why I will share a little secret with you." He uncrossed his legs and leaned his lanky frame forward. "What if I told you there was a way to utilize your skills? Doing something more up the shinobi alley and gaining much more value than what you would doing the pathetic D-rank missions." Takuma would lie if he said he wasn't interested in what Shady Guy had to say. But he also felt caution about what it could be about. When he thought about shinobi skills, it could be anything from robbery to murder to overthrow the government. On the top of his head, he could think of 10 bad things for one good thing Shady Guy could propose to him. "And what might that be?" he asked, prompted by his curiosity. He guessed listening to it won't do him any harm. "I will tell you, but you must not tell anyone about it." "Believe me, if you do, I will know about it," said Shady Guy, his smile deepening, but it held no humor. Takuma silently swallowed before nodding. You see, many shinobi felt unsatisfied with the dull routine of D-rank tasks and wanted something more dignified of their station, something more exciting, an opportunity that allowed them to make use of their skills. And what skills suit a shinobi more than the art of combat? Hearing that from a medical ninja felt wrong in many ways. Shady Guy's smile turned pleasant. "So many years ago, we don't know who started it, But a group of shinobi began fighting each other to make them feel more like something different than daily wage workers. To feel like what they actually were. Other shinobi caught the wind of these shinobi and, feeling attracted, joined this group. And soon, something of a ring was formed. And that ring has continued until date with shinobi from every generation, every batch participating in it. I think you were brilliant in the final tournament. You were not the favorite. You were not the underdog. You were not the dark horse. People didn't even consider you an option. Every round, they thought it would be your last. Every win, they thought it was luck. Till the very end, the odds remained high against you because they kept betting for your loss and yet, in the end, you won it all. So, I'm offering you an invitation to join the ring. Out of all the things that Takuma thought Shady Guy would say, he didn't think it would be this one. From the sound of it, what Shady Guy described was an underground fighting scene with shinobi-grade fighters beating up each other. To feel more like shinobi? He didn't think that last part stood true at all. There was something that Shady Guy mentioned which told Takuma that there was something more. And how does this provide me more value? Asked Takuma. Excellent question, Shady Guy smiled. The ring has existed for a very long time, Takuma. Many of our members have risen through the shinobi ranks and understood how the ring contributed, and have since become very generous sponsors. If you participate, the ring will compensate you with money, so it was a gladiator's ring, thought Takuma. He was sure the fights would have an audience who would be betting on the fights. There was money to be made for everyone, but as it happened for every gambling den, the house always won. The sponsors who invested would make more than they put in. And with mission points. All of Takuma's thoughts came to a halt. The incentive of participating in what seemed to become more and more like a modern combat sport league just jumped various levels. And Shady Guy seemed to sense that as his smile turned into a grin. You know what the D-rank missions pay? There's something that offsets the Shitrio compensation, but there's nothing there to do the same with the mission point compensation. If his time as a mission completing Geinin had taught anything, it was that the D-rank mission's mission point compensation was miserably frustrating. They paid in a fraction of mission points. He had one mission in the 5 months of missions that had paid a full single mission point. Only recently, he had collected enough to afford a D-rank jutsu. From what he had gathered from others, it took 4 months of hard work in terms of hours to gather enough for a D-rank jutsu. And the difference between D-rank and C-rank jutsu costs was staggering. It would take him a year and a quarter of hard work and savings to afford a C-rank jutsu. It had him realize how generous the basic training had been with mission point rewards. We can pay you more. Shady Guy leaned back into his chair as he said, so. What do you say? Chapter 63, You can change here, said the old farmer pushing open the door to the wooden shed. Good job today. You really helped me out, boy. Takuma thanked the farmer and entered the shed to change his clothes. Helping as a farmhand was a common D-rank mission. Strong shinobi were majorly effective in all kinds of jobs from tilling to repair work across a farm or livestock ranch, as such a significant portion of the Geinin population was involved in some part of farming throughout the year. Today, he had dragged a farm tiller across the large field all day to help it prepare for sowing for a new crop. Takuma changed out of his dirty shinobi gear into the change of civilian clothes he had brought along with him. His day's work was over, and all he wanted was to go home and take a shower, but before that, he needed to go shopping for groceries. He sighed as he pulled the shirt over his shoulders. You can take your time before answering me. Shady Guy had left Takuma with those words and a way to contact him, and since then, the conversation had been the one thing occupying his mind. No matter what he was doing, a part of his mind was always thinking about how to approach the invitation. It was clear that Shady Guy hadn't extended the invitation because he had good intentions for him, and thinking otherwise would have been the height of naivety and foolishness. With what Takuma knew, it was most probably that Shady Guy gained some incentive to get a new fighter into the underground fighting ring. Who better to employ as a recruiter than someone who had been observing a group of people daily over a 2-month fighting period? Shady Guy had 2 months to watch him fight, not just fighting, he had 2 months to observe everything about him. The medical ninja must have seen something in him that led to the invitation. What was that something? Was it something positive, meaning he would flourish in the fighting ring? Or was it something negative, like he was an easy target to dupe with the promise of mission points? It could be either. The way he saw it, a crossroad of 2 choices stood before him. The safe option: reject Shady Guy's invitation and continue on with his life, or the risky option: take a chance with the opportunity in front of him to earn an additional source of money and mission points. He was conflicted because the invitation was a one-time thing. Shady Guy had told him that he would wait for a couple days, and if Takuma didn't have an answer for him, he would consider the offer rejected. What if the offer was legitimate, and he could gain more mission points fighting? He felt declining the invitation would have him miss out on an opportunity that could prove to be beneficial for him. The decision continued to plague him. As it stood, If he couldn't resolve his confusion by Shady Guy's deadline, he would let the opportunity pass. Takuma grabbed the local produce he bought directly from the farmers and departed from the farm on the village's outskirts dedicated to large farming fields and plantations and began running towards the urban city part of the village. He liked the rural part of the village with its openness and quiet, so much different from the crowded and noisy city. It was one of the reasons why he liked farming jobs, as it took him away from the city. He had lived his entire life in metropolitan cities, and even now, he lived in the Leaf Village, but he knew if he ever bought a house for himself, it would be away from the city. It helped that he could literally run to the city if he needed something. The open field turned into suburbia, which then turned into the densely built tall buildings of the center of the Leaf Village. Takuma was tired. He had left home before the sun up to get to the farm for the work that started at sunrise, and the sun was setting by the time he had left. He wanted to get the remaining grocery and get home so he could relax. With those thoughts, Takuma entered the shopping street he frequented for grocery needs. Takuma. A voice that sounded vaguely familiar, but he couldn't put the finger on it, called him, and it made him look. Looking at the person did connect the dots in his brain. Izumi? Standing in front of him was Uchiha Izumi. It had been well over half a year since he had seen her, or any of his classmates who had been selected by a Jonin. She didn't look much different from what he remembered, the only difference was that she now wore a forehead protector. It's been such a long time. How are you? Izumi stepped closer to him and looked him up and down. You have grown taller. You're as tall as me now, she pouted. Izumi was right. He had grown taller in the half year, enough to force a change of wardrobe because his clothes no longer fit him properly. Izumi was tall for a girl, and it had taken Takuma a year and a half of proper nutrition to catch up. Coming from somewhere? You have mud on your face, she giggled. Had a farming mission, Takuma immediately wiped his face with his sleeve. What about you, how is the gain in life suiting you? Oh, an absolute delight. Last week we went out of the village to deliver a package to another city. Izumi crossed her arms, teeming with pride. Was that your first C-rank mission or something? He asked. It was the first good C-rank mission. The other ones were boring work like doing background checks. So, the Jonin team Gainin have already done multiple C-rank missions, thought Takuma. He felt something churn inside him. If they were doing C-rank missions, it meant they were earning more mission points. He knew there would always be a gap between the Gainin Corp Gainin and Jonin team Gainin. But it was the first time he could feel it. That's good for you, he said after swallowing down the bitterness. Izumi wouldn't need to participate in the underground fighting ring for mission points. The girl before him didn't even need to do missions for jutsu. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu, was a C-rank jutsu, and it was supposed to be a coming-of-age rite for Uchiha. Izumi would be handed down something that had taken 2 months of grueling time culminating in a tournament of physical misery to just obtain. He felt really bitter at the moment. And the prospect of the fighting ring seemed more and more appealing. He was about to ask for his leave when Takuma heard a voice from just behind him say, Izumi, I've completed my errand, shall we leave? Takuma was startled because he didn't know someone was standing behind him. He had developed a vague sense of people nearby his personal space, but he didn't have any inkling that a person was standing behind him. He turned back to look, and the moment he laid eyes on the person, he was no longer just startled. His heart began to beat faster as he clenched his jaw to keep himself from gasping as he stared into the onyx eyes of the boy in front of him. Every hair on his body stood with a cold shiver as his skin tightened and goosebumps rose. Memories he had set aside as he got busy with his life jumped back in, and he recalled that in a few years, only 3 of Izumi's clanmates would walk this land, and she wasn't one of them. And it scared the living fuck out of him that the boy in front of him was one of those 3 people. And was also the one who had wiped the great Uchiha clan from the face of this planet in a single evening. In that moment, it didn't matter to Takuma the reason behind why the Uchiha clan had been eradicated. Any person who could commit parricide and mass genocide could definitely snap his head without him knowing. He hadn't been more terrified than now in his entire life as he faced the clan killer Itachi Uchiha. Itachi gave Takuma a glance as he walked past him and stood beside Izumi. Izumi, unaware of Takuma's thoughts, spoke with a smile. Ah, let me do the introductions. This is Takuma, my classmate from the academy, she then pointed to Itachi, and this is Itachi from my clan. Takuma, you must remember Itachi, he was in our class in the first year. It was such a big commotion when he graduated early from the academy, she sounded proud, but Takuma wasn't paying attention. Itachi nodded in greeting but got nothing in return. Takuma? Takuma snapped out of his petrified stance and barely got his nerves back into control. Ah, my apologies. I was so starstruck for a moment he was not who doesn't know Itachi Uchiha? And yes, I vaguely remember that time he did not graduated after 5 months in the academy at age 6. Promoted to Chunin at 10. Does anything more need to be said? It didn't take meta-knowledge to know about Itachi. It was a big deal when Itachi made Chunin. The entire shinobi circle was talking about the 10-year wonder kid, and the talks had reached the academy. It was in the early days of Takuma's arrival into the world, a miserable time for him, so he had mostly ignored the gossip and chatter. From what Takuma remembered, there was a chance that Itachi was already in the Anbu. He was the youngest Anbu inductee in the Leaf's history, after all. You flatter me, Itachi said politely. Which jonin are you assigned under? The question could have been seen as a slight against Takuma, and if Takuma didn't know the person in front of him, he would have definitely thought that Itachi was trying to insult him, but he knew that the question was innocent enough. Izumi caught the potential of a misunderstanding and immediately interjected. Itachi Genin Corp, said Takuma. Ah, is that so? Itachi's eyes widened a fraction before he nodded. He moved on swiftly. If you're from the same batch as Izumi. Did you participate in the Genin Corp's basic training tournament? Huh, what's that? It seemed Izumi hadn't heard of the final tournament. I was invited to spectate, but I don't enjoy those types of competitions, said Itachi before giving Izumi a brief explanation about the final tournament. His explanation was from the Chunin viewpoint. Unlike her clanmate, Izumi looked genuinely interested and turned to Takuma. Did you participate? She asked. I did. In fact, I won the competition, Takuma said with a smile. He wanted this interaction to end immediately. Oh, congratulations. Izumi said, her face glowing up. Thank you, Takuma nodded. Now, while I would like to catch up with you and get some tips from you, he glanced at Itachi, I have an early date tomorrow. And I'm sure you guys are busy as well, so I unfortunately have to leave. Let's meet up sometime later, alright? Takuma made sure it didn't seem abrupt before parting with the pair. He walked and kept walking without looking back. Not for a moment did he stop, not until he was inside his home with the door locked behind him and the curtains drawn. He had forgotten the desperate training to catch up to his academy peers. The stress of passing the academy graduation test. The grueling basic training. The hours devoted to learning jutsu and the efforts to win the final tournament. The day in and day out loop of the rank missions. He had gotten so busy and sucked into living his life day by day, doing the things required by him, that he had forgotten about what truly lay out there in the world in the future. He was not ready. He knew that, of course, but the abrupt meeting with Itachi had made him come face to face with it. The Uchiha massacre was so close. He didn't know when it exactly was going to happen, but he knew that Itachi was really young when it happened. If he had to give his best estimate, he would say that it was 2 years away at best. Fuck. His back was drenched entirely, and his heart was bursting in his chest. It wasn't just the Uchiha massacre that was looming in the future. Akatsuki had already been formed. Obito had started the new Akatsuki with Pain. Orochimaru had already left the Leaf and had joined Akatsuki. After the Uchiha massacre, Itachi would join Akatsuki as a double agent, which meant they were already perceived as a significant threat before the massacre. Orochimaru would then break away from Akatsuki and form his own village. The Hidden Sands attack along with Orochimaru at the Leaf village was so near. He could be killed in that invasion. Takuma didn't have the time he thought he had. He was living as a genin, doing things that other genin would do, thinking that if he continued to do things he was doing, he would progress. But that was not enough. He needed to do more. That night, Takuma wasn't able to go to sleep. His mind kept him locked in with his own thoughts. Chapter 64, How did one get stronger? The question ran through Takuma's mind more than it had ever. His previous answers to the questions had been, follow whatever Maraboshi taught. Observe others' combat style in basic training and thus learn how to counter them more effectively. Train to improve at his ninjutsu arsenal. And add more jutsu into his repertoire. But now those answers seemed ineffective. He no longer trained with Maraboshi. Both he and his teacher had their lives and couldn't follow their daily training. No matter how much Takuma would have loved to continue, he couldn't ask Maraboshi to adjust to his schedule. Yoshio's mandatory sparring sessions in basic training were no longer available. He could spar with Nanro, and Masaaki. Taro refused to spar, but their schedules seldom matched. He continued to train his ninjutsu, but he didn't have mission points to get more. Even his total training time had reduced. During basic training, he would train by himself in the morning and then train more under Yoshio, but now, while he trained in the morning, he worked the rest of the day. On average, with a varying type of D-rank missions, he worked 4 to 5 days a week. He had tried to reduce that number, but it proved difficult when the choice of mission wasn't in his hand. And when he wanted answers, Maraboshi was again out of the village on a C-rank mission, escorting some business caravan somewhere. He thought about ways to get more powerful on his own, using his esoteric knowledge about this world to his advantage, but nothing seemed viable to him. He could snatch a Sharingan or Byakugan, but that would get him killed immediately. He could steal the forbidden scroll of seals stored at the Hokage's residence like Naruto did, but the chances of getting court-martialed were inevitable. Every scenario he thought ended up in a dead end. Takuma sighed as he sipped the cold lemonade he bought from a food stand inside the Gainen Corp complex to beat the scorching summer heat. He had just got a D-rank mission that would have him work the night shift as a security guard at the state food warehouse. He absolutely hated work at night. They wrecked his sleep cycle and disturbed his regular schedule of things. That's not a sigh due to the weather, is it? Takuma looked up and, to his surprise, it was Ebisu sitting down on a neighboring bench. No, it is not, said Takuma, making small talk. Would you like to share? Many times, simply speaking things out to someone resolved the problems. Takuma chuckled. Is this a way to get me to visit your counseling? I'd speak my problems to you, you'd say some words to me, I'd feel better, and you're hoping that I'd be impressed enough that I would come visit your office for a session. I didn't know you worked as a salesperson, counselor. Ebisu smiled. If you think about it, everyone's a salesman. All of us are putting up a version of ourselves in front of others to make them find us appealing in some way. We do it in front of our peers, friends, partners, bosses, and even strangers. Some do it poorly, others do it well, but everyone does it whether they see it so or not. And as to answer your other question, I'd be delighted to have you visit my office for a session. Takuma glanced at Ebisu. He had a much different image of Ebisu in his mind. A stricter, no-nonsense, more straightforward man, but this one was somewhat of a talker. You know, I wouldn't mind a session with you, said Takuma. Unfortunately, you take mission points, which I can't spare. If you took Ryo, I'd probably already be in your office planning my shinobi career with you. While the counseling session with Ebisu didn't cost nearly anywhere close to a D-rank jutsu, they cost mission points nevertheless. Even if they cost a fraction of a mission point, he wouldn't use them for a counseling session when he could save that fraction up for a jutsu. I'm sorry, but I didn't get your name, asked Ebisu. Takuma. Well then, Takuma, it's nice to meet you. How about I give you a quick session here without charge, and you decide whether an official one is worth the mission points or not, said Ebisu with a smile. What do you say? Takuma thought about it for a moment before getting up from his bench and taking a seat beside Ebisu. I will take that as an agreement. Ebisu put aside his beverage and sandwich plate to the side. How do I get stronger? Takuma opened up the conversation. If this was going to be a free quick session, then he was going to be direct and blunt to get the most out of it. Ebisu took a moment of silence before replying, it would depend on your skill set. I'm assuming you're talking about your overall skill set and not just physical strength. Takuma nodded. I will need to know more about you to give a useful answer, said Ebisu. Earth-style affinity, completed basic training. I don't specialize in anything, but I know a C-rank Earth-style jutsu. Other than that, I know 2 more D-rank ninjutsu. He gave Ebisu the names of the jutsu. I consider taijutsu as my weakness. That's about it, I guess, said Takuma. You know your affinity, that's extremely helpful. Ebisu looked pleasantly surprised. Yeah, but I don't have the mission points to buy more jutsu, sighed Takuma. Progress takes time, Takuma, but I understand your plight. Ebisu fell silent for a moment. If we were to focus on the bigger picture, given that you know your affinity and already have a C-rank jutsu, learning more ninjutsu seems like one path for you. But if we are to look at what you can do right now, which sounds better to you, cover your taijutsu weakness with something, or do you wish to eliminate taijutsu as a weakness? Takuma was baffled by the question. Isn't eliminating taijutsu as a weakness a better option? I mean, if I had a choice, why would I keep a weakness at all? People aren't made equal. Everyone has their own strength and weakness, their own talents and shortcomings. Elemental affinity is an example. Sometimes it's better to further nurture your strengths than to pointlessly bash your head against a mountain. Ebisu pushed up his glasses. Do you think taijutsu is something like that for you? Of course, I'm not saying to stop taijutsu training altogether, but you need effort management. Did Takuma think that his taijutsu had reached a dead end and that he needed to cover it up with something else? His spars and fights passed through his mind. From the day of his first spar to his first win against Eri to his blood-splattering wounds in basic training to his wins in the tournament. Did he think he couldn't improve any more? No, he didn't think that. What would I use to cover up my taijutsu? He asked. You can work towards becoming a ninjutsu specialist and add an aspect of distance or range to your combat. Or, perhaps work on your Bakijutsu. Weapons are an important part of combat and add much to your combat style, and there's a chance they might add what you're missing to your close-ranged combat. Takuma sighed. He had 3 jutsu. If he could use lightning style, shock. Like Nanro, he would have definitely tried to find and create opportunities to pick his opponents out from a distance. Water style, hiding in mist jutsu would also work well to keep people away, But there was a caveat that he himself couldn't see in the mist. Takuma had to rattle Nenro to ensure he didn't move so that he could nail him the kunai. As for weapons, Maraboshi used a sword. His teacher had a prosthetic leg with a sword inside. It was one of the scariest things that Takuma had seen. He didn't have plans for picking up Kenjutsu, but if he ever did, he would like it to be with Maraboshi. He turned to Ebisu and asked, "What about Ganjutsu?" Ebisu hummed, "Ganjutsu isn't like ninjutsu, Takuma." "Sure, you can pick up a Ganjutsu scroll and learn it, but if you genuinely wish to learn Ganjutsu, you must learn several basics and theories. In many ways, Ganjutsu is closer to medical jutsu. That's the reason why we have so few true Ganjutsu users in the village. It takes a lot of time and effort to learn Ganjutsu to a functional level. Integrating it into your combat is another undertaking. However, once you know those, you have the freedom to create whatever you're capable of. My advice for those looking towards Ganjutsu has always been that if you aren't ready to commit yourself to properly learn Ganjutsu, then learning individual Ganjutsu from scrolls is a waste of time and resource." Takuma licked his lips as he wondered if he wanted that level of commitment. He was vaguely aware of how much effort it took to learn to medical ninja. It was quite similar to becoming a doctor back in his world. He was aware that Ganjutsu didn't work properly on him, but Takuma didn't know if that would translate to his learning ability. He never had a chance to check that out. He had enough to buy a D-rank jutsu, but he didn't want to use that hard-earned mission points on an experiment. His experience with lightning style, shock, hadn't been pretty. Takuma knew his primary affinity, and it made sense to go towards his strength than do something risky. 6 months was a long time. "I will continue working on my taijutsu," said Takuma. The next time he had mission points to spare, he would buy a Ganjutsu scroll to test it out. Until then, Earth style was the way to go. "Well, if it's like that, then taijutsu is your answer," Ebisu smiled as he showed a clenched fist. Out of every skill in a shinobi's reach, taijutsu shows the most visible improvement. The more you use your body, the more your physical energies make the body stronger. You become faster, stronger, reflexes and senses improve, your endurance rises. Not only that, your body becomes more resilient to damage. A shinobi difficult to kill is the worst enemy. Taijutsu is what raises that difficulty for most shinobi. Takuma wholeheartedly agreed with that statement. Currently, the person he thought was the hardest to kill in the village was Might Gay, the monster of taijutsu. The chapters in which Gay fought the Jinchuriki Madara were his favorites. It was also one of those scenes for which he had seen the anime clips. Even from personal experience, Masaaki was the hardest to get down in their group. Despite not seeing it with his own eyes, he had heard enough to know how much damage Nenro had to do to put Masaaki down. There are jutsu that integrate with taijutsu, but you can invest in them later. For now, you can refer to the hidden leaf kata from the general archives and start practicing, advised Ebisu. Meet with your friends and spar with them. Takuma could do that. The hidden leaf kata was free for him to refer to, and it was an entire style of taijutsu available to every shinobi. If he worked out a system with Masaaki, and Nenro, he could alternate reliably between the three and maybe even get Taro in the mix to spar with one person daily. Because the best way to improve taijutsu is to, put it simply, fight. Takuma's mind went blank as the words echoed in his skull. The more you fight, the more your body will learn. For taijutsu, doing is the only way to learn. When he looked back, it was clear to Takuma that the basic training spars and the final tournament were more valuable to him than his year at the academy and his spars with Maraboshi. The fear of bleeding and broken bones made him improve drastically more. "Thank you, counselor." He had a decision to make. "Have you come to a decision?" Takuma had called Shady Guy with an answer in mind, and as he stood in front of him, he thought about it once more. "I will participate," he said. If he could get stronger and get more resources to get even stronger. If he could get more mission points, he would be able to save up for his Ganjutsu experiment. Taking one risk to take another risk. Didn't sound like a great deal, but it was his decision. A smile stretched up on Shady Guy's face. He stepped out of the dark street and stood closer to Takuma with an outstretched hand. "Then I must say, merry cooperation." Under the moon's silvery light, Takuma shook the hand and sealed the deal. Chapter 65, Takuma looked around before walking into a random street in the Leaf Village, which was actually a pre-decided meeting spot decided upon by him and Shady Guy the day before. "Oh good, you're here," said Shady Guy when he saw him. He pushed off the wall he was leaning against and looked Takuma over. "And thank God, you're not wearing your uniform. I was worried because I forgot to mention it. It would have been a problem if you had come all dressed up." Takuma was wearing a black set of a full-sleeve t-shirt and full-length pants. But he still had his light chainmail vest under his shirt and his weapon pouch and kits strapped around his body. He didn't go absolutely anywhere without his weapons. No one could convince him to leave his weapons behind. I don't want to, but I'll ask you one last time, Shady Guy said, do you want to do this? If I take you, and then you decide to back out there, it's going to make everyone very unhappy. None of us want that. Yeah, I'm sure, let's do this, said Takuma. He didn't want to change his mind, but he couldn't help it when his mind played volleyball with the decision, tossing it back and forth. I like that spirit. Keep it up and you'll do great in the ring. Takuma never liked Shady Guy's smile, it made him look overly shady. Shady Guy then led him through the village. They ran, jumped through the roofs, smuggled their way through alleyways, and even strolled through roads before they reached a dingy bar tucked in a back street. Takuma stared at Shady Guy. He had lived in the village long enough and had seen enough of it to know that Shady Guy hadn't taken the shortest route to the place. And from what he had been taught, he knew that the entire journey was the standard maneuver to get rid of a tail. It screamed that Takuma wasn't trusted. The bar was crowded and loud with 4 people behind the counter busily making drinks and 3 more people roaming around the establishment serving drinks. Takuma scanned the place and the people to find many people staring and following him with their eyes. Why are they staring at me? He whispered to Shady Guy. Who wouldn't stare at a kid in a bar? Said Shady Guy, nonchalantly. He didn't stop for a moment and led Takuma from the entrance to the back side of the building with a broad flight of stairs stretching underground. No one stopped them until they reached the base of the stairs, where they found a middle-aged man sitting on a bar stool. Takuma's eyes immediately went to the empty left arm sleeve and the ugly prosthetic on the left leg. The man got up, and Takuma saw the burn marks near the neck. He could safely assume that everything was connected. The man patted Shady Guy on the shoulder and then limped to Takuma, who held back a flinch when he felt the heavy hand land on his shoulder. He stared into the man's eyes as he felt a sliver of chakra enter his body. To see if you have a transformation jutsu over you, said Shady Guy when Takuma looked at him. The man grunted before returning to his bar stool and banging on a heavy metal door. A slit opened in the door, and 2 eyes peeked at them for a moment before it opened with a creak. They walked into a circular room with a large booth built into the wall with 3 people behind a glass wall. Takuma instantly recognized it like one of the betting counters he had seen on a horse track. On either side of the counters were tunnels, and when he strained his ears, he could cheers whispering through to him. Not there. You'll get to see plenty of those later, said the Shady Guy as he pulled him towards a smaller tunnel that was wide enough for 2 people while the other could fit 4 comfortably. The smaller tunnel led them to a narrow corridor with rooms on either side. Shady Guy knocked on the farthest door and walked in when he heard a voice. The room was a messy office with a bunch of random stuff decorating the space. It was almost too gaudy and show-offy with a thick red rug beneath their feet, a heavy desk that was obviously made from good wood, and beautiful paintings. It could have been done tastefully, but it was not. As shown by the fact that a third of the room was taken by an indoor bar with shelves worth of bottles and sitting on them with a yellow backlight illuminating them. Inomoto. How nice of you to finally show up, said the large fat man sitting behind the desk. I was starting to think I'd never see your ugly mug again. Takuma had seen Akimaki adults in the village. All of them were fat, but they were also tall and had a wide frame, and a single glance was enough to tell them that the extra fat on them wasn't a hindrance. But the man in front of him was just fat with the worst protruding belly, double chin, drooping face, and marshmallow arms he had seen since coming to the world. Inomoto, Takuma glanced at Shady Guy. What can I say, boss? I'm a busy man. Shady Inomoto walked directly to the bar. The village is always in need of one of its finest Chunin medical ninja. The fat boss man clicked his tongue. You're lucky that your apprentices put in the honest work, or else I would have snapped that twig that you call your body, he said with a snarl. The fat boss then turned his face to Takuma, and the snarl turned into a greasy smile. Ah, so you're the one Inomoto has been talking about. Come child, don't be shy, take a seat, said the man in his hoarse gravel-like voice. What is your name, child? Takuma. 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 We might have to work on that, said the boss man, sounding displeased as he raised the spirit bottle that looked small in his hand. Takuma's eyes twitched. It wasn't his fault that his name was that, and you know what, he liked his name. If someone didn't like his name, they could go fuck themselves. Oh, look at my manners. Would you like something to drink, Takuma? You can take anything from the bar. Inomoto will make you something if you want, but I won't trust the bastard. Who knows when he might slip me some poison, said the fat boss. Inomoto didn't sound offended and even chuckled as he poured himself a drink. Boss, you should introduce yourself to the kid before you offer him something to drink. Oh my, I might have had a little too much to drink today, said the fat boss before he took another big gulp straight from the bottle. I go by the name Tsubura, and I run this lovely establishment. You should call me boss. Now, I'm led to believe that you will join us as a fighter. Takuma nodded. Good, very good, we here at the ring always appreciate young blood joining us, said Tsubura. And I'm sure Inomoto stuffed all sorts of promises of rewards for fighting with us. Mission points and Ryo, Takuma replied. If it was anything, he would get up and leave. Yes, mission points and Ryo. Sabura's smile pushed the fat on his face. Every time you win mission points and Ryo. Of course, if you lose, you get nothing at all. Having a long winning streak will add a bonus to your winnings, but the moment you lose, those bonuses vanish whoosh. So, I get nothing at all if I lose? Asked Takuma. No consolation prizes. Understood. He would have preferred if he got something for fighting, but it seemed he would need to win if he wanted monetary benefits out of this commitment. Now, let's discuss some terms. These are the terms we give every beginner and are non-negotiable. Sabura leaned forward, and his weight fell on his table, creaking the wood. You fight thrice a week, so you will have to work out your mission schedule around our schedule. We will tell you in advance, so be prepared. If we schedule a fight, you can't skip it for any reason. Of course, there are some exceptions, but they're few. Your minimum tenure is 6 months, which is 72 fights. You can't back out before those 6 months. If we need someone outside of their schedule, and you're available, you can fight, and we will adjust that into your fight count. Finally, we will hold your winnings earned in the first 36 fights. Takuma was following the terms and conditions and thought while they would require a bit of effort from him, he could manage. He was even fine with the 72 fights and 6-month commitment. But the last one pushed the brakes on his mind. Wait, what do you mean? He asked. All of your winning in your first 36 fights will remain with us until you complete all of those 36 fights. We call it the big payday. Many rookies throw a big party on that day. It makes everyone happy. But why? It's insurance that you don't leave us all of a sudden. Consider it a test of loyalty. Stick out half your contract period, and we will start paying after every fight. Sabura smiled brightly. Takuma clenched his fist in his lap. What that meant was that he was going to fight in the ring for 3 months without seeing any money until the very end. It was indeed a test of loyalty. He didn't trust them at all. Do we have problems? Asked Sabura. Takuma glanced at Inomoto, but he just shrugged. Fucking shady guy. No, let's go with that, sighed Takuma. What is keeping me from ditching after 3 months? When you have accumulation of winnings in your accounts, you won't think of leaving. Sabura grinned before adding a few more points to the conditions he had set. Now, I don't know if Inomoto has told you about the categories we run here, asked Sabura. Categories? No. Wait, categories didn't make sense in the world with Charka. It's simple, we run categories like taijutsu only, plus weapons, plus ninjutsu, tag team duo, 2v1, 3v1, 4v1. You get the point, said Sabura. As you're just joining, you'll start with taijutsu only, and you can stay in that category, but after 36 fights, we will assess a move if you desire. You can even fight in multiple categories if you sign a second contract with us. Takuma thought about the categories, and he could see him fighting in a couple different ones given a choice. He wanted to fight in different categories. It would give him more exposure to different people. Starting out in the taijutsu only category seemed perfect for him as he could experiment with the hidden leaf kata. Any questions? Takuma nodded. Yeah, how many people fight in the ring? More people than you might think. Sabura leaned back and took a large swig. Rookie geinin come to the village every year, he smiled. I'm sure you will meet familiar faces in the ring, but experienced geinin also come to the village every year. People come and go, but the special ones stay in the village, and I must say our payouts are attractive for them to stay with us. I hope you two stay with us for a long, long time. Takuma didn't know if he agreed with that sentiment. Now, let's see how you fight. Sabura stood up from his chair. Takuma blinked in surprise as he looked at the giant blob of a man. Now. Chapter 66, things had moved faster than Takuma had ever expected. One moment he was listening to unreasonable terms and conditions from fat boss man Sabura, and the next moment he was looking at a ginormous caged arena inside a dark back tunnel. It turned out there was an open spot they needed to fill. I hope you're ready. Takuma looked back at Inomoto, aka Shady Guy, and made a face of unwillingness and displeasure. Inomoto laughed. Don't be like that. Your opponent is fairly new as well and has only fought a few fights in the ring. Consider it a test drive, so you can be prepared the next time you fight. He could have observed a fight or two, and that would have been enough. He didn't have to prepare in such a way. Takuma looked at the ongoing fight. The two men were fighting fiercely, with the substantial crowd cheering wildly with each sounding hit and show of blood. But what caught his eyes the most were the masks that covered the fighters' faces. Those masks, he turned to Inomoto. Here you go. Inomoto raised a cream mask with viridian highlights that covered the top right quadrant like a leaf. You don't want to bump into these people during the day. Believe me, there are some gambling junkies who will pester you to no end to get even the smallest of information if it could help them place a better bet. It's better if you don't have to interact with the spectators outside of here. Takuma stared at the hard mark on his hand and frowned when he felt something like a cloth behind it. He pulled to find a black ski mask. Masks break often, Inomoto explained when Takuma gave him a look. Takuma sighed as he pulled the ski mask over his face before putting on the mask. Thankfully, it fit well and didn't feel like an annoyance he had to move around in. Looking good, smiled Inomoto. Now, give me your weapons packs, all of them. Takuma wanted to protest but decided that it would be meaningless and unstrapped every weapon on him. There better not be a single thing missing from here, he said as he handed Inomoto his weaponry. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of stealing from poor Gainin, smirked Chunin Inomoto. Takuma clicked his tongue in response to the jab.